welcome into Fantasy from the Forum, day 2 of the NFL draft coverage. Back in studio this time. We had the venue yesterday. We had an absolute blast at the Crow's Nest in Nashville, Tennessee. Still in the hotel room here, waiting for my plane to get back to my home. But I'm here to have some fun here with Mike Greinberg and Brian, the man from Too Much Fantasy Football. What's up, brother?
What's crack-a-lackin', guys?
How's it going, everybody? We are here for day 2. I can't wait for tonight. Kind of a slower start yesterday, and I think the latter half of the first round, things started to trickle in, and we started seeing some guys move in the fantasy world here, and I'm excited to see what tonight brings, guys.
Absolutely. Did you guys enjoy the stream yesterday?
It's not too shabby. Not too shabby coming live from Tennessee.
Yeah, the only crazy thing about a venue is I had to sit there and scream the entire time to try to get through. So you have to bear with me. I don't know how much more of a voice I have left because we're going to have another 5 hours of draft coverage here. And we get the second round and third round. What were your guys' biggest surprises from the first round? Start with Mike.
Well, obviously, I think that Colston Loveland, getting in that top 10 pick there to the Bears, it's going to add, a lot of complexity. A lot of people thought that, Tyler Warren would be the guy that would get that type of draft capital and the kind of placement, and it kind of reversed order here. The Colts ended up getting Warren. Not the best landing spot. I mean, these tight ends are going to be, probably a work in progress for this first year, I'd say. But I think I like the optimism here with Colston Loveland going to the Bears and pairing him with Caleb Williams for the next couple of years and Rome Odunze. I think they're building something special down there, and we'll see what happens. Brian, what are your thoughts, bud?
Honestly, it's probably the fact. I mean, it's our own doing. It's our fault. We spent the last 3 months hyping up everything. But it's probably the fact that just about every under hit as far as the amount of players that were supposed to go. We only got 2 quarterbacks. We got 2 tight ends, 2 running backs. 4 wide receivers? So I'm ready to get these guys that we wanted to see last night off the board. The Luther Burdens, the Judkins, the Hendersons, the Caleb Johnsons. Like, I'm ready to see where these guys land.
It wasn't that surprising to me. If you're actually somebody who goes through the draft like we do and does grades and everything like that, I know it's something I do every single year. I was not surprised that we had less offensive players go. The strength of this draft was in the defense, especially in the defense in the trenches. And because the tackle position was the way it was, there's only really like 4 guys, and really maybe 2 of them are actually true left tackles and not just tweener guard right tackle types. It wasn't surprising to me that we saw all these defensive players run. And it also was not surprising to me that Shedeur Sanders fell to the second round. Everybody keeps talking about that, but that was not shocking to me either. What was more surprising to me is that Jackson Dart actually went in the first round. There's both guys I had third round grades on. Neither one of them I had up all that high. So I wasn't surprised by that either. And even the Colston Loveland thing doesn't really shock me when you think about the fit. Like, Colston Loveland is closer to a Sam Laporta, which is what Ben Johnson had in Detroit. Tyler Warren, I think, is overall a better player because he's a 3-down blocking tight end who can do everything. But Colston Loveland's a better receiver. And you're going to probably keep Colt Kmet now on the roster. So now you're going to go 12-man personnel. And that's just the type of team that you're going to run. Ben Johnson officially becomes essentially your slot wide receiver, replacing Keenan Allen there, and you're going to play more physical football in an NFC North division. So I wasn't even really surprised by that either.
Yeah.
Go, Brian.
I was going to say, the Titans, I feel like Loveland got a lot of steam, especially like the last 7 to 10 days. There was a lot more of that possibility of the order being swapped. Maybe they both make it out of the top 10 and that the order's kind of switched, but no, he slid right in there, the 10th overall. You got to hand it to the Bears. The transformation we've had in the last 6 months from this team, the hype's there. That's the reason Caleb Williams right now in best ball is going as a top 10 quarterback. We're not getting a discount right now on how the magic that they're going to see.
Yeah, we got Mr. Grapefruit coming in on the chat. Make sure you hang out in the chat all day long. This is going to be a long draft, so you want to get to your questions. He wants to see Denver trade up for Travion Henderson, and we go in the third round of fantasy. Now, I have to think Mr. Grapefruit is referring to redraft because rookie drafts, he's going in the first round. Especially he goes to Denver, probably wherever he lands, he's going in the first round. But yeah, so Henderson to Denver after they passed on Amari and Hampton. What were your thoughts beyond that, Mike?
Well, I wanted to see Travion Henderson go to Denver. in the first round. Obviously, they're making defense their priority because, that division is going to be a hard one to keep up with. The Chiefs, obviously, the Chargers made a couple moves here too, taking Hampton as well. So, like, this is going to be keeping up with the Joneses, and, Denver is going to get their guy, I think, with seeing the depth of this running back class. I think they had the opportunity to wait. There's going to be guys that they're going to be able to find in some value. They have some picks coming up here. So I'm excited to see what happens there. Travion Williams, Henderson, going to Denver would be the cat's meow for me. And obviously, probably a lot of us would be highly invested in him with that Joker role potentially.
Brian, I got a question for you. So the Pittsburgh Steelers passed on Shedeur in the first round. They don't have a second round pick because they traded for DK Metcalf. There's a lot of rumors going around that teams are calling the Steelers to see, hey, is George Pickens available? And do you want maybe a second round pick in return for that? Do you think that's a deal that, one, they do, or two, should they do?
I guess I'd find it really interesting if they don't end up pulling that trigger. DK and Pickens are two very similar, wide receivers. Now, and I feel like at this point, they're either going with a rookie quarterback or it's going to be Rodgers or Kirk Cousins there. So either way, it doesn't seem like the style of just the, launching it down deep for these two. So mixing it up, getting them a rookie wide receiver that plays in a different role, I totally see how it works out. They need some more help there too. I really thought a running back was going to go early. Nope, they're taking care of Highsmith. Looks like they're making sure they have a filler for that with the D tackle taken.
Yeah, quite. Look, they did Steeler things, right? They bolstered the front seven. Is what the Steelers do. They are always going to be defensive minded first, and I have no problem with that because you still have a shot at Aaron Rodgers. You still have a shot of drafting a quarterback next year in a much better class, first and foremost. So let's talk about some of these guys, especially from a fantasy perspective, who are still around. We have Travion Henderson, we have Quinshawn Judkins, we have a number of the wide receivers, Luther Burden, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll. Not that was too surprising that those guys were going to wind up being there, but what's the fantasy asset you guys are looking for the most coming off in the early part of the second round?
For me, I think I wanted to see where Burden goes, because he's one of the most polarizing wide receivers to me, just because of the upside he can bring. His sophomore year there, it was just incredible. And I'm looking at his situation, and I'm going to be looking at it tightly to see, where he lands, what kind of upside he could bring to the team he gets to. Because in a lot of my analysis leading up to this, I couldn't peg where I wanted him. I've been so on the fence with him because, a lot of the tape guys were really on him and a lot of the analytic guys were away, and I was trying to get a clear mindset, and I kept, digging deep, and I'm worried about, his design plays off the line and quite a bit. And I want to know, what kind of coach he's going to be lining up with, and then I'll be able to make a proper analysis on where he goes. But Luther Burden is the most polarizing for me as far as the wide receivers go.
Especially after we get to see that the screenshot from his Instagram story where, after he didn't get picked, he's like, all right, back in the facility, I'm back at it. So, giving a guy a chip on his shoulder, it's never a bad thing, especially a player like this where so much is looked at by just his mentality, the way he works, like what really happened that last season there. So I'm excited. I'm fully into it. These are the kind of guys you swing for the fences, can completely bust 100%. Not saying that that's not a possibility, but just his ceiling, it felt like one of the highest in this class.
He's a type of receiver who's going to have to get used in a particular way. That's really what it boils down to. He's not one of these guys you just line up in the slot or just line up on the perimeter and say, go beat the guy in front of you. He's not that type of route runner, but he is that type of guy with the ball in his hands. So if he winds up and, I'm thinking off the top of my head, those offensive schemes that are like the Mike McDaniels, the Kevin O'Connells, Kyle Shanahan's, like those type of offenses who are willing to scheme up a particular player who has a particular skill set, a particular set of skills, you're going to be able to get away with it. And so that's where he has to be destination dependent, to Mike's point there, before you're really going to know exactly what he is. But he is somebody who has that kind of pack when we go in yards after the catch. For me, I want to know where Quinshawn Judkins is going to go. He's been my number 3 running back throughout this entire process. I've been higher on him than Travion Henderson and anybody else. And I'm looking at the Browns who have 2 top 4 picks coming up in the second round. I'm like, please go to Kevin Stefanski where you get all the carries in the world. That's all I want to see there. So that's what I'm hoping for.
I love to be able to sit on the fence during this. So we got Judkins over here, we got Henderson over here, and I'm like, honestly, it's going to be landing spot. I think is who I like better. So I'm going to sit on the fence, not make a decision until the draft goes. But yeah, you two here, I can't wait for this bickering to go back and forth as we get into the second round.
You know what's going to happen? Cleveland's going to take one of them with their first second round pick, and then they're going to take the other one with the second round pick, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we're just going to run committee." You know that's going to happen.
We watched it happen just down the road. Why can't we do that?
Oh, okay, we both win and lose at the same time. Cool. You just know it's Cleveland, of course. So what about Houston, though? So they have the second round pick right now. They desperately need offensive linemen, but all the surefire tackles are off the board. Is there a different direction you could see them going? I mean, really, they need anybody across that offensive line right now anyway. Anybody you guys like? Mike, Brian?
I like, well, I mean, I'm looking at their slot position, and I think they need to replace somebody there, with Tank Dell potentially being away for most of this season here. I could see them, and I was really hoping to see maybe a Buka land there because of that position, but maybe Jalen Knoll here. That could be a sneaky spot for him to land. I would love to see that there. That would be a good one.
What about you, Brian?
Honestly, oh man, I'd love to see him take a wide receiver. I know they have so many holes that we're talking fantasy here. That's why we're ignoring the obvious of picking up something like those trenches play. But I really think that Tank Dell might not play another snap for the Texans. Just how it lines up, because this injury is going to knock him out the entire season. Like, that was the detriment of how small he was. It's just, not to say he's fragile, but you're going to get hit by some of these big Mac trucks. They're going to tear you apart. So if they were to go out there and make a move like that, maybe go get, Luther Burden here, to sit alongside with Nico Collins. Honestly, you give me any team, I'm going to squeeze Luther Burden in there. I'll make it happen here. So I'm cool with no matter what.
Also true. So the draft's about to get started in the second round. Before it does, let's give a shout out to one of our sponsors here, the Fantasy Football Expo, that will be sponsoring coming up August 8th through the 10th. And we're calling all fantasy football players to come check out this event in Canton, Ohio, near the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Experience the full weekend with the Ultimate Fan Package that grants access to parties on Friday and Saturday, along with the Expo Sunday, and a ticket to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Spend the weekend with all of your favorite fantasy football experts with drafts, drinks, food, and nonstop football talk. Scan our Fantasy Football Advice discount link on the screen above, or use the promo code Ultimate Advice 2025 to get a discount on your fan package today. What are you waiting for? Yeah, I can't wait for that. That's always a fantastic time. And you're going to see all three of us at the Fantasy Football Expo as well, too.
Wait, you mean the expo
you guys get
for
your
everybody?
for that yet?
Oh, no, not yet.
Oh, I got my ticket. It's been stamped.
Not for you.
I'm ready to go.
It's not for you.
I love it. Yeah, we'll all be there, and we're going to be representing.
I think we got some. What's up, Amber? Amber checking in from Amber Alert Queens Ransom. Make sure you go check out the show there. A little draft day, Vontae Mack, no matter what. Love that. Out of Brent there. Yeah, make sure you guys are chiming in. And what a great event last night. Rent App, who's our sponsor for our entire event last night as our title sponsor there. Great time with them. Got to sit down with the CEO. They got a great product coming, especially in the Nashville area, which is a big reason why they're out there in full force yesterday. Beta testing, and it's going to be, it's an app that I think everybody can relate to, where you just need to go rent a tool. You're somebody who doesn't have a ton of tools at your house, whatever the case may be. When you go to these big time retailers, half the time they don't have the tools you're looking for anyway. Now you can go 4 blocks over to anybody in your community and go rent a tool. And if you're somebody who has a surplus of tools, you could actually set them aside and make a little profit with the tools you already have, just letting somebody borrow it for a few hours. So that Rent app is going to take off, and they were awesome sponsors during the event last night. So thank you for chiming in again here today. All right, so we're getting into it. I do believe the Cleveland Browns, if they're not, they're going to be momentarily here soon on the clock. So come on, guys, tell me something. What do you think the Browns do here?
You'd think they'd kick the tires on Sanders here. They've got 2 of the next 4 picks. They don't have a quarterback locked in. Why not? You know, why not? You now have 2 first-round picks, so if Sanders isn't what you like, you can make a move next year to move up for a quarterback that you do like. I just think the Browns really should be aggressive at just trying all different facets. They put themselves in it after the Deshaun Watson trade, so I mean, get creative. This team is still good enough to compete.
Well, here's what I would say to that. And Mike, you could tell me what you think about this, but they may not have to, because even between their picks there, you're talking about the Texans, the Titans, you're talking about the Raiders, Patriots, Bears. I mean, the Saints are literally the only team sitting in this second round as of now, unless the Steelers were to trade back in, who are even thinking about quarterback. And for everything I've heard is that the Saints are really not that interested in Shedeur Sanders. So you might not even have to worry about that. There's a possibility they just kick the tires, say, hey, you know what? He's probably still going to be there in the third round unless somebody trades up.
See, at that point, then I'm not interested. It's all about the draft capital. We know about the hit rate on these guys after they drop out of the first round, after they drop out of the second round. So, yeah, if like you said, if there isn't going to be a huge need for him here, it's probably a reason. And the Browns just keep that war chest rolling, you know?
I think it would be interesting. I mean, he could be Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was drafted in the third round. It's possible.
This is true.
I'm not a big Shedeur Sanders fan. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here.
I'm not either. Yeah. He's got a sack issue.
Yeah, you make a really good point there, Dan, and it'll be interesting to see here because I'm on the opinion that they're probably going to snag him up in these first 2 picks here that they got, just to solidify that because, you know, like you said, they've kind of pigeonholed themselves into a position here where, you know, they don't have a whole lot of leeway, and I think they need to get somebody in that, you know, situation. You know, they can tailor them, maybe him in their lineup for a year. We'll see. You know, power run game. Maybe they take Judkins here too as well. You know, with their 2 picks and, you know, really solidify potentially their offense. Tough one.
Well, so right now what they have Joe Flacco, they have Kenny Pickett. Yeah, there's definitely nothing to ride home about. But let's talk about it from a fantasy perspective. Brian, talk about draft capital. Even if he goes in the second round, yes, does that boost his odds of the leash he'll have as a starter? Sure. But how excited are we about a player who doesn't give you much on the ground, is not going to give you much in the big plays, really has to thrive on his accuracy? And from what I see on my years of playing fantasy football is that for a quarterback to have that skill set and still finish in the top 12, he needs to have a 30-plus touchdown season, which means basically he needs to be on a really good offense. Cleveland, even with Shedeur Sanders, they have some pieces, but they're not that. So how hard is it for a guy like that to even have great fantasy value, even if he has a second-round pick?
It's going to be immensely challenging. I do think that Cleveland might be the best opportunity for him to give you a 30, 35, 40 touchdown season. Not his rookie season. What's the record? 27, 28 touchdowns. So clearly wouldn't do that in 2025. But I think, like, no matter where he lands, even if he gets this best draft capital going right here at pick 33, I see him at best being QB 14-ish, QB 12-ish. Not to say he couldn't have a QB1 season in his repertoire, but like overall, the guy isn't going to be a consistent QB1. He does not have that rushing floor, and we just know how that works. That's why Jackson Dart is so much more appealing than Sanders is, especially now that he has that first round capital. So Sanders in rookie drafts, I can't, like, even in Superflex, I won't see myself taking him. I'd rather take a shot on one of these late running backs just because I know that ceiling is capped with Sanders.
Well, and then you think about like a run first offense in Cleveland. You know, you don't have that much downfield. You know, the weapons, Jerry Jeudy, David Njoku are your top 2 guys. Unless they bring in somebody else in this, you know, next couple of picks here.
Oh, Cedric Tillman.
Oh, come on, guys. Yeah, we're talking like, you know, not top tier talent to put a guy in the position to thrive as a pocket passer, right? I mean, he doesn't have that mobility, and I'm not looking for him to be a top, you know, 20 quarterback if he even gets to, you know, to land with Cleveland and starting. It's just not something that's going to happen. I don't think year 1. Yeah, I know, maybe year 2 or 3 if they can bring in some weapons and, you know, they solidify their ground game here and take a top tier running back, which I think they desperately need as well.
The Browns are officially on the clock, by the way, just so everybody is aware. Mike, so let's while we're waiting for that pick to come in, your team, I believe, is the Kansas City Chiefs. I think Party's blocked that out somewhere along the way, but I believe that's your favorite team. How did you feel about them getting Josh Simmons there at the back end of the draft?
Oh, that was a dream come true. The only bad part about that was giving, you know, the Eagles another monster pick there, but the rich get richer on both sides of the ball there. The AFC, NFC, both those powerhouses get their guys. Josh Simmons, he had that injury concern, but man, he was a top tier talent. People had him mocked in January in the top 10. And I had him in a mock draft as one of my number one picks for the Chiefs back in January as a guy that I wanted to see. And people were, saying that he's never going to slide there, and he ended up sliding there. So I'm really, really happy about that pick. Patrick Mahomes needs some protection, and especially what you see what's going on here with the Chargers and Denver. They're only getting better, and they need to, continue to protect their gold piece here in Patrick Mahomes. So I think that was a great, great addition, and I really like that. And they got some equity in the 5th round here as well, getting a guy as well, because with the trade, that's also good. So yeah, it was a win situation for my Chiefs here.
No, look who decided to join us, the CEO of the whole company. Tyler's in the building. What's up, Tyler? We're running your show for you. And thank you for joining us at some point.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's fun to watch my show that happens on Friday nights, but the more fun is getting to hang out with you guys and cover this draft tonight. It's going to be interesting. We're going to see a lot more picks. A lot more of these players that we're really, looking forward to seeing. I think we get to see a few more of those running backs pan out. So for fantasy purposes, it's going to be a fun night, and so excited to be here with you guys, excited to continue to roll through the content. Dan, it was an absolute blast at the Crow's Nest with you last night, and just ready for draft night 2.
Yeah,
Brian and I had a great time together last night too. We were hanging out in the green room, doing the production in the background, and yeah, we had a great night too, guys.
It's a good thing we weren't recorded though. It got pretty gnarly in there. No holding back. I'll just say that.
That's
awesome.
Hilarious. Well, Brian, your team's the Colts. You guys got Tyler Warren. How'd you feel about that one?
So if we're not talking fantasy, as a pure fan, freaking loved it. Absolutely loved it. After we were robbed last year of Brock Bowers not following to us, as he hit that number 12 pick, I'm like, oh my God, he's going to fall to us at 15 because the Raiders have a great 2nd round pick in Michael Mayer. The next 2 teams didn't need it. I was like, the Colts are getting Brock Bowers. And no, the Raiders lined me up and just kicked me right between the legs, said, get down, we're taking him. So this year I was happy to see him fall to us. Now we have to look at it under the lens of fantasy football. It's done. It's ruined. We will not see, not necessarily like year 3. That's when Tyler Warren will start to excel, because Anthony Richardson, if he can't get the ball thrown out this year, they're drafting a rookie next year. Rookie quarterback's not going to uplift him where he should be. So that means potentially year 2 for that rookie quarterback. His 3rd year, Tyler Warren, is where we might actually see a return on the value. I don't really want anything to do with him this year in drafts. Now, I want to see how everything falls out. I think it's all team dependent if you're in a rebuild or a contender, but this scares the crap out of me. You're talking about Tyler Warren, even if he's the number 2 target, even if he's the number 1, the pie that they're taking a piece of is so much smaller because Anthony Richardson, A, won't throw it, and B, he has that running upside. So now you're telling me they're pulling from a small pie. You've got 4 pretty decent wide receivers. You've got Warren now, and then you've also have JT. So I just really have no interest in any of the pass catchers on this team. Whoop, whoop.
Ooh, here we go. Get this up here. It is Carson Schwessinger, the linebacker out of UCLA, is the pick that the Cleveland Browns decide to take. So continuing to bolster the defensive side. Remember, they took Mason Graham yesterday when they traded down for that 5th pick there. Not the big fantasy hope that we were going for, but they decide linebacker is the way to go. Tyler, you got a reaction to this?
Yeah, no, I like it. We were talking about last night. We thought that linebacker would be where they something that they were looking to get at pretty quickly. And we've got several guys from last night. We talked about Mike Green all night, just still hanging out there. Like there's so many players still available that's going to be, it's going to be awesome. So I like this pick for them. I think they needed to bolster that linebacking squad. And so I think what everybody's wondering though, and what they're, all the talk that I've heard today has been Sanders. And, coming out now, granted, Cleveland has another pick here and a few more picks, but the idea that it could be them, that we could see Sanders early night 2, and then here again it's not. And I mean, is it the case that just maybe Cleveland, if they're going to go, they may not have any interest, but if they were going to go Sanders, maybe they just feel comfortable that nobody else is really after them this early?
Dion's got to be losing his freaking mind.
Yeah. Kind of serves them right. Oh, we got another pick, isn't it? Well, before we get to the pick, real quick, I do want to shout out Carson Schweissinger, one of the top linebackers on my board. This is going to be a guy who play inside or outside, weak side linebacker. So they do get a guy who can maybe anchor down the middle of that defense. Had a crazy vertical jump, has a 242 size. That's actually hard to find with linebackers, with one of the great run grades. But the
He's got another Nico
Dude,
Collins.
They ran that pick in.
And they couldn't
They
get
did.
in.
They spent no time. So you know what? If we can't protect CJ Stroud, we'll just give you guys the throw to. You know what's the difference here? What's your guys' reaction?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's Jaden Higgins. It's not Quinshon Judkins here. So just so our viewers can.
I know. I'm trying to fix it. I don't know what's going
all
on.
good, yeah.
Sweet old time here.
It's all good.
Dan's trolling the media.
So he is the fifth wide receiver off the board technically here, and that's a great landing spot. I mean, he's kind of like a Nico Collins clone, and people are comparing him to that. I really love Jaden Higgins. His metrics are there. He's got the size, contested catch. It's going to be hard to defend these two guys. One-on-one, one of them is going to be free. So it's going to be this immediately elevates CJ Stroud's value in my eyes. He's getting another weapon that he could really use downfield and intermediate routes. He's good in as well. So yeah, this is a win situation. I wasn't expecting like a big kind of wide receiver like that. Like I mentioned earlier in this show, Jalen Noel, the other Iowa State guy, was maybe expecting to land there, but this is awesome. And I'm going to go do a short real quick on this because it's important.
Mike's just too excited over there.
What's really funny is a lot of people actually comped Jaden Higgins. Now, I didn't, but a lot of people comped Jaden Higgins to Nico Collins, actually. So I find that a little bit interesting. I don't think they're the same type of player, though. I actually comped Higgins to Adam Thielen with speed. That's what I comped him to, because this is a guy who's a really good route runner, got really good separation, is a big-bodied receiver who could play inside and out. But he came in and ran that 4.47, which I didn't see necessarily on tape, but he was able to do it at the combine, so it has to be there for him at some point. Brian, what do you got on this?
I love the comp. The only thing I would take away is I don't think he has the intelligence and the football knowledge that Adam Thielen had. Adam Thielen's one of those special guys that can find that cushion in the defense. He knows where to sit. He knows where to find a way to get open, because he's not the most athletic guy in the world. There's obviously people that can beat him, and whether it's explosiveness, whether it's overall speed. So Higgins came out as this guy, very short answers in his interview. He didn't really elaborate a lot. It didn't seem like Jalen Noel, his teammate, that was a kid that he got a lot of the work. Like, he knows what he's doing. He knows what to look at. He's a film guy. So I'm actually really worried here, if we're being honest. There was a tier break from the guys that got selected in Luther Burden to Higgins and the following players. And we've talked about it since last offseason. This isn't going to be a huge wide receiver class as we've been spoiled the last few years. So I'm worried that because there is a lack of that higher talent that we've seen over the last few years, we've been spoiled since like 2020. That how much did we overhype this, and kind of like we did the running backs last year. Running backs were not great in the class, but because there were so few of them, we were bumping up guys in the mid. I feel like just a little bit higher than we should, because that's what we do as fantasy analysts. Everybody wants to find that mid guy that's their guy. I'm going to plant my fat flag in case he blows up. He's mine, but there's red flags here with Higgins. Maybe they're orange flags. Maybe it's not red. He's going to be, I'm not calling a bust here, but I just want to temper my expectations with this wide receiver class that falls the second round and later.
All right, so the Seattle Seahawks traded with the Tennessee Titans to move up here to the second round pick at 35. They gave up their later 52 second round pick and their third round this year, number 82, to move up into here. And I would suspect that we'll see this pick. Oh, and there it is. Look at that.
Would that
And
not
it was Nick Amon, the guy who crazily jumped off the page there at the combine, the big time safety. He was phenomenal. Now, as a player in South Carolina, he was a bit inconsistent. This is the guy who sometimes had caught himself out of place in a number of pursuit situations, sometimes a little too ball hawk crazy for his own good at times, but really jumped and was otherwise a weak safety class outside of Malachi Starks and Nick Amonowore. I don't know if there's really a prototype starting safety here, and the Seattle Seahawks like their freaks in the secondary. So this definitely tracks with the history of Seattle after they addressed the trenches on the offensive side of the ball yesterday. Tyler, what's your reaction to this?
I mean, I like it. They needed help in the secondary. You got Nick Amonowore had 4 interceptions last season. 73 tackles. Like, he's obviously an active player. I do agree with you. Did have some trouble kind of getting around the field at times, or just making sure you have the right line. But that's something that's like, at least he's chasing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's something that can easily be coached up, that can be fixed in the NFL, systems. These coaches are going to help get that set quickly.
No, I agree. And remember, Mike McDonald, he had Kyle Hamilton, and this is what he gets now. He gets this prototype Kyle Hamilton type that he might be able to use as that star positional defensive player. Amonowore was great as a passer rating allowed, only 31st there, but everything else was kind of hit or miss throughout. So if they fine tune him, we know he's got the athletic ability, where he ran a 4.3, a 4.38 and totally blew everything up with the jumping out of the building and everything else. Brian, what do you think about this pick?
Not too shabby. If we're being honest, I really thought they were going to grab a running back. After they did that with Charbonnet the year after Walker, would that not just be a Seahawks move to grab another running back, on the contract year of Walker?
That would be wild.
Hey, I'm ready for chaos here. I'm ready for the madness. I got my tinfoil hat. I'm ready for some craziness. All right, let's bring it.
I watched your show the other day with the tinfoil hats. That was hilarious. But I mean, hopefully you're tuning in. Hopefully, you're gonna be able to channel some crazy moves here. But already excited. I mean, we're 3 picks in, and we've already had a trade. It's.
I got my wish. Quinshon Judkins to the Cleveland Browns, baby. How about them apples? Give me all the volume. Quinshon Judkins was my number 3 running back, and now he gets the draft capital to be the number 3 running back in the NFL. That's right. Quinshon Judkins, suck it, Mike, with your Travion Henderson.
I was going to say,
that's
how
right,
convenient
baby.
that he's
Let's
not
go.
here for this. I was going to.
So here's my thing, Dan. I know you've got Judkins a bit higher. You got Judkins higher than Travion. What separates him? Because in the measurables, right? Like when you look at yards per carry, you look at Quinshon Judkins has a nose for the end zone. I would say that's maybe the separator, but he averaged less yards per attempt. He had the turnover, he had the fumble, he had less receptions than Travion Henderson, and Judkins had 20 more yards, but in total, but on when Travion had almost 100 less carries, in 2024. So it's like, for those that are going, why not Henderson? What's your separator for Judkins between the two?
It's a 3-down workhorse. Travion Henderson has never had more than 175 touches in any of the seasons he was at Ohio State. He was always, even in college, a committee back. Now he's explosive. He's efficient. He doesn't need as many touches to be productive. That is true. But Quinshon Judkins, outside of last year when he goes to Ohio State, was a workhorse down in Mississippi. That's what he was. He can do all three downs. He, like you said, he has the nose for the end zone. He's a different kind of back too. He's the type of back that you want to give him the ball in his hands and close out games in the fourth quarter. You want to get ahead of the sticks type of deal, where Travion Henderson's more of that, I want to throw you in certain situations and get you the pop. That's what he's used more as a weapon. Where Quinshon Judkins is going to have crazy volume. And for running backs at the end of the day, volume winds up being king, especially when you have a touchdown, a nose for the touchdowns, which Quinshon Judkins does. And this is the perfect situation for him with Kevin Stefanski. Zone scheme, is willing to ride that one guy, especially in every single situation. And now he's going to have that chance to do it. There's really, even if they draft a running back later on, there's nobody significant for him to compete with there in Cleveland now. A lot of people comped him to Nick Chubb. He was actually ran a faster 40, but runs with that kind of power. That's the type of back he is. So sky's the limit now to me with Quinshon Judkins getting the draft capital, getting the system, getting the opportunity. Brian, what did you think about this, bud?
Honestly, I was going to piggyback on what you said about them possibly taking another running back. I wouldn't be surprised. I believe the Browns had the third most picks going into this draft. We saw them make a trade right with the Texans before the draft even started to do a bunch of like 5th, 6th, and 7th swaps. They're trading down, acquiring more. I wouldn't be surprised if they picked up in late day 3 a Woody Marks, if Tootin falls that far, Brashard Smith, just another complimentary back that they can put with Judkins. I know they ran Chubb into the ground. He was the workhorse guy, but just the way this offense is probably going to function, especially if they're not taking Sanders and they're going to have probably an older quarterback back there, they're going to lean on the running back quite a bit so that these guys aren't going to have to overperform. Joe Flacco, as fun as exciting as it is, he is now 2 years removed from that fun playoff season that we had. So even if he is the guy starting off, or it is Kirk and we're still trying to figure out if that noodle's cooked or not, I think that it would be smart of them to get another running back to really lean in on this game.
Another thing, Tyler, too, while Trayvon Henderson was more involved as a passing game in their overall efficiency, it's neck and neck. And Quinshon Judkins had 1.13 yards per route run. Trayvon Henderson 1.14. So I think people sleep a little bit on what Judkins can bring as a receiver to the table when given those opportunities to do so. And this is a place where he probably will. With that pick, though, now we're looking at the Raiders being on the board at 5. Nope, I take that back. We just
Dude,
all right. It is the Dolphins
man.
Traded up. The Dolphins just traded up to get back in there. I'm still trying to get the details exactly what they gave up to move up to this point. Brian, you got any early predictions here? What you think the Dolphins just try to move up for?
Oh God, do they move up for Shador? This is the last year they have to pay Tua. They can get out from his contract after this season. Come on, man. Let's go chaos. Let's go chaos.
That would be a wild
one.
Pack
Pack his bags down for sure. The amount of holes that team has, especially in the trenches on both sides of the ball. Give me a break. That'd be crazy. Here's the details for it. So, yeah, the Dolphins traded their 37th and 143. Or I'm sorry, they got the Raiders 37th and 143. They gave up their 48, 98, and 135 in this class. And I'm trying to see. Yep, we got the pick is in.
The little bell.
So it's the guard out of Arizona, Jonah. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. But he's a pretty good pass protecting guard here. This does make a lot of sense. Another team that needed offensive line really, really badly. Now, I did not have him graded this high. I have guys like Tate Ratledge graded much higher. But let me get your guys' reactions here.
I mean, it's offensive line for it's not the exciting pick, but it is what the Dolphins need. They obviously want to run the ball, and they need to protect Tua. Like we've talked about it year over year. Like Tua is always one more hit from no more football, and so they've got to protect him. They've got to, and then they got to create space. They have some elite running backs like Devon Achane has been great. And if they can spring him free, we've seen he has the playmaking ability to really impact the game. So excited for that pick for them. I think it was a good go.
And I honestly thought it was surprising they didn't take offensive line in the first round. The Dolphins didn't. After you had Armstead retire this year, they need a huge help. And like Tyler just said, Tua is just one smack around from being out of the league. So that's how you protect your quarterback is with offensive line. So I appreciate that they made the move here to pick that up. But now we're looking at the Bears. The Bears are 2 picks away right now. I was going to say, we had tons of bold predictions that Henderson could possibly go at 10 to the Bears. Maybe the Bears, take him there. And now we're looking at the point where they might get him early in the second round. So, I'm hoping for another running back there. DeAndre Swift, we've seen that. Ben Johnson's seen that. I want a rookie running back to go here early to the Bears.
Well, and I wouldn't mind Travion Henderson there because my Roshan Johnson shares could still be intact because I think he could play like a minor David Montgomery role, frankly, because Travion Henderson would replace DeAndre Swift. So I wouldn't mind that for selfish reasons, quite frankly. We'll see what they wind up going because the Bears, look, they're a team that made a lot of improvements, but they still need a lot of pieces on the defensive side of the ball. And that's something they really have not addressed. They need another pass rusher. They need a linebacker really badly. They could use a safety. So I'd be kind of curious to see kind of what direction they go in. They have other needs I think are more pressing than running back, but Ben Johnson, head coach, offensive guy, loaded up when they were in Detroit, had weapons for every single level that he wanted. So I definitely wouldn't rule it out here. Tyler, what do you think they do?
I like the call. I like the running back. I'm still flabbergasted over the Bears last night. So at this point, like if you mentioned the Bears to me, I'm just gonna say I don't know. I'm just gonna say I don't know. I have no idea. There's whoever's making the call has a mindset of their own, and I am not tuned into it. I do like the Travion Henderson look. I think that could be a good pick for them. I guess we'll just have to see. That's my Bears quote for the night. We'll just have to see.
Well, to be clear here, and I blame Brian for this. He screwed me up. The Patriots are on the clock, not the Bears. Brian was just trying to skip ahead.
I don't like the Patriots. Come on, man. Hate the Patriots.
I mean, nobody does, but they are still a team in the NFL. Like, thankfully, we don't have to talk about them too much anymore because they don't win games, which is a nice little plus. We got a question coming in from the chat. Is Hampton going to be a beast on the Chargers? I know what my opinion is. Brian, let's go to you first, though.
100%. Now, is this specific to 2025? I don't know. I can still see Najee being, utilized and involved, but overall, yeah, Hampton's got the draft capital. The hit rate on these first round running backs, it's just too high to ignore. So I'm all in, especially when you've got Greg Roman and Harbaugh out there in LA.
What do you think, Tyler? You were there with me when we made this pick.
I mean, I think I love Omarion Hampton. He's a beast. He's a brute. Like I like it. I think that obviously you said it last night. Everything that they did was not showing a long-term commitment to Najee. And so like I think year one, we do see some impact, right? We do see some impact, but I think like you said, next season, like if you're drafting Omarion Hampton for next season, that's what you want him in year two, and you're going to get some great, I think you're going to get great production. I would even say, I mean, he's probably, in your rookie drafts, it's gonna, if you're not super flex, it's 1-1, 1-2, 1-3. It's gonna be one of those, and he's gonna be out there.
Well, I'm glad you make the point. One, if you're in your dynasty leagues, don't think about just this upcoming season. Number one, because in 2026, Omarion Hampton has real top 12 running back potential because we're talking about another bell cow. And after he went on the combine, this was somebody you could actually comp to Jonathan Taylor. I mean, and I'm looking at the Colts guy right below us. Like, that's where he wound up being athletically. And I really love what I saw on tape. You put that with a Jim Harbaugh, Greg Roman type team that wants to run the hell out of the ball. Are they always going to probably have another running back involved? Yeah, that's their style. But even last year, J.K. Dobbins was essentially a 65-35 split with Gus Edwards. Omarion Hampton, whoever they bring in, would be at least that, if not more, because he's actually, has two knees still left. So it's a little bit of a different story. And I wouldn't rule out the idea, like, let's think about it from a redraft perspective for 2025. Omarion Hampton's going to have good value because of what you guys are saying. Everybody's like, well, Najee Harris is going to be involved. It's a first-round capital rookie running back who's very good, very explosive. While Najee, I think, has had the unfortunate of being behind a really bad offensive line his entire career in Pittsburgh, and I think his inefficiencies as a rusher gets a little overblown as a result to that. He just doesn't have Omarion Hampton's explosiveness. I don't think it's out of the question that by week 8, we see Omarion Hampton take over the backfield, knowing they don't have a long-term commitment to Najee Harris. So I don't think the 2025 totally off the table either, but 2026, we're talking about a top 12 running back, in my opinion.
I love it.
I like that. So now the Bears are on the clock, Brian. Now you can start to talk about this.
Oh, no, I want to talk about the Saints now. The next
Never
pick.
mind. Listen, hold on. Bow out. So now Travion Henderson comes off the board to the New England Patriots. So Ramondre Stevenson's been there, but we kind of know that he's been, on his way out, or, he didn't live up to the big contract extension that they gave him a couple of years ago. And now they're going to look for, they addressed the offensive line with Will Campbell yesterday, and now they want to get a flashy weapon out of the backfield. And frankly, I think him and Ramondre Stevenson actually pair up pretty well with each other too. So that goes for Travion Henderson. Brian, come on, give me your reaction here.
Hey, you just hit it right there. They pair up so well. Travion Henderson's a good running back, and Stevenson's not. So I think it marries well. Stevenson's as old as I am. He's nearing his 30s. Come on, like it's time to move on. After they gave him the contract last year, they were already whispering about benching the guy. I don't think that he's completely untalented, but I've been ready to move on from him. I haven't really touched him over the last couple of years, so I'm excited for what Henderson is. But unfortunately, we're going to have 2 running backs there in New England moving.
I don't think it's so sure that there's 2 running backs getting. I mean, I think that they probably bring Travion Henderson in.
Tyler?
Say what?
I said that shouldn't be unexpected with Travion Henderson. We didn't expect Travion Henderson to be a bell cow situation. We expected him to be paired up with somebody.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is I think that I think he supplants Ramondre immediately, and like Ramondre is more of a filler and a breather for Travion Henderson. So for anybody that's looking for another player that's going to have instant year 1 impact, I like this landing spot for him, and I think that he gets that in this offense. And we know Vrabel is going to want to establish the run game. It's part of his MO. So like if I'm going rookie drafts, I'm excited about this pick. I'm excited about the landing spot. And I think that it pushes up. And like really now you have this conundrum at the next 3. Like you have Genty, who's guaranteed year 1 immediate significant workload. And then you get this Hampton, Judkins, and Henderson. I would say Judkins probably has the next step to immediate workload, and then it's Henderson, and then Omarion Hampton drops to 4th as far as like being able to provide instant impact this season. So do we essentially move to that order in rankings there, or is it not flashy enough to move Henderson that far up the board?
Well, I don't know. Let's see what Mike has to say. Mr. Travion, my guy went in front of your guy, Mike.
Yeah. They're in. That's okay. I saw that happen. Yeah, I mean, it was expected that the Browns were going to be looking for a power back like that. I actually don't mind this situation for Henderson. Like Tyler was saying, I prefer him in more of a role where he's going to be a complimentary guy. He's going to probably get the 15 to 20 touches per game, and they're going to be very good touches. They're going to use him in the passing game. He's a great pass protector. He's got good ball security as well. So I just think this is a good landing spot, and it's going to help his longevity too. I think they're going to use Ramondre up the middle a little bit as more of a power back, and Trey's going to come in and get those important dump offs and those really important high volume, important type of touches that we're expecting to see.
High important.
More important. They're so important.
They are important.
I'm just messing with you, buddy. No, I mean, look, it's Josh McDaniel's system, right? What does he like to do? He likes to work in where you got dump offs to the running backs 24/7, and you got a decent quarterback and Drake May to do it 100%. So yeah, Travion Henderson's going to get involved in that way. And Tyler, to your point, I do think you're going to see it where like Henderson's getting like a 50% share. We're seeing Ramondre getting somewhere like 35. and we'll probably mix in whoever the backup is to them somewhere around there, because Josh McDaniels can't not play with 3 running backs involved for absolutely no reason whatsoever. So we do have that element that we have to take in consideration here as well. I
do think that the desperation though between those two players, when you talk about what TreVeyon Henderson is capable of versus what Ramondre is capable of, I think that as the year goes, that split goes a little bit more in Henderson's favor, because he's going to have that breakaway ability, and Ramondre has lost that in the more last few seasons, outside of like injuries and things like that. So it's like I think that there's a big talent gap between those two guys, in my opinion.
No, I don't disagree with the pick. The Bears just want to keep loading up weapons. Luther Burden is now the pick here for the Chicago Bears. So they went Colston. I thought that was going to be their slot receiver. Maybe it's Luther Burden. Maybe Ben Johnson's like, I'm going offense. He probably was going to go TreVeyon Henderson. Probably. Brian's all fired up. Go ahead, bud.
Not in a good way. Not in a good way at all. What the hell? What are we doing? We have 2 very capable wide receivers. You've got 2 very capable tight ends, a couple pass catching running backs. Why are you going to bury Luther Burden? Come on, man. Come on. They're running 12 personnel. Luther's not even getting on the field.
I haven't heard Brian hit those octaves since we met, so that's pretty awesome.
Dude.
It is exactly what I said, Dan. It's exactly what I said. The Bears going in, it is who the heck knows what they're going to do. You know what it feels like right now? It feels like Caleb Williams is in the draft room and he's going, I think I want this guy. I think I want this guy. Yeah. And they're just like, yeah, Caleb, we like you. We're going to do it. Let's get Caleb who he wants, and here we are again, loading up and not loading up protection. Like, who cares about protecting Caleb Williams, or who cares about, they're not even worried about making sure their defense keeps them in the game. They're like, we're just going to get weapons. And you know what? Even last night, it doesn't matter that we have a really good, complete tight end. Let's spend pick 10 on another one. It doesn't matter that we've got a great receiver. Let's get another guy.
This dynasty draft just got way less deep. God.
Well, let's talk about the overall impact for just a second, because it's not just the Luther Burden here who, to Brian's point, why he's freaking out. The target share is not going to be easily presenting itself. Let's put it that way. But I think we can make an argument. Is the target share presenting itself easily for anybody on this team? I mean, we think Roma Dunze is going to keep improving, right? DJ Moore is going to have to still get his. Colston Loveland, when are you going to get involved? Year 3 now, possibly. Luther Burden, and you still have DeAndre Swift, Roshan Johnson as of this moment out of the backfield. Both guys who are actually decent pass catchers, by the way, on top of it. I mean, when I look at this thing, I see Caleb Williams. Look, you have all the tools and the play caller you need to do your thing. Like, Caleb Williams moving up my board. Is anybody else? Is everybody taking a downturn? What do you guys think?
Who knows?
Well, he's getting steamed up right now already. I think he's at quarterback 10 right now in a lot of dynasty formats, which is pretty steamed up already. Now they're adding all these weapons around him. That's a pretty heavy price to pay, in my opinion. But I mean, when you look at where he went last year as the number 1 overall pick in such a deep class, and now what they're doing around him, Loveland, Odunze, Burden, DJ Moore. I'm looking to see them come in again here in their later picks and pick up a running back to add to this. I think they're just going to go all offense here and see what happens. But I think that's a heavy price to pay for Caleb Williams at this stage, with not getting that protection he needs. Like, let's just look, he needs a better O-line.
They did address the offensive line pretty well, I thought, in the free agency. Let's not forget, they brought in Joe Thuney, they brought in Jonah Jackson, they brought in somebody else I'm drawing a blank on.
Joe Thuney, coming from a Chiefs faithful here, he stepped off after the last injury and at the end of 2023, never was the same in 2024. They were rotating him along that line. So I'm not convinced that he's an upgrade for their, I know he's an all-pro tackle, but at the same time, we're looking at, a guy on his aging contract here. So I don't know if it's a huge upgrade.
Well, also played most. I mean, I know you're a Chiefs fan, but he spent most of the year playing out of position. He's not a tackle; he's a guard. He's an all-pro
Yes.
guard, and he spent most of it trying to play tackle.
Fair.
Tyler Shuck is the new quarterback for the New Orleans Saints.
What? Wow. Wow.
Oh man, let's get Dion in on the stream. Where's he at? I want to get his 2 cents.
Oh, the disrespect. I bet Chev
So
is
it's not
having
standard.
to come apart right now.
Now, I mean, Shuck was definitely my top guy, for top sleeper guy, I should say. Let's be real clear about that. What's going on, man? How we doing?
How we doing? I'm so pumped. I just put my kids to bed, and I'm seeing what's going down. 2 Ohio State running backs going. It's really funny. Hendo and Quinshon Judkins. Judkins doesn't leave Ohio. Cincinnati Bengals had Henderson and Judkins in. I really thought the Bengals would have gone for one of them. And it's funny, Henderson goes right after Quinshon Judkins. I would imagine that, the Patriots just chirped and saw, hey, we got to grab our guy because he was going to get got. Funny enough, QJ goes ahead of Travion Henderson. Where are you guys on rankings? I love the Brown spot. Tell me, Henderson was 1C to Janty Hampton, right? Or to Mike's point, he was number 2 in your rankings, Mike. So Henderson goes 2 picks after. Where do you put Henderson in New England?
Oh, you asking me here? Like I much prefer the Judkins landing spot right now.
Yep.
I like Hampton's landing spot way better. Henderson now is kind of my 4 at this stage, because I know that Judkins is going to go in and he's going to get the lion's share. Hampton this year might not be the guy like that we're hoping for as far as production goes. I'm expecting Najee to steal some red zone carries and along the way, throughout this whole year, to steal some of that. But, as a dynasty asset, Hampton is definitely a top 10 guy right now in the running back position, just based off his draft capital and the situation. He's got the prime landing spot in a Harbaugh offense here. May not be year 1, but year 2, I'm looking for a huge uptick here. So yeah, Judkins getting a really good spot too. I like it.
Now, hey, with Luther Burden joining the Bears, big ups for Caleb Williams. We saw Emeka Egbuka go yesterday. It's wheels up for Baker Mayfield. Any concern about DJ Moore? For me, I'm just going to gravitate towards the talent that I still love and take advantage of any kind of dips for somebody like DJ Moore. DJ Moore, 28 years old in his super prime. Luther Burden could be a souped-up, better version of what we wanted Rondale Moore to be. Could he be Deebo Samuel, Jaden Reed? We always hear that is a sacrilege to talk about Deebo Samuel on these archetype of players. Can Luther Burden get the downfield targets beyond 10 yards? We'll see. Where are you at, Dan? I'll go to you. Where are you at on Luther Burden, DJ Moore? How does it impact?
Well, I don't think he impacts DJ Moore at all. They don't really play the same type of position. Luther Burden's going to be utilized as more as a guy you have to scheme up to be a weapon. DJ Moore is going to be the route runner that you go to. He's going to be the number 1 option. So I don't think it affects him at all whatsoever. It's just Burden climbs down wherever you had him at. I had him at wide receiver 6 coming into this process. We still have to see other receivers come off the board, but he's not going to have, let's say, Jaden Higgins. He's not going to have the target share Jaden Higgins is going to have in the Houston Texans. So he's already going to be sliding down behind that spot. But we do have a trade.
Bears are pissed.
Moved up to
They traded
41
out.
with the Chicago Bears here. And I want to circle back real quick to Tyler Shuck to the Saints. I mean, Coach, what do you think about that? Tyler Shuck going ahead of Shedeur Sanders and the Saints, who a lot of people said they were on Shuck the whole time. They get him in the second round, but I don't think many people had him graded in the second round. I know I didn't. He was one of my big sleeper quarterbacks, but I didn't have him a second round grade. So what was your reaction to that?
I'm sitting here thinking we were getting a lot of smoke about Tyler Shuck and, is this real or not? Is it news or noise? And it just really rumbled right to the end. Here he is at the beginning of round 2, the earlier part, right? Those first 40 picks are prime. Those first 8 picks in the second round, you're getting quality talent. What does it say about Shedeur Sanders? I still go back to Shedeur Sanders. I've heard the comp from other people, but I think it fits. Andy Dalton. And Andy Dalton was an absolute excellent facilitator of the football in a better system on a different team. Andy Dalton could have been much further advanced in playoffs, but he was with the Bengals, had some MVP candidate-like seasons where he was in the running. I think Shedeur Sanders can still get there. But the problem is, I'm just sitting here wondering, are NFL coaches just sitting there thinking like, you know what? I really don't want to hear from or about Deion Sanders chirping. So how much of this is just you don't want to deal with what you think might be a helicopter parent if you're a coach?
So is Deion just LeVar Ball? Is that what he is? Did he just do a LeVar Ball to his kid's career?
He's way more detrimental than that because think about it. NFL teams, wherever Shedeur Sanders goes, NFL teams might be interested in hiring Deion as a head coach at some point. That's a real thing I think head coaches and GMs really actually want to think about. Now, I don't know how much that comes into play at this point. I do think it might have played a role in the first round. I don't know how much comes into play when you're already talking about taking the guy later on that you don't necessarily have the same expectations for. But just so you guys are aware what the trade was. So the Bills traded 56, 62, 109 for the Bears, 41, 72, and 240 to move up to this spot. And I know Joe Frick is probably losing his mind over it and wants to know what's going to happen next. We'll see in a minute. But so Brian, I mean, you went crazy.
Oh yeah, my wife just texted me. She says, "Hey, you're stomping up there like a toddler. I need you to stop." I was like, "All right."
Now, I mean, Tyler Shuck, he has some mobility, right? Like this is a guy who had clean tape in Louisville last year, but he spent 3 years being injured, couldn't stay on the field. 7-year college guy, 25 years old already on top of it. So while we liked his tape and his tape was clean, it wasn't necessarily flashy. Well, he has some mobility. He's not a Jalen Milroe type. So what do you think his prospects are for fantasy now with the New Orleans Saints and Kellen Moore calling the plays there?
You know, his style of play is not like, I don't think the legs is not like, they need to keep him off his legs. You know, that's not where he needs to use. He had some really, really nice passes, you know, last season. The ball placement, you know, he gives me that like that kind of under, you know, the radar, like the Brock Purdy vibes, right? Like just like might just have a little something extra to get it done.
There you go. I didn't mean to hit that before. I was just getting it ready. And like
Dan's having fun with these buttons tonight.
Oh, he's so excited. Every time it's like ding, 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 ding.
TJ Sanders, defensive tackle out of South Carolina, goes to the Buffalo Bills here. He's a penetrating type of defensive tackle. They have a lot of pass rushers now.
Right. Now we know.
He had a great pass rushing grade. Now the Bills are they got Joey Bosa last year. You already still had guys like Espinoza, and you're really, really getting going here on that front. Like they're going to get after it. This seems to me like this is going to be their blueprint of how they make sure they get over the hump that is the Kansas City Chiefs.
You know, I really like this pick, and we talked about it. You know, the run on defensive tackle. Man, last night was just a run on defensive tackle. They went deep, and then here we are. It's like you still got to like buy up to get your guy. And, you know, they're in pieces. Rousseau, Bosa, excellent. Ed Oliver, great. Daquan Jones, mid. So I think that this gives you your option, like your swap with that guy or your Ed Oliver breather to just really keep that front four strong. I mean, they've got decent linebackers. You know, Terrell Bernard's was great. It's exciting. I like the pick. I think that they wanted to push defense. It feels early, you know, but that's been D-tackled throughout this whole freaking draft, you know.
Well, he had a day 2 grades. I wouldn't say this is a crazy reach or anything like that. You're talking about a guy who's had 5 sacks each of the last 2 seasons, 19 hurries last year, 9 quarterback hits, and a 90.3 true pass set rush grade. Like this is a guy you line him as a 3 technique and say, go get the passer. Not as great against the run. I don't know how often he's going to be playing on first and second down, but that's not what you're getting him for to begin with. You want to get that pass rush on that front 4 without having to blitz, which is Sean McDermott's MO, right? Go ahead, guys. Go ahead, Mike.
I see in the comment, Joe Frick talking, expect teams to use the AFC teams to use the Super Bowl blueprint of how to stop Patrick Mahomes. It's a copycat league, but what you're running into is something. Yeah, when I read that, I read it phonetic at left to right as it was. Think for years, Randy Moss, the amount of defensive backs in the NFC North or the Central at that time who were drafted, that's going to beget a part of that. So you're going to see teams building, as you say, a copycat league. They're going to fill what they need. Interesting to see where the Buffalo Bills will go later in this draft because they went Keelan Coleman last year and they failed. I think they have to continue to attempt because Khalil Shakir just is not who you want. Take Amari Cooper. He didn't hit with that midseason trade. So I think there's still something out there to be had. I'm sitting here thinking like, man, when is Trey Harris going to go off the board? Because I think he's going to be a phenomenal weapon. So whatever team is out there.
Cowboys picking in 2 picks.
Where do you think?
I mean, I'm just seeing the Cowboys. We got them picking in here, pick 12 in round 2. So, like, I wouldn't see that as being completely crazy. I thought Jerry was going to take Golden in the first round just because Jerry does Jerry things, you know?
Yep. The Rams could be a good candidate as well.
Yeah, no, that's all fair. Hey, guys. Mason Taylor, the tight end, is going to the Jets. So
yes.
Yeah, go ahead, coach. Take it away. You got a good reaction.
Hey, I just my comparison to Mason Taylor, just eye test. Okay, it's fun when this happens. I saw him and I thought, man, this guy is musculature, frame wise, build, how he moves fluidly on the field. He is Tucker Kraft. Sure enough, they're 6'5" and about the same body weight. And you saw the gauntlet drill, how fluid Mason Taylor was. You see how there's the bloodlines, of course, with Jason Taylor, his father, Hall of Fame defensive end. There was a visit with the Miami Dolphins. I had hoped that maybe there'd be a finagling of Philly trading away Dallas Goedert to take in Mason Taylor right at the back end of the first. But hot on that here in the early second, you said it's the Jets, right? Getting the tight end that they need and want. We had wanted Tyler Warren maybe to go to 7, and the Jets instead scoop a player that they need, come back with Mason Taylor. I love the fit. I think it's phenomenal. Now, is it tough? Can Justin Fields, Dan, I'll pivot back to you. Can Justin Fields, beyond Garrett Wilson, we know a guy like Fields can hyper-target a Garrett Wilson, but do you think, just first glance right now, raw reaction, Mason Taylor, can he be supported to be fantasy good in 2025 immediately?
No, Mason Taylor doesn't project no matter where he went. This has nothing to do with Fields or the Jets. He's not somebody who projects to me to be a tight end year and 1 pop like we've seen some of the other guys. He projects to me as somebody like year 3. We might be talking about Mason Taylor as a low end top 12 type of tight end. I have some questions when it comes to him. I think this is a really good NFL move because he's a 3-down tight end. This is a good thing for the Jets. It definitely gives him a safety blanket. But at the same time, we're talking about somebody who was never going to get a healthy target share. And this past year, when the wide receivers were finally gone, he was supposed to be a more focal point in the offense. He's never had more than 2 touchdowns in any season in his career. It is something he does lack in the red zone of actually getting open here. So I think this is a good NFL move. He's a nice safety blanket, a guy who can help out blocking. You're building up the trenches. That's all good things. But this is not an exciting fantasy player to me. Now, having said that, when I watched tape on him, I did comp him to Tyler Eifert, and Eifert has some good pop years. He runs routes very similarly, very smoothly. If he can get focused in like that, potentially. It won't happen with Justin Fields, though. So you have at least 2 years for that. I think it's a year 3 breakout anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I think Justin Fields is the limiter.
What do you think about?
You know, that's kind of where I sit with it. You know, kind of like what Dan said. He is a three-down tight end, so he's going to get utilized, you know, in multiple ways. And that's not my bag. I like shooting for the super athletic ones, you know, taking my shot way late in the draft. So it's kind of where I see it, and especially this year. It's Justin Fields. That pie it's not a huge pie that's going to be passed out there. And Garrett Wilson, they've had a talk. I know that Garrett Wilson said, "Hey, Justin, come on over. I need you to sit on the couch. We need to chat. If I don't get 180 targets this year, we're going to have an issue." So, like, I think that's where that passing game is going to run through. Breece Hall, fingers crossed that, like, he's more involved in this offense. But Mason Taylor, I think it's a great NFL move, but for fantasy, doesn't really move the needle for me.
What do you got, Tyler?
Oh, I agree. I mean, to me, Justin Fields is the limiter. You know, like that offense, like it feels like it's going to be more feet. It's going to be more Brees. It's going to be more Fields on his feet. Like, you know, it's going to be a lot more of that. And so it's not a big move for me. I do like Mason Taylor though. Like I like Mason Taylor as a prospect. I think he has a lot of upside, a lot of potential. Like I said, the receiving chops are there. It's just, can a team utilize them? And I agree with Dan. It's going to take until they get their guy, because I don't think that they have their franchise guy yet. It's going to take them getting their guy, and hopefully they don't do something like, you know, last time and go off a 1-year wonder combine boom, and because he makes one big throw, Zach Wilson, you know, like they don't make that mistake again. Like, but if they can get a good guy, I mean, you've seen it. He can throw, he can catch. He catches with his hands. You know, he's not a big body catch guy. Like in a tight end, like that's what you want. Like I like him. I don't like I like the landing spot, because I think he gets touches. He gets the opportunity to be a significant aspect of the offense immediately, right? So he gets those early reps. But I'm just, it's a tough spot. You know, it's like when you have a premium wide receiver or something like that, just land in an awful quarterback situation. You're just like, oh man, it stinks. You know,
We're talking about the Jets or the Colts here, because I feel like that's what we're chatting about right now.
well, you know, they're really similar.
Tomatoes motto. But let's get a word in from our sponsors real quick while the 49ers are on.
Hey Jackson in West Tennessee, welcome to Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. Nissan awarded us a huge inventory, the biggest selection. And don't forget our service department, where we service Nissans and all makes and models. Chuck Hutton has been on car dealerships for over 100 years. So come see what we're all about. We're locally owned and our business model is simple. Big inventory and big volume on new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs. Just off I-40, exit 80 or 82 on Van Drive.
Wow.
All right.
Hey, real quick, Dan,
I don't
what's
know
your
about
team
you guys?
again?
I'm skipping out. 49ers.
Oh, duh. That's right. I knew that.
Yeah. And guess what?
Nice
It's
one.
defensive tackle Collins out of Texas, baby. So I was really torn about this, and I'm a little disappointed they didn't go with Will Johnson here instead. I'm not worried about his knee cartilage. That's a long-term issue. Give me a good shutdown corner now. But Alfred Collins is probably the last run-stopping true nose tackle in this class who actually has starter capability day one. So I am okay with this pick here, because I think they really wanted or were hoping Tyleik Williams was going to be here. And then when he got drafted a little bit higher than I think most people expected in that first round, I think it threw guys off. So Alfred Collins here is not a pick that surprises me. They need 3 new defensive line starters, right? They drafted Michael Williams last night, which I'm still not really all that enthralled with. But they also draft Alfred Collins here today. So at the very least, you're putting together a legitimate starting young defensive line around Nick Bosa. Still probably want to get a penetrating defensive tackle, but there are a number of penetrating defensive tackles littered through the 3rd and 4th rounds. What do you guys think about this pick? You can roast my team. It's fine.
Hey, they're getting back to the bread and butter. I believe it was 2014 is when they started they took defensive linemen for like 6 straight years in the first round. And that's how they built that Super Bowl powerhouse team. Granted, they didn't win one, but they went to multiple. They're constantly competing. And that's where you build it. We're watching the Eagles do the exact same thing, kind of following suit, just a couple years after the 49ers did it. So this is how you win in the NFL. This is how you build it. This is how you stop these super elite quarterbacks. It's the reason why we've changed so much as far as the evolution of the NFL over the last 5 to 7 years. You get after the quarterback, you lessen the amount of time they have to throw it. We keep the big plays limited. So I think this is exactly the 49ers style pick, especially hitting 2 picks here for the defensive line.
And if you can clog up the middle of the field, that just makes it easier for your linebackers. And to your point, you build in the trenches, and we saw what the Philadelphia Eagles did, just bully ball against the Kansas City Chiefs. And then we see with the Chiefs, what's the issue? You got to bolster back up on the lines, both sides. So this is a great pick. It's not a sexy pick. It's not what we want for dopamine hits, but there's 7 rounds, and there's a reason why there's so many picks in the draft to get this talent. Now, question for you both. As we are sliding with Shedeur Sanders here, Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. how far into the second round do you start panicking? Do you know where I'm going? How far into the second round do you panic to where we're thinking of Shedeur Sanders dropping to round 3?
Well, because it's Donovan Ezaraku, the defensive end out of Boston College, who's going to be the Dallas Cowboys pick. So he continues to fall. Now you can go ahead and continue.
Oh, yeah. How long until because it kind of made me think of it when Tyler was talking about not getting their guy in the Jets. And then I sit there thinking like, well, if Shedeur Sanders keeps on falling, and maybe this could be a reality for the Jets. So I'm sitting here thinking we're, a third into round 2, and we're about to be 3 picks away from being, half, if I'm doing my math correctly, 3 or 4. At what point do we start to think Shedeur could fall into the 3rd round?
There's only a handful of teams that would honestly take him. So, yeah, the Rams here at 14.
Right.
In a couple picks, I think that could be a possibility for them there. You know, they're going to need an heir to Matthew Stafford at some point.
Yeah, can we run through the teams that are left? Like, if I call them out, right? You said the Rams.
Yeah.
Dan,
so
are the Raiders
the only other possible? The Raiders don't pick again to the 3rd round, or I'm sorry, they pick again at
16.
48.
16 here in the middle of the 2nd round. I don't think they're going to go that direction.
Okay.
So I would say no. After that, it's after that you got nothing. I mean, there's nobody else that's really looking for a quarterback, at least not in the remainder of the 3rd round or 2nd round. I'm sorry.
You know, if Tennessee wants to guarantee they got a franchise quarterback, maybe they take him here at 20 in the 2nd round. We're going to bring in 2 rookie quarterbacks, make them compete, and we're going to guarantee we got our future guy. Hey, AFC South,
you know what? Washington
chaos.
did that with RG3 and Kirk Cousins, and look what happened. I don't think that's going to happen here, but there is a precedent for that. We're just making fun and having fun.
Part
of
of
that.
me was hoping the Dallas Cowboys were going to do it and think that they're the Eagles taking Hurts early with, they had Wentz at the time who just signed that big contract. Jerry Jones, I would have loved to see him take Sanders here just because we know he's trying to bring in Dion. We know he's trying to bring in Dion. Why would he not absolutely just throw a wrench into his entire team? But that would just be clear on the dementia hit him.
Is Sanders more scared of sliding or going to the Cowboys? What do you think?
It's off the table now, so it doesn't even really matter. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So, and with the Rams, too, I've heard a lot of the Rams, honestly, they prefer Jalen Milroe. They don't really prefer Shedeur Sanders. They'd rather go with that mobile type because Sean McVay's talking about maybe changing up that offense and what they typically do once the Stafford reign is officially over. So, look, there's been a lot of talk Sanders might fall in the 4th round, and it's looking more increasingly like that might happen. Now, I tend to think that in the 3rd round, Cleveland still might go that route. But we're talking like I could see them doing it in the 3rd. I could see them doing it in the 3rd, but we're talking late day 2, early 4th, or early day 3.
Right, because at this point, it's the Saints are the team that gobbled up. And what's going on with the Steelers? Are they what like they're totally out, right?
Yeah, they'd have to trade up.
I mean, they don't have a 2nd round pick, so they would have. If he's still there, the 3rd round pick, then potentially they could go that route if he's still sitting there at 3. That is possible. But yeah, no, the slide's going to continue. The slide, there's no doubt about it because the Colts are up here on the board.
Yep.
Brian, what do you
Just
want
like
to do?
You read,
what the Colts to
you
do?
called it out, Dan. Like you see all the teams, and it's itty bitty, and you can see how it could go to the 3rd, and maybe to your point. If this kind of becomes like in our fantasy drafts where you see if certain amount of quarterbacks are filled in best ball drafts, right? You're thinking, all right, surely this team won't draft a 4th quarterback to their team. I can wait, and maybe you're just playing the game of chicken between you and one other of the 11 teams in your drafts. And it sounds like we're down to maybe 2 teams who can play chicken the rest of the draft. How far would they want to go down?
Yeah, who blinks first? But the Colts drafted defensive end Ohio State JT Tuimoloau.
Shocker! Has Ballard taken anything other than an edge or a wide receiver in the 2nd round? No, he hasn't. That's all he freaking does. We got a new GM coming in 2026. Let's go.
Oh, see, I like this pick for you guys. You needed an edge rusher. He had 15 sacks last season. He actually plays the run pretty well, so he's an all-around 4-3 defensive end. You guys needed to address that front seven. This is not a bad pick.
We've been addressing this front seven for 8 freaking years.
That's
Give up.
fair.
We lost a center and a guard in free agency to the Vikings. We really needed to beef up that offensive line again. Anthony Richardson needs all the time in the world back there. We have consistently missed on edges. Quiddy Pay in the first. We took Latu last year. We've taken Dio in the second round a few years ago, the guy with the Achilles injury. Like, it's just constant misses or reaches on decent assets. So I'm not hating on it. I'm excited for it, but like realistically, as a fan, I keep my expectations low.
No, I understand. Let's get a live look into the draft with Dustin. What's going on, Dustin?
What's
How
up?
we doing on day 2?
We're doing good, man. You should have heard the media room when Tyler Shuck got drafted over Shedeur Sanders. Absolutely insane.
Wow.
Absolutely just shock, some excitement.
You're smiling a
It
little
was
too much
just-
there, Dustin.
Here's the deal. I don't want Shedeur to fail. But this whole like legendary and the draft's going to be legendary, and this whole pumped up for a guy who was just okay in college, won 8 games. Like, I didn't see the talent there. It just seems like it was overblown. We'll see where he goes. There's only a few more spots left in this round, in today. So I think if you did, this is why I don't do rookie drafts before the NFL draft. Because if you were doing a rookie draft before the NFL draft, you wasted a first-round pick on Shedeur Sanders. And there's no need for that now. He's a second or third-round pick.
Hey, does this remind you of the Malik Willis year where people who did those drafts, like you said, Dustin, were paying for it after the fact of the NFL draft?
A little bit, yes. It does remind me of that where you're just like, it's a quarterback, I got to take it. Now you're looking at Tyler Shuck, who's a late first-round pick in rookie Dynasty, like Superflex rookie drafts. He's going to be a starter week 1. I mean, he went from a 4th-round pick to a first-round pick. And Shedeur Sanders is going from a first-round pick to a 3rd, maybe 4th-round pick in your rookie drafts. It's crazy. I don't know what's going to happen with Shedeur, where he goes today or tomorrow. But he's going to be a backup. He's going to be a project piece for people. I think he's going to have to go in and be humbled and be, coachable. We'll see what happens. But, yeah, it was kind of pandemonium here when that Tyler Shuck book. Everybody thought it was going to be Shedeur, and it was Tyler Shuck, and the place kind of went, oh, man, everyone was talking. It's the loudest it's been in here all weekends.
That's crazy. Well, Dustin, stay on for 1 second because we got to pick in for the Rams. So the Rams just took tight end Terrence Ferguson off the board. So what's your reaction there? Terrence Ferguson, 2nd-round capital. Not exactly what I was expecting, although I like the player. But Dustin, get your reaction live in the draft here.
I don't mind it. I mean, I wanted the Rams to take a tight end. I think there's better tight ends than Ferguson. We'll see how well he gets used in that offense. It's an offense that favors the tight end, so I like it as a landing spot for Ferguson to be better than what I thought he would be elsewhere. So it's an interesting pick. I think it's a little high for him. I think we, with the tight ends going early yesterday and already seeing Mason Taylor go, who I wasn't big, really sold on. I think it's just kind of a reach at this point for the Rams.
I agree with that. This is somebody I thought would be maybe an early day 3 pick. I did not think he'd be a day 2 pick. He ran the fastest at the combine, the tight end position. And as we know, with Matthew Golden, you run a fast 40, you get picked a lot higher than what you were originally going to go.
Yep, and much like Shedeur, we're seeing Harold Fannin Jr. drop. And everyone was high on him, and if you did your rookie draft for him, you were drafting him, as the 3rd tight end off the board, sometimes 2nd, and now he's going to be the 5th tight end drafted.
Yeah, that's not too much of a shocker to me. I think a lot of people had kind of Mason Taylor, Harold Fannin, Elijah Arroyo, all kind of in that same tier where they could go late day 2. So I don't think he's fallen yet, but maybe to your point with Terrence Ferguson going now, maybe he is going to fall down the pecking order of which the tight ends went to that point. Yes. I can definitely see that. So Dustin, I'm going to let you go. You got something for me, man. You pop in because we want to get more stuff.
Right.
We want to get more live in action with you.
Sounds good, guys.
All right. We'll see you soon.
Later.
Dustin, Chase, and Biggs all down there for Fantasy Sports Advice Network at Green Bay, getting us live little pop-ins, getting us little tidbits that's going on in the back rooms and the media availability and everything. They're doing a great job. So yeah, I mean, your guys' reaction here to Terrence Ferguson going off, I like him, and it's the Rams, so they want to utilize him. But I also remember Gerald Everett never being on the field all that consistently because he could not block. And this is what kind of Terrence Ferguson reminds me a little bit of, I gotta say. So, Mike, you got back in here. Let me get your reaction first.
Yeah, I mean, this was a shocker to me. These tight ends are flying off the board now. Maybe there's that scarcity now at this stage. There's only a handful left that are around. Short term, I'm not a huge fan of this. Maybe long term, we'll see what happens with the Devontae Adams situation there. There's going to be a lot of mouths to feed. And like you said, if you can't block there, you're not really going to play a whole lot. So, yeah. Pretty much a reach, like Dustin said, for me as well. I do like he came on strong. Obviously, after the Senior Bowl and the Combine, he's definitely tested and looked, like the part here. So we'll see what happens. He's in a prolific offense, so there's optimism there that he could hit. But it could be a work in progress, like all these tight ends. It's hard for us to expect, a Sam Laporta, Brock Bowers year after year. It's based off the history of the tight end position. So, with these other guys going pretty early, I'm not expecting him to hit yet. But yeah, this is a reach for me. I think the Rams had other needs.
No, I agree with that. And like I said, this is a good athlete. He was 5th in yards after the catch. He was 24th in missed tackles forced. He had 2.02 yards per route run. The traits are there. But with tight end, to your point, you're going to take this guy, and yes, because he has a second round draft capital, he now has to be a no if you're looking at tight ends in your rookie drafts. But you're still going to probably be waiting for a couple of years to pop. And just knowing Sean McVay's history of how much he never really actually plays the tight end who can't block, it kind of winds up being a weird situation where you're taking a risk out there. But we talk about slides. We finally had one. I was waiting for this. Will Johnson finally just got selected by the Arizona Cardinals. This is a home run pick for them. This is somebody early in the draft process before the knee issue popped up. A lot of people had as a second or third cornerback overall in the class, and they need secondary in the worst way. It's a guy who can tackle as well as cover. So I like this pick a lot for Arizona here. So let me get back to Coach and Brian to talk about Terrence Ferguson and now Will Johnson going. Go ahead, Coach.
Oh, yeah. Terrence Ferguson, it's funny, Elijah Arroyo still on the board. We're very high on him. This could be a situation where Elijah Arroyo gets a more bullish landing spot, and then it plays out in our rookie drafts where Ferguson doesn't quite go. The idea where Mike was talking about Terrence Ferguson in a couple of years, it sounds good in theory, but in practice, what's going to happen? Matthew Stafford maybe has 2 more years tops. He's got a bionic arm, incredible. You would want Stafford and the maturation of Terrence Ferguson to align. But the problem is, I think that Stafford will be gone by the time you want to cash that in. I personally will hope that other people will jump at this second round draft capital for Terrence Ferguson, and then somebody else can slide back in my Superflex rookie drafts. Maybe Shador Sanders. So what do you think, Brian?
Yeah, I think Terrence Ferguson, I think he will have use in fantasy football, but ultimately he's just a streamer for me. It takes so much for a guy to be a consistent starter. Like, they have to be a top 6, top 7 tight end, and I see him in that tight end 8 to 14 consistently is about where he's going to give us. The Rams run so much of 11 personnel, which, yeah, he'll be on the field for that, but they'll also have 3 wide receivers on the field. So I don't ever see us, or at least in this offense that we have of Sean McVay. Right now we've got Puka and we've got Adams. Puka is going to be the yardage guy. Adams is going to be the touchdown guy. So where Ferguson finds consistency as well as having Kyron Williams there, I don't see it. I mean, as athletic tight end, I hit on it earlier. That's what I like to go after. But again, I think he's just going to be a career streamer for us, which isn't as
Sorry, Brian guy, but the Texans
you're
traded
enjoying
up
that.
to 48 with the Raiders. God, you can finish your thought.
Oh, I was just saying, like, yeah, I say streamer, but like people might like jump at that, like, oh my god, that's horrible. You can't say it. Most tight ends are streamers. Most tight ends are streamers. So it's not slander to call a guy that. It's not a bad thing. You win championships streaming tight ends in most cases.
That's true. Fair. All right. So the Texans traded the 58th and 99th picks to the Raiders for their 48th pick here. They still haven't addressed offensive line. So I got to think that's going to be a direction that they're going to have to think about here at some point. I mean, otherwise, you remember those old commercials it was the Texans with David Carr. He had no offensive line in front of him. That's going to be CJ Stroud's going to be picking up the mantle on that pretty soon if they don't address this in some sort of capacity. So I have to think this is a direction in which they are going to go by trading up for this pick here. All right. So far through the second round, we've seen people are talking about Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, because they have such similar draft capital, which one's better? We had Jaden Higgins going to the Texans. We know Tank Dell, he's not going to play next year, maybe never plays again with the injury he had. So now Jaden Higgins, along with Christian Kirk, who they brought in, which I think we all agree is, he's a slot receiver. He's fine, but he's not going to be anything that's going to get in the way of any significant target shares. Then we had Tyler Shuck go to the Saints, which with the Derek Carr injury, he might be the day one starter, quite possibly. And then Luther Burden going to the Bears, Mason Taylor going to the Jets. So when I lay all those names out so far, just halfway through the second round, what are you guys getting jazzed up about in fantasy in your minds right now? We'll go to Mike first.
I don't know at this stage. I'm looking forward to maybe seeing where Caleb Johnson lands in the next little while, because he's one of the big five that's left on the board here. These tight ends have taken a big run. Shedeur, I think, now that it's been slide, Tyler Shuck getting, I think he's in the third round now, like you mentioned earlier in the show, Danny. I think you definitely pegged that one real well there. I wasn't expecting it, but you hit it there. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what Caleb Johnson lands, and it might even be with this Texan pick here.
Yeah. So hold on. It's Ariante Ursary, the big behemoth offensive tackle. I mentioned this before. There are very small amount of offensive tackles who have the measurables of a true left tackle. Ursary does. He has over the 34-inch arms. He is 6'6". He is a monster over there. Now, here's the thing about Ursary and this scheme, because you're talking about guys who have come from the McVay scheme, the Shanahan scheme over in the Texans right now, even with the new offensive coordinator. He doesn't move his feet very well. He's not a guy. He's a good run blocker, and he's nice and strong against the edge, but he doesn't have a quick backdrop step. He's not a type of guy who's going to get out on the edge as a screen blocker. So this is an interesting scheme fit for me. But on the flip side, I could argue he's probably the only last true left tackle left in this draft, something they desperately needed too. So, Coach, let me get your reaction to this.
So I love what's happening for an excellent salient point there. Almost like, hey, if you're in the last of the tier, get it while it's good. And that's a position that the Texans desperately need. I love this sneakily. You did mention Christian Kirk. I don't like Christian Kirk week in, week out starter. Maybe more of a streamer. You know how Brian likes to slander people as streamers. But yeah, I think Kirk is going to eat over the middle. And this is just going to make life super easy with Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins, Nico Collins. It's like the Spider-Man meme. Same archetype. We discussed Tedero McMillan to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and you thought, hey, body type, BTJ, Tet, it would be just more good. Instead of seeing it as a redundant asset, just see it as more good. That's what I'm seeing my read through this second round. The Houston Texans are just getting more good for their team, and it's not going to affect Nico Collins negatively. It's just going to be, there's going to be more goodness there with Jaden Higgins. You get them outside, carving up another healthy year out from injury for Christian Kirk. And I could see, I'm just now curious what's going to happen as this goes with Joe Mixon. What back will they take? Because the Texans, Joe Mixon, about the last 3-4 weeks, that last month, it was real rough. You look at his numbers, he was really breaking down at the end of the season. So I love what happened with Jaden Higgins and overall Texans, right? Arrow pointing up. But then going back to the running backs, I'm not going to get got by Travion Henderson to the New England Patriots, where people are saying, oh, it's New England, it's a terrible spot, because it's not the same anymore. It's Drake May, it's Mike Vrabel. Things are going to be progressive and forward. So let's take advantage of that helmet bias, that boring New England offense bias that people have. And I would go out and absolutely still hammer Travion Henderson. It's a great move for me. And I've always, to Mike's point, Mike talking about Caleb Johnson, getting back to that, I really love Caleb Johnson. The idea of going to the Browns would have been so good. But now Quinshon Judkins gets that. So sign me up. Really, bell cow Browns is what's in my head. And who can usurp Jerome Ford? If you were to tell me pre-NFL draft, X amount of guys, Quinshon Judkins would absolutely be on there for somebody who could usurp Jerome Ford. So I love both backfield spots, early second round draft capital. What do you think, Brian?
Oh man, Judkins is definitely the favorite right now as far as the second round running backs go. Caleb Johnson right now, I think he's in an interesting situation with the Bengals on the clock, Denver on the clock, and 2 picks. Those are Mike, you're gonna get that Travion Henderson hate all day.
I know.
Dan got that win on you.
It's okay. I don't mind that, and I'm okay taking that down. Like, I mean, I was expecting the draft capital to hit, and it didn't go down that way. So I mean,
we all were.
and that was why I ranked him where I did. Now I was easily shifted, and now he's my RB4.
Like, I'm just
Mike
busting your
was contorted.
Yeah, I'm just busting your chops because it could easily be like Travion Henderson turns into Devon Achane and I have to eat it. That's fine. I'm just winning right now, so therefore I'm going to live it up while I still can.
Hey, that's the nice thing about April football. Nobody's wrong until this coming fall. So yeah, we're gonna ride these out absolutely.
And funny enough, you say that. Think of how many people had pre-NFL draft takes, and we just kind of get some amnesia. We selectively remember the ones we hit, and we just, we got more information. So we're gonna move with that more information that we get post NFL draft. I got a question for you, Dan.
Sure.
And granted, rest of the group. But as there's a slide, it's still in the back of the mind. Dustin kind of brought this up, and it made me think when he was talking about Shedeur Sanders. At what point are you sitting there as a fantasy gamer, for all three of you, in Dynasty? We've seen Sanders go in the first round of all these mocks, right? Now there's going to be a precipitous slide. So if you are in, let's just do the exercise where you're in, you like Shedeur Sanders to a degree where you want to get him on your rosters. Where would you like Shedeur Sanders to slide, both team and round-wise, and sliding the pendulum down in the rookie draft? What spot in a rookie draft would you like him to fall where you can gobble him up like Pac-Man? So essentially, where's the other side correction of the market where you're going to gobble the dip?
So let's go with the first part of your question. Steelers need to trade up in the second round and take Shedeur Sanders. That's what has to happen for him to get the biggest boost. Because he would go in the second round, you would probably, I'm assuming we're talking super flex here. Just for argument's sake, let's assume we're talking super flex here. I do think Shedeur Sanders at that point would still be a second round pick in your rookie drafts, because everyone's going to look at this and say, hey, a bunch of NFL teams just said no. We saw Tyler Shuck, Jackson Dart go ahead of you. We knew Cam Ward was, but now you're quarterback 4 off the board. Going to a Steelers team, which I think is the best fit, or the best chance for his fantasy outlet. I don't know if it's the best fit because you're still doing with Arthur Smith, who doesn't necessarily protract good offenses out there. So for me personally, I have zero interest in Shedeur Sanders, even if he lands in the best spot for him to get playing time, which would be Pittsburgh trading back into the second round. If you wanted them, if you really liked them, like the scenario you laid out, I'm pretty confident you can wait to the second round, bare minimum of your rookie draft picks. Now, let's say he falls to the third, the fourth. Well, that actually might correlate to you being in the third round of your rookie drafts now, because now Tyler Shuck is going to go ahead of you if it's that big of a gap in draft capital. So that's how I'm looking at it.
Mike, at what point does it become palatable to you?
I've been fading him for a while now, so he's a guy, unless he gets a really good landing spot now, which is the Steelers at this stage in the game. And honestly, I might even think that, the Steelers may be more inclined to look at Milroe based off of their, the way they operate. So I just I'm not sold. Like this is really bad news for Shedeur Sanders, and I'm not. It would have to be really late, and my roster would really need it at that point.
Brian, before we get your thought, the pick is in. So the Cincinnati Bengals sticking to the defensive side of the ball and going with linebacker out of South Carolina, Demetrius Knight, was usually the second highest rated linebacker coming into this draft class. But Brian, go ahead and finish your thought on what we were talking about there.
Sanders at this point, if he gets, round 2, round 3 capital, I think I'm only interested in him if I am rebuilding in a dynasty league, just because quarterbacks, they've got insulated value on, just how they are. That's how it works with quarterbacks. So I think he'd be a decent pick as far as a rebuilder if you're getting him, if you've got a later second, if you've got one of those first picks in the 3rd round. But I really don't want to put much on him. Like I said earlier, he might give you a QB1 season at some point in his career, but overall, he's going to average, like best case scenario, probably in that QB 13 to 16 range. He just does not give you that rushing floor. And if he's taking sacks left and right, just getting dry humped up and down the field because he can't get rid of the ball because he's afraid of his percentage going down, or his passing percentage going down, I don't know. I'm not really in love with any landing spot he could have at this point.
So
Well, they're not quite on the board yet, but the Broncos just traded up with the Panthers to pick after the Seahawks pick here. And before we get into it, I got to give a shout out to one of our sponsors called Digital Footprint Media. Attention, all business owners. Are you buried in subscriptions for SEO tools, social media calendars, generating reviews, responding to reviews, inboxes, website builders, and social channel ads? Well, it's time to stop overpaying and start simplifying. Digital Footprint Management gives you one subscription, one dedicated account manager, and one streamlined solution for your entire team. Save time, save money, and focus on what really matters, growing your business. Visit getfoundeverywhere.com today. That's getfoundeverywhere.com. All right. So getting into it, I'm waiting for the Seattle pick to come in, but the Broncos are moving up, and there's a team that still needs a running back. Caleb Johnson's still on the board. I mean, we still got some good ones, guys. This is a strong running back class for a reason. Well, Coach, we'll start with you. Who would you want the Broncos to draft if it was a running back?
Right now, at this point, we've had them top 5 for a long time, and the Combine sent us down this path of, hey, Caleb slides down just a little bit, right? Granted, could it be somebody like Devin Neal? Could it be RJ Harvey, DJ Giddens? I just don't see how you usurp somebody like Caleb Johnson. I would absolutely love Caleb Johnson to go be a bell cow in Denver. I would have liked.
Actually, let me stop you right there because I screwed up. The Panthers traded up to the Broncos. The Broncos traded back actually for this pick after Seattle. So I got that mixed up. That's my bad.
Snip, snap. It's funny enough. The Panthers did have for some visits. They had Quinshon Judkins and I believe Trevion Henderson. They've had some backs in, and I do see, combined with Chuba Hubbard, there is going to be a back. It may not be Caleb Johnson, right? We can swap out arch types of running backs. I expect Chuba Hubbard to get a backfield mate, and it won't necessarily hurt Hubbard to where, put it like this, you have Jahmyr Gibbs in round 1 and David Montgomery in round 6 in best ball drafts. You have with Chuba Hubbard, he's raised up so much. He's going to be more the David Montgomery. You're going to get a different archetype running back who will be later in the draft. But I think it's going to cause a shift down a little bit for Chuba Hubbard. So I think you were paying ceiling prices for Chuba Hubbard, and the Panthers are bound to bring in another running back. I don't know if right here is a spot to do it. I would think that Caleb Johnson in the backfield, a redundant asset, isn't as good as the receiver position, as we talked about Jaden Higgins and Nico Collins. I don't see Caleb Johnson being a good fit with Chuba Hubbard. I think they'd be a little bit too redundant unless you just want to mow them back and forth and just have the same type of features.
I mean, the Panthers did that way back in the day with Jonathan Stewart and D'Angelo Williams, so it's possible, but you just spent a lot of capital resource-wise on Chuba Hubbard this past season. It'd be kind of dumb, I think, in my opinion, to go with the running back here in the second round, but the pick is in for Seattle. And Seattle takes tight end Elijah Arroyo out
Yeah.
of Miami. Brian, let's get your big reaction here.
Well, I mean, we saw Seattle make quite a few moves. They cut Lockett, they traded DK, they traded away Geno, and then they brought in Cooper Kupp and Sam Darnold. So now just adding one more weapon. This offense has completely flipped. We were scared when we knew they were losing 2 wide receivers. What is he going to do with Darnold? Where is he going to toss it? At this point, he's looking pretty decent as far as his weapons there. So if we can get just a little bit of that magic that we had in Minnesota last year, I think this offense is going to be competing for that top 5 or top 15 offense, top 16 offense, especially with the arrival of Clint Kubiak at OC.
I agree with the Kubiak thing, and that's what gives me hope. But there's no concern here that Cooper Kupp, JSN, Elijah, that's a lot over the middle of the field. There's not a lot going on the perimeter or down the field.
It's Sam Darnold throwing the ball, though. So, you know.
It's like, don't do it.
We're going to set him up for success. Yeah. We're not going to ask too much of him. And I think that's what Sam Darnold is. He needs to be treated as a game manager, put him in a good situation, and I think he'll give you decent numbers.
Just real quick, so you guys get the details, and then we'll go to Coach. Panthers traded the 57th and 74th and 111th and 230th to the Broncos for 51st, 85th, 122, and 208. So a lot of mid-round swapping going on to make that move happen. Go ahead, Coach.
So 2 things can be true at once. Sam Darnold can rip off the Seahawks for the amount of money he got paid. So good for him. America, look, that's where America's great, okay? We got to say that. You can rip somebody off and be Sam Darnold and make a ton of money. But at the same time, Sam Darnold, I think, can still support and get goodness out of JSN. You did mention, Dan, over the middle, a lot of over the middle goodness between Arroyo, Kupp, JSN. I contend that JSN is going to expand his route tree. We're going to see him line up more outside. It won't be a full split, but we're going to get more of that on the outer boundaries, and we're going to get more features for JSN to where if he's not gobbling up as much target share, which I don't see the reason why the Seahawks would want to go away from that, but if the target share percentage would go down just a little bit, I think we'll get buoyed by maybe these 30 and these 40-yard receptions that JSN catches over the middle or over the top. Sorry. Now take into effect, we just talked about Terrence Ferguson, Elijah Arroyo. I love this fit. Who can take over for Noah Fant? But Noah Fant's still there, correct?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Noah Fant, AJ Barner's still there, which I was excited
Yeah,
about.
so this is just gonna take some time. But I love the fit. I think it's a great spot, but it may take some time. I like him more than Terrence Ferguson, put it that way. Granted, I like the quarterback situation better for the Rams.
The hard thing for me, though, is Clint Kubiak coming from the Shanahan system. Traditionally, that system uses a fullback. And when the fullback gets used, that can take away from some of the top-end production from the tight end. Not necessarily because he's taking targets away. It's just what's on the field at that point. It's kind of something we saw last year with, I guess a handful of those offenses. So I guess that's what I'm worried. I don't really see one on the roster right now, so I don't know if he's going to completely be melding with, the Shanahan tree or the Shanahan playbook as far as what we've seen in past. But that is the big fear for me traditionally with that system.
Well, and I'll take it a step up from there. JSN's not a good perimeter wide receiver. He would be playing out of position there. I don't believe he'd be able to win consistently on the perimeter. But we do have a pick in for the Panthers. So linebacker, edge, hybrid, Nick Skirton out of Texas A&M comes out. Now, there's a little bit of a disappointment because this is somebody who was listed at 285 throughout college, and he gets to the combine, and he winds up being only 257. And it was a big difference because when you see him play, you liked him for his power, for how big he was, not because he was a guy flying all the way around there. But the Panthers decided they want to go with him. He was an all-around player, graded out decently on both sides. Not a flashy pass rusher, but can get the job done with 28 hurries. Not a flashy run stopper, but also was a guy who didn't miss very many tackles throughout the entire season. So you're getting an all-around edge setter. Cool. Yeah, he was second-round value. That's kind of how I feel about it with the Panthers.
Well, you need somebody to chase around Baker Mayfield because he's about to get winded and gassed trying to keep up with that offense with Emeka Egbuka coming to town.
What do you think that? So real quick, because I had this conversation last night, but I haven't had the conversation with you guys. He comes in. What happens to Jalen McMillan's value? Because I kind of see McMillan as the fourth receiver now.
Yeah, I mean, with this wide receiver, yeah, I mean, for me, it's kind of like the JSN situation from a couple of years ago. It's a crowded room right now, but you got a couple of veterans here who don't necessarily have the longest history of staying healthy. So, just like McMillan did last year, Abuka is going to have an opportunity, and that doesn't mean that McMillan is completely washed, but this move by the Bucks is alarming for McMillan for sure, especially this year. We thought that this was going to be his year to kind of come back, continue his breakout, but not happening now. It does not look like. But Baker Mayfield is now surrounded with the pick of the litter. Doesn't matter who's going to be healthy or not. It seems he's going to have the backup. They're making a run for it at this stage. This is good news for Bucky Irving and guys that have Bucky in their lineups and stuff like that. He's pretty much safe now, and this is a really good situation for Baker Mayfield. And, he's going to steam up in the next couple of weeks for sure. His ADP is going to fly up the board, I think. But get him now if you can.
Hey, can I tell a delusional story?
Sure.
And let's see if this gets any blood flowing to the nether regions for any of you. Let's just say you've got Godwin, slot type, Evans outside, Emeka Buka eventually to move into some of that Chris Godwin role, and McMillan to eventually take over for Mike Evans. So if you can tell your story where Emeka and Godwin split some in the slot and outside, and then you tell a story where McMillan could take over for Mike Evans, does that even get you a little bit towards, hey, maybe you throw a third round pick on a falling McMillan? Or, I mean, would you be able to do a fourth round rookie pick at this point because he's plummeted so much, or throw in? Does that get you there? Because he's still a good quality player. We're just perplexed by his current situation.
If it were me, I'd probably be attacking him mid-season. At this point in time, everybody sees what happens, and I see it in every one of my dynasty leagues. As soon as Genty was drafted, McCormick hit the trade block in just about every one of my dynasty leagues, and I usually think that is a really poor approach to go about it. So McMillan, you're probably going to get those people oh no, I'm not going to give him up for nothing. There's a chance he's going to evolve into that. Give it 6 months when people have completely forgot about him. We're going to see him fall into that wide receiver 4 role. And I think you have a way better chance of getting, a really good discount on him for the future if you're looking to be a rebuilding dynasty team.
Well, this was a reach. So Oluwafemi, a linebacker out of UCLA, just went to the Tennessee Titans. He had his best year last year. He had 7 sacks and a few hurries, but this is somebody that was not projected to go until day 3. This is officially, in my opinion, the biggest reach of the draft to this point. And I also want to point out this: we're talking about slides. Why is no one taking Mike Green? I'm enthralled with Mike Green.
I kind of thought he was already drafted. I was sitting there looking. I was like, no way he's on the board. Let's fix and update our stuff there, NFL. No, yeah, you're right, man.
Is that just a situation where, okay, it's going to come out the guy interviewed terribly? There was something that just came along.
Right now, the only knock on him is that, yes, he's a pass rushing specialist. He's not somebody you want to play the edge necessarily as a starter on first and second down, but you can get away with that. And, in particular 3-4 defenses, if he's playing the linebacker slot, it's okay to still have him out there in that situation. No, he's probably not a 4-3 defensive end, but I don't think anybody who's going to draft him is going to use him as such. The Titans don't go that route. And we're faint. This is a day 3 nice depth player that you just took in the second round. So if anybody was excited about Cam Ward in the first pick, well, guess what? The Titans are back to doing what Titan things do later on, in my opinion.
I think it's interesting too. Now this is the second AFC South team to take an edge here in the second round. The Colts were the first one, and then of course the Texans take that offensive tackle there. So I wonder if this is kind of the 2 bottom teams in the AFC South looking at the Jags and the Texans. Hey, they've got their franchise guy. Let's make sure we can get after this kid and put him on his ass. So I see what they were doing with it, but it's the Titans. They do Titan things. Those flaming thumbtacks. That's just what they do.
and I'm just trying to get us kind of caught up here. Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback out of Notre Dame, just went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And look, I was surprised. We were just talking about Amika. I was surprised they went Amika in the first round because of how badly they need to address, especially the secondary of Tampa Bay. And they had a guy like, Jahai Barron, who was available to them, and they decided to pass on. Now they come back with Benjamin Morris, who's a solid corner. There has been some comps with him to a Carlton Davis, and Carlton Davis, when healthy, was a decent player for Todd Bowles. So maybe this is what he's thinking here. And it's not terrible value. I think I had a 3rd round grade on Morris and him going here in the later half of the 2nd round. Is not a terrible placement as far as that goes. Definitely not exciting, but I understand why they wanted to go in this direction after the luxury pick of Emeka Egbuka in the first place, frankly. So what are your guys' reactions here?
Oh, what just happened, Brian? Did you see something too much that you should have seen?
No, I just got excited seeing the Chargers on the clock and Trey Harris is still there. I'm like, come on, dude, get Herbert some help.
Hey, here's a question as we're funneling through Green Bay. It's spurred in my brain. Green Bay, as they go through Marshawn Lloyd, if there's no back brought in a deep running back class, how much of a bullish signal would that be for you on Marshawn Lloyd?
Well, it is pretty bullish, and I don't think they were I don't think they're gonna go running back regardless. You got a solid season out of Josh Jacobs, and he's still under contract, and you technically could be under contract for 2 more years before you can get out of it or want to get out of that contract. And Marshawn Lloyd, you don't necessarily know what you had because he was so banged up last season, but you spent the resources in the 2nd round pick. Like, he was a top running back drafted the following year. And they have other needs, especially now they addressed wide receiver position, that they're going to probably start spending some things on defense. I think there's a very good chance of that where Marshawn Lloyd is the one handcuff. I shouldn't say the one. I still have some interest in Trey Benson and Blake Corum, but one of the still top handcuffs from last year's class that you may want to go with.
What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I was really high on Marshawn Lloyd headed into last year. And why are you laughing, Brian? You laughing at my pick?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm loving it.
Sorry, can you hear me? Am I delayed? Am I on mute? You're laughing at me. I'm so sorry. No, I was really high on
roboting.
I'm putting the private chat. That's what I'm laughing at.
I'm lagging because it's my Wi-Fi from Canada up here. We're lagging a bit, so I'm seeing weird shit up here.
It's the tariffs.
Anyways, everything. I'm paying for it all now, right? But yeah, like Marshawn Lloyd was a guy that I was really high on last year, and the injury wasn't great. He didn't get on the field much, and I'm looking for them to, with Matthew Golden now, they're going to really open things up, I think. Maybe have a solidified number 1 target in that offense, which I think that pick solidifies with the 1st round draft capital is what I'm thinking is what they're leaning towards here. They can't keep spreading the ball around the way they have. Jordan Love needs to be able to rely on somebody. And Josh Jacobs had a great year last year. They were relying on him in the second half when they realized their system didn't work. So I'm a little bit more worried about this running back room in general. And I think they're going to use Marshawn Lloyd a little bit more, but I don't think he's going to have that complete upside with Jacobs still there. And with Golden in the lineup here, I think they're going to be a little bit more pass heavy than what they were last year.
It's quite possible. Hold on, guys. So the Packers do address the offensive line, something they needed to do. Offensive tackle Anthony Belton, a smaller school guy, I shouldn't say smaller school, but doesn't face a lot of competition the way that some of these other tackles are coming out of NC State here. And
you said NC State? Beautiful. All 4 years he was on honor roll at NC State. Just a little fun fact for you.
No, I mean, smart guy. That's fine. I have no problem with that. Definitely more of a pass blocker than a run grader here. The nice thing about him is that he did play a little bit at right tackle, but he's been predominantly left tackle throughout his career. He does have enough of the ideal size, or at least close to it, when it comes to those measurements that you look for out of the left tackle. Kind of more of a big guy who gets back quickly in his drop set. Excuse me, I'm just tripping over my words here. But somebody that you're only leaning on for that. And that's what the Packers need, right? They need to get Jordan Love more protection in the passing game. LaFleur does a really good job of scheming up run concepts to get them going. That's what they needed to do here. Brian's getting here. I'll get to it. Because I'm excited about it too, baby. Go ahead, Brian.
And with the 23rd pick in the second round, the Los Angeles Chargers finally get another receiver in that room. Trey Harris from Ole Miss. There we go.
Wow.
Let's go, Herbert.
That's huge. That's huge.
I'm going to go on a limb because I had Trey Harris ranked as my number 2 wide receiver pre-draft. All right, were you kind of with me on that? Because that was a controversial thing to have.
I think Biggs actually.
No, I was
high on him too.
Yeah,
Biggs had him as 1. I had him at 2. So yeah, he was really high based off his yards per route run. Pretty exceptional. You know, he doesn't have a huge scope to see kind of where he lands as far as his play goes, like as far as like the amount of games he's played and stuff like that. So like the book isn't completely out on him, but all the metrics that I saw is what I want to see. And this is a great situation. Somebody that is a big body, tested catch guy, and he's going to be a big target for Justin Herbert in the red zone. I really like this. You know, with O'Brien Hampton there now, Ladd McConkey, their old line. Wow, this Charger team is set up for some success here in a tough division now.
Now, if they can just trade for Mark Andrews.
Yeah.
Come on, baby.
Thinking tight end. Tight end is all they need.
Yeah, that is the next thing that they need. But don't undersell the efficiency. He had over 5 yards per route run. And everybody wants to talk about, well, he ran a 4.53 and a 4. That's plenty of speed. He's a true
plenty of speed
wide receiver. Stop giving me that crap. Des Bryant ran a 4.57, and he plays very, very similar in the way he attacks the ball with the violence on the perimeter. It's actually who I kind of comped him to. You just laid it out. You fit him in on the Chargers, baby. Ladd McConkey, a perfect situation. He complements that well. You can finally move. Quinn Johnson can run the treadmill on the other side all day, every day until his heart gives out. That's fine, whatever. And now you have Amari and Hampton. With Justin Herbert, this is turning into he's got an offensive line and he's got weapons and it's a whole structure. Go ahead, Coach.
Hey, how about the glow up for Baker Mayfield throughout this draft? And now how about and then in Dynasty in the last couple of years, now take Justin Herbert, who last year people wanted to leave for dead. He's just risen up so much with Ladd McConkey. Remember, all the narrative last year for Justin Herbert was that the Chargers were just going to run the rock like crazy. That's all they would do. And here we have Herbert was a tremendous value all last year. And then now he's going to get somebody like Trey Harris. Just I'm not going to talk about where the blood flow is going to go, but it's flowing.
Oh, it's in my penis. It's fine.
Dan's going from 6 to midnight over here.
and then to Brian's point, if
it's
you were to come in,
part. Okay, I used the correct term. We're fine.
yes, anatomically correct.
Exactly.
If we're a fifth, but hey, it's all been fiction up to this point where we're hitting reality. So let's entertain a little more fiction. Mark Andrews goes to the Chargers. Dan, where would you rank Justin Herbert as far as QBs in Dynasty? What quarterbacks would he be near?
Well, he's going to be in that top 8 scenario. Like he's going to start approaching on where I kind of, because I have Mahomes down there. So he's going to kind of approach into that kind of territory where he's going to have a complete offense. Now, here's the one thing I will say. Greg Roman's never going to be a guy who's going to air it out. So Herbert is going to need to get the touchdowns. That's going to have to happen. But
it usually comes. It's
right,
that efficiency
exactly.
Because of the running game. That efficiency usually comes. So I don't think we're not looking at him hitting 5,000 yards, 4,500, 5,000 yards. But I still think that 30-35 touchdown season can be with that while also having a power run game.
Can be real easy. I totally agree with that. So where would you have him at, Coach?
Oh, I was trying to gauge where you were saying that. I was trying to gauge to where, and Brian kind of answered it too. Could Herbert peak up? It sounds sacrilege right now. Could he peak up into that Joe Burrow range? But you laid out the case just wonderfully. The efficiency would be there, but I think he would just fall just shy of Joe Burrow. but having him ahead of Patrick Mahomes, absolutely. Patrick Mahomes for fantasy from the expectation has been cheeks the last, 2 seasons. So I would all be about shift Justin Herbert right up ahead of Patrick Mahomes. Mike, is that okay with you? I know you're a Chiefs fan.
Oh yeah, no, Herbert. I had Herbert ahead of Pat Mahomes before this happened. So this is a very, very good news for Justin Herbert, in my opinion. He's in my top 10 in Dynasty rankings now with this move, because of just he's that potential in the past with less talent around him and without the same, coaching that he has now. This is we kind of underestimate this Chargers team right now, and what they're doing, and they could be the powerhouse of the AFC for the next couple of years with what I've seen happening, in the last 24 hours.
Well, it's a lesson learned. Last year, when the narrative went against Justin Herbert, that was the time to buy, and you see how much the price has risen. Hopefully, people were doing that after Bryce Young got benched. Why not? Just take a stab, take a shot. It's part of the utility of why I was asking all of you those questions about, hey, how far would Shedeur Sanders have to slide down? Because we see the trampoline jump that the players can have once they can hit some sort of a rock bottom. And part of what happened last year, remember, Michael Penix, Bo Nix, they presented opportunities in rookie drafts. That's part of the utility that we're always trying to come up with, right? This Trey Harris pick just spurs on the discussion of where Justin Herbert has been in Dynasty. So now you have all these other players and teams and how it's affecting. There's prices today. There are players right now who are low, who will spike. How can we identify them? Dan, how do you think we can get better at some of those situations? Are there any situations like that where you're sitting there like, this feels like a bottom right now, and in 6, 12, 18 months, you're going to be on the rocket ship if you buy in now, because it could be like somebody like Baker Mayfield right now, people who bought him 2 years ago.
Yeah, well, I'm going to throw out a dark horse there. I think Justin Fields could be that guy. I really, really do. When he's on the field, he's a top 10 quarterback, period, because we get the rushing. You actually give him, Tanner Engstrand, if he brings over the concepts that they ran in Detroit with Garrett Wilson, who Justin Fields already has a familiarity with to begin with, and we saw what he could do with DJ Moore. It wasn't all terrible. He's somebody who could be that guy, could really surprise, and they have a decent run game too. I do need to get us caught up real quick. All right, so the Broncos traded back again their 57th pick and their 230th to the Lions in exchange for the 60th and 130th pick. So we got a move going on there. And then the Bears are going to be, I just had the pick in front of me.
It's that offensive tackle from Boston College.
He was also on honor roll all 4 years. Fun fact.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to find the name. Ozzie Tripolio. So he's back out there. Another offensive tackle who's kind of a day 2 grade. I don't think he's a day 1 starter. So we'll have to see exactly what goes on there. But the Bears still bolstering that offensive line. They may not necessarily need him to be a day 1 starter, but also a guy who plays some guard too. And he also considered one to be those guard tweener types because he doesn't quite have the measurements you're looking for a tackle, but can play both. So it's at least a good depth piece. I do think he's a starter in year 2. But the Bears, again, they don't care about the defense side of the ball. Clearly, they're just offense. Ben Johnson's like, yep, I want every single offensive piece I need to make this whole thing go.
And they be this year's Bengals. That would be wonderful, right? Just run it back.
It would be. Even their defense wouldn't be as terrible as the Bengals, but absolutely could be. They have a hard schedule this year, too. They're going to have to be able to score in order to stay in games with some of the teams that they're going to be playing. They kind of had a really bad draw. Especially for a team that was last in their division just this last year. It was kind of a little rough for them. All right, so now we're all caught up. Now we're all caught up. So Detroit is on the clock now after that trade. So let's talk about actually Trey Harris's value, because we talked about Justin Herbert. We talked about all the other pieces around it. What's Trey Harris's value in rookie drafts in your mind, Mike?
He's now steaming up. Pretty high for me, honestly. I got him now probably ahead of. Good question. I'd see he's probably around 107, 108 now. Probably, yeah, at this stage, I'd say. I got Judkins. Let me replay. Let's go. Genty, Hampton, Hunter, McMillan, Judkins.
Warren and Loveland.
You know what?
Tight end,
Yeah,
tight end premium.
I have to say that. Yeah, I have to say that. And then I think Trey Harris is probably in there. You know, with Ward, obviously, like did I mention Ward? He's got to be at the top there with those other two.
Yeah.
But I'd say 108, 109. Yeah, he fits in above Ibuka for me now.
Yep.
Definitely above Burden. Definitely above Golden with the situation. This is a dream spot here for Trey Harris. Yeah, so he actually definitely makes some shade, some light on some of the shade in this first round. I think now that really opens things up for the wide receiver position. It really helps things out because it was really clouded there for a bit. And this Trey Harris move with a dream landing spot, I think really helps things progress now in a good way. So, yeah, I love it.
I think you made a salient point. It's Ibuka. You're flipping, and he's taking Ibuka spot.
100%. So we got back-to-back picks here. Detroit is readdressing the offensive line with Tate Ratledge, guard out of Georgia. He's the second highest graded guard on my boat. So, and this is something they needed to address. They've lost Jonah Jackson a few years ago. The interior offensive line is starting to get older outside of Penei Sewell, and this is a good fit in a scheme that is a power running football team. But also, we had, for even more exciting fantasy purposes, Jack Besh, wide receiver out of TCU, got drafted by the Raiders. So like they ran up there and did this. So go ahead, coach, take it away on Jack Besh.
Hey, you need somebody else who can provide a big target opposite of Jacoby Myers. We know the 1A is Brock Bowers. We are just, nether regions, penis regions, very excited about Ashton Janty, what he's going to do for this offense. So going out and getting Jack Besh, just a gem. And in this wide receiver class, which people claim is, not that deep, I see a lot of gems. It's so funny, one-off gems when you think of like Jalen Noel and, of course, Jaden Higgins, who already went. We love Trey Harris. This is just a phenomenal pick. I really like it a lot. And, could he have lasted longer in the draft and gone later? It's possible. But I absolutely love the pick. I think it's a home run in the TCU narrative. I think it's going to be over. I think the buck stops with Jack Besh. How about you, Dan?
Well, so this is interesting because he reminds me of Jacoby Myers in a lot of ways. And I do think you're kind of duplicating it to that scenario where he's an inside out kind of wide receiver. He's not going to stretch the field or anything like that. Very good route runner. But Jacoby Myers, somebody they're going to have to move on from sooner rather than later. You bring in Geno Smith. What it does is Geno Smith excels with route running types. Like DK Metcalf underperformed every single year with Geno Smith because he's going to be a guy who wants to use play action on time with a guy who he knows is going to separate because he needs to see it come open because he doesn't really play with the same anticipatory skills that you would want out of a top end quarterback. So it's a good weapon from that standpoint. This is going to be a very Chip Kelly type offense where you're playing short, intermediate, play action based part of the field. And Jack Besh is a very, very good wide receiver. He's not gonna blow your socks off with a highlight reel, but at half point, full point PPR, and on this team, I think by year 2 is gonna have a strong enough volume share that you're gonna want him. He's gonna have a baseline for you pretty much every single week.
Is he a lunch pail guy to you?
Say that again. Sorry.
Is he a lunch pail guy to you? Just like hard effort, just gonna get the job done.
Yeah.
What do you think
every stereotype you want to get for a white boy wide receiver? Absolutely. This is exactly right. That's exactly what Jack. But a very good.
It's funny because I actually think he's going to hard work his way up, and all the players work hard. But I can actually see this working for him because it hasn't always been sexy for Jack Besh.
All right, so let's go ahead. I need to get a word out to our sponsors here, the Fantasy Football Expo, that will be sponsoring the event for the Fantasy Sports Advice Network on August 8th through the 10th in Canton, Ohio, home of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, sponsored once again by us, the Fantasy Football Advice Network. Experience the full weekend with the ultimate fan package that grants access to parties on Friday and Saturday, along with the Expo Sunday and a ticket to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Spend a weekend of fun with all your fantasy football experts with drafts, drinks, food, and nonstop football talk. Scan our Fantasy Football Advice discount link or use promo code Ultimate Advice 2025 and buy your package today. What are you waiting for? All right, so I'm super excited for the Fantasy Football Expo. I've been going like 4 years now, and this will be my year 5. Can't wait for that. Hey, Brian, you're back. Where'd you go?
What up? Well, I had to quit standing because I'm jumping around too much. I had to drop down and sit down.
I'm gonna say you shrunk. You're much taller than I am, and all of a sudden you shrunk below me.
I know. I'm the same size as everybody else now.
He got real tired after Trey Harris got selected by the Chargers, is what it is. Yeah, like, all right, I got what I wanted. I can take my seat now.
Dude, I was standing through the entire first round yesterday while we were in the green room before doing the shorts, and oh my god, my legs were hurting. It was leg day yesterday.
Oh, dude, was it? Was it leg day though? Were you able? Was it a struggle to walk down the stairs?
Oh, absolutely. I was like moaning as I was trying to sit down on the toilet. My wife's like, "Are you okay in there?" I'm like, "It was a long drop." For me, it's like a 6-foot drop for me to get down to the toilet. It is not. Fair. It's not a pretty sight, folks. I am.
Hey, it's crazy when you're driving too after a leg day. Like, is it really a leg day if you're accelerating your foot and you're not locking up to where it's like I may not be able to brake? That's how you got a good leg day.
I'm usually having to go 2 footy on the pedal.
What a steal. The Baltimore Ravens take Mike Green. Like, this is such a Baltimore Ravens pick. Let's just sit back and whatever fall to us, and everyone's dumb for passing on everybody. They address that. He fits that defense so well. It's exactly what I talked about. He's not going to be in a position where he has to run defend that much on first and second down because of the hybrid scheme that they run. He's going to be able to just do what he does best, and they put guys like this in the best situations always. They had Malachi Starks as their first round pick yesterday, which I have Nick Amara ahead of him? Yes, but Malachi Starks is a day one starting safety and allows Kyle Hamilton to do what he does, and this defense is just reloading up. I wish they would go get a true X wide receiver. I really do, but defense is going to be lights out.
You're right about that. And who, Dan, would you have hoped that the Baltimore Ravens might have picked at receiver if that were to be the case?
Well, I was hoping it was going to be Trey Harris, but that went off the board there. Although for Trey Harris's sake, I'm probably happier he went with Justin Herbert than anything else.
Great.
As far as who's available now at the wide receiver position to fill the role that I think they need, I love Kyle Williams, and they could wait till the 4th round to make that pick. But Kyle Williams is he's not the prototype, like tall, big receiver, but he's an X receiver in that he gets open like nobody's business. He reminds me a lot of Rashad Bateman, actually, when Rashad Bateman was coming out. But I think he projects a little bit better because he's better than Bateman ever was at yards after the catch, which is going to be the big key there. So I like Kyle Williams a lot if the Ravens were to go that route at some point, and they could probably do that early day 3 based on most of where the consensus value was on him then.
Oh, okay. This is who I was forgetting. What about Alec A. Manor? Where's he?
I'm not a fan of A.O. Manor. Okay. I'm not a fan.
Take it or leave it, right?
I could take it or leave it. Yeah. You're talking about a guy who you can't trust his hands, very limited route tree. I think he's more of a project, which is why I don't think he belongs in the 2nd round. Right. I think he's Michael Wilson 2.0. And a lot of people tried to pump up Michael Wilson when he was first coming out. I wasn't one of those people. I see a lot of the same things with Alec A.O. Manor, but I know there's a lot of people out there who like him. We had Pat Fitzmaurice on during our wide receiver episode a couple of weeks ago, and he was big on Alec A.O. Manor. He was what he referred to mostly was the game that he had 200 yards against Travis Hunter, which I get it, yes, but that's one time, and yeah, sure.
What's that saying? Even a broken watch is right twice a day.
Yeah, that's kind of
three times on that day.
Yeah, fair.
But
if we're gonna put a Williams on the
he
Ravens,
he hits his head on the ceiling, right? There's only so high that somebody like Amen or to your point, Michael Wilson will go.
I was going to say, if we're going to put a Williams on Baltimore, let's go with the 5th round picking. Let's go Savion Williams. Talk about a guy that would be completely different than the body type that they've got all over the place, and the risk is there. You know, it's a TCU player, so all in all, probably nothing's going to happen with it. But this dude can run out of the backfield. He's a big body guy. He can be out there. So that's what it's a player I'd like to see drop in that position.
Well, I agree with you dropping that area, but not on Baltimore, because he's the type of player who's going to have to go to a coach who's willing to utilize him as a versatile weapon. Todd Monken's not that dude. That's not really what he does.
Hey, let's take a carry away from Derrick Henry for Savion Williams a little bit, right?
Yeah, come on.
Come on, man. Come on.
Hey, of the next 5 picks, okay, Commanders, we had thought maybe they would go for a running back. The Denver Broncos, fantasy-wise, what do you think?
They have to take Caleb Johnson here. Like, they've traded down 3 times now. Like, this is like we've said, this is the last of a tier break for me.
Falling, so do they have to?
Yes, because he would complement Jaleel McLaughlin so well. You know, you got that speed and the burst from him, and then you got Caleb Johnson go out there and just be the bruiser. So just like in the fall, Broncos, please give us a running back to drool over for the next 6 months. Like, come on.
Well, can you really ever drool over a Sean Payton running back that wasn't named Alvin Kamara because he just finds reasons to rotate people for absolute, like, dude, I had to watch Tyler Beatty at one point last year. Like, give me a break.
Mark Ingram got me all hot and bothered.
I was going to say there wasn't that season. Yeah, there wasn't.
But even then, he was still had a limitation because he had to share the workload with Alvin Kamara. Now, I'm not saying he's never produced them, but you're never going to get that bell cow type of guy. And I think Caleb Johnson's somebody who's going to have to get fed, like even more so than a Mark Ingram necessarily, because I do question Caleb Johnson a little bit on the red zone. And Sean Payton runs kind of a mixed scheme, like as far as like gap zone and all that goes. And I really think he's got to go to a predominantly zones. He doesn't see the field well enough, at least in my opinion, in a gap scheme to consistently get through the line of scrimmage, because he does take a minute to get his burst going. He does take a minute.
This would be my bullish angle. Caleb Johnson, you're in Denver. You got defenders sucking wind. Second half, he's just pouring it on.
Well, how do you guys feel about this running back? The Broncos just took RJ Harvey. Wow. I like that move. Now that one I like, because RJ Harvey's not somebody I think needs to have the bell cow workload to be a top 24, top 18 running back. So I like this move a lot. Go ahead, coach, take it away.
I've just got a ton of him in best ball. I just know the exposure is up, so that's cool. Jump, cut, and run was everything I saw from RJ Harvey. A little bit of gap discipline, right? He'll cut to the outside when he should stay a little bit true inside. But it's funny enough, a mobile quarterback in high school, RJ Harvey at UCF, inside the 5, if you watch some of the highlight reels for RJ Harvey, they trusted him to just wildcat and take the ball in, be judicious right around that 5-yard line. He's a touchdown merchant. I love this for him. The Denver Broncos, we were bullish on Denver Broncos pre-NFL draft. We were bullish on RJ Harvey, but part of that was theory, right? There was just this degree of we have those top 5 running backs. Now it's played out where Caleb Johnson is going to go after RJ Harvey. RJ Harvey was he's in that 6 to 10 range. He can be one of the next tier guys. We got a bullish landing spot. We've got a player that we're bullish on. This is going to cramp him up big time. I love it so much. If you got pre-NFL draft exposure in your best balls, great. If you had startups, excellent. Yes, 22 touchdowns last year. Beautiful. A touchdown merchant. They trusted him, and I see Sean Payton trusting him big time. This is a bullish, huge, great move. I love it so much. What do you think, Tyler?
I love this pick. Oh, it's going to be so good. And so if you're sitting there and if this is like for all of us that are competing every year and in our dynasty leagues, and we never get that one of those top 6, picks in our rookie drafts, you're sitting there at RJ Harvey and you just hope everybody else is asleep at the wheel. You hope they're asleep at the wheel, that they're not thinking about it. And somehow he can make it to 8 or 9 in your rookie drafts. I think it's going to be hard, but based on the talent level and the speculation of the other running backs, it's possible. And so I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, man, if I get this guy in Denver, very Kamara-esque in his play style, like, you know, the even in and just was electric. Been already it's exciting. You know what I'm saying? And just like Peyton, he moved from black and gold to the Broncos. RJ Harvey's moving from black and gold to the Broncos. Like it is a match. It is romanticism at its best. All of us are super excited for. I mean, I am. I'm floored. I think that
I am too. And just to give everybody some background here. I mean, if you didn't know about RJ Harvey, which is possible if you're not degenerates like us, because he played at a smaller school. He was 15th in yards after contact. He was second in carries of over 15 yards, and he gets it done in the passing game too. I mean, you're talking about a 1.39 yards per route run, 2 years of productivity, over 1,400 yards rushings, both in 2023 and in 2024, 16 touchdowns in 23. Coach, you mentioned it, 22 touchdowns last season. A really just highly productive player. Now, I'll end it on this, though. Is anybody concerned, or Brian, will go to you, is anybody concerned the fact that he's already 24?
Not really. Not really. You know, he's guaranteed. He's got his 4 years on the contract. So is this guy going to be someone you're going to be excited about the second contract? Probably not. But you're going to get 2-3 really solid years out of him. Peyton loves to use the running back. The offense is going to move around that. You know, Bo Nix is also a part of that running game. So I think that really just helps RJ Harvey's ability as well, making, you know, Bo Nix standing back there is another threat just to kind of, you know, loosen, you know, give him an ability to kind of slide out there and give you something. So not at all what I expected. I didn't think we were going to see him this high up. There's a couple guys I like just the same bucket. Maybe I liked them just a bit more. So either way,
the draft capital now. Big time
capital's
draft
there.
Yeah.
Hey, so
Hold on, Coach. Hold your thought real quick. So the Commanders are taking cornerback Trey Amos from Ole Miss out of here, and one of the top corners. It's one of their needs. They addressed it here. Good pick, good value. He'll be a day one starter. Had 3 interceptions last season. Really solid year. Cornerback was actually about 6 feet tall, so a little bit taller too. So it's a solid pick all the way around for the Commanders. All right, Coach, take it away.
Hey, RJ Harvey, I checked 22% exposure for me through 53 drafts on Underdog. But also the most, like, why I'm beaming with joy, I was in a startup where somebody trash talked me because I took RJ Harvey round 11. It was like the 10-11 term, whatever it was, wherever that spot is, double digits. Got told it was just a reach. And I took a screenshot. I narrowed it down. I'm going to post it on X. I just put him on the trade block just to be a jerk. It feels tremendous. I love doing that. Oh, it feels so good. He's on the block right now. So everybody, I know across the Chiron, all 11 other eyeballs who are in that league, Chev's in that league too. And shout out to Chev. They're going to see an alert. They're going to see, oh man, will this guy trade him for? Oh, that's right. He's on the Broncos. I want him. And Coach Retzlaff has got him. So it feels great.
Dude, I mean, the guy hasn't 3 years, over 500, 500 and almost 550 carries. You know, he hasn't averaged less than 6.2 yards per attempt. You know, like it is, everything is there. Everything is there. Opportunity is there. I'm pumped about this one.
Tyler's talking about him like he went to Arkansas. Look at this love.
Oh man. Oh, we got Mike. We got Mike back. Mike, you're Tyler though. You got to change your name on your screen there. But not that anybody in the audio part can hear that anyway, so it's okay. Get your quick reaction here for RJ Harvey.
Oh, I love it. You know, that's the spot I wanted Trey Van Henderson to go, and RJ Harvey got that role. I think he's going to do really well there, getting the second round draft capital day 2. This is money in the bank here. He is the 5th running back off the board, right? So, you know, he went ahead of a guy like Caleb Johnson, who I was waiting. You know, RJ Harvey was my running back 6 headed into this week before the draft, obviously thinking that Caleb Johnson would get a decent landing spot and better draft capital. But it looks like that's RJ Harvey here. And what a great landing spot. Is probably, the best landing spot out of all the, running backs, headed into today. So I love it.
Question, Mike.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just beaming. Do you think Jordan James or RJ Harvey, who do you think is better?
RJ Harvey.
Okay, I just wanted to check just for me and a league where I put RJ Harvey on the block with no intention to trade him. Thank you. I just had to hang up and listen to that. Thank you.
Well, the Bears did finally decide to address defense, but it was Shamar Turner. So big reach here. He's an undersized run stuffer. Doesn't usually typically work out very well as a defensive tackle. Somebody I just thought, and maybe I'm poo-pooing on him too much. I don't know, but he was somebody who was hyped up way more than a grade I had him on. I had him as a mid-day 3 graded player, somebody who doesn't have the athletic attributes that people seem to wanted him to have or tried to act like he has. He did have a really good season in 2023, so that's why he was on the board. He had 5 sacks and 26 pressures, was pretty good for a defensive tackle, but then completely fell off production last year with only 2 sacks, 18 hurries, and his pass rush grade, his pass rush win rate went right down the tubes. He actually wound up being more of a run stopper last year than an actual penetrator. So I questioned this pick quite a bit. So the Bears finally go defense, and I'm like, well, I think Coach, you're the one who said it. Right? And maybe they'll be the Cincinnati Bengals. They're trying. They're going. Maybe might be well on their way.
Hey, that would be a beautiful thing for the Bears. Just run it back city in fantasy football. That's all we want. Just a bottomless. One time. At the school I worked, they had like the pipe, the bottom part. The kids ripped it out. They used to call it devious licks a couple of years ago. Like you do something crazy, vandalize, and they thought it was funny. It was like a TikTok trend, right? So that's kind of what I think about for the Bears. If you could rip the PVC pipe underneath and then just flow the water and it just goes straight onto the floor, and then you just have to run it back. That's what's going to happen. Like, hey, you're getting the water that you need, but then you're having to clean up. So just keep getting that ball back in Caleb Williams' hands, get them in a high throw rate situation. Yeah, I love the Bears this year, if you can't tell.
You should. It's something we're finally getting excited about with Chicago. Like, there's a lot
Look,
of
they still suck. They still suck, but I love them.
It's great for fantasy. And look, I was in a rebuild last year in Dynasty. I have Caleb Williams. I'm waiting for that pick to pan out. I have Caleb Williams and Joe Burrow. So if I could have 2 of the same types of offenses there, I'll be pretty happy about that myself. But I want to take a quick break right about now and get into another word from our sponsors.
Hey Jackson and West Tennessee, welcome to Chuck Hutton Nissan on Van Drive. Looking for a new ride? Nissan awarded us a huge inventory and big volume on new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs. Need service? Our state-of-the-art service department handles oil changes, brakes, engine light checks, tires, and more for nearly all makes and models. See you soon at Chuck Hutton Nissan just off I-40, exit 80 or 82 on Van Drive in Jackson.
All right, so the Kansas City Chiefs will be coming up after they officially make this Bears pick. They went, Josh Simmons, great steal, back end of the first round. Brian, let's go to you first, and then we'll actually talk to the Chiefs fan because I want an unbiased opinion before I talk to, Chico over there. But Brian, what would you like to see Kansas City do here?
They need an heir to that backfield, right? Pacheco's on the last year of his deal. I'm a fantasy guy. I want running backs coming off the board, man. Give me a running back here.
But they already have 3 old, decrepit injury ones.
Which all better. Give me a freaking young guy, They call me arthritis. I'm hard on the seniors here. So, give me the young guy to make him, jump out at me a little bit more.
What about Basil Tootin? Would that just,
as long as Patrick Mahomes didn't pick him, I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
Well, that's a fair point, too. I comped Basil Tootin to Jamal Charles. I did it. I didn't care. After that combine, the measurements, the size, everything, what they did in college, very, 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 very similar. And even if Basil Tootin got drafted in the 3rd round, remember that's where Jamal Charles got drafted at. So it wasn't going to be a big deal if it wasn't necessarily in the first couple of rounds. Mike, what do you want them to do? What do you want your team to do?
My fantasy football, enthusiast wants them to go running back here. I think Caleb Johnson would be a great bruiser for them. He's got the most talent right now sitting in this position for the running back. I mean, obviously, Bashal Tuten has got some upside there, but I don't think he's got the size that I'm looking for right now for them with the way that they ran Pacheco and the way that I see them wanting to run the ball with authority here. So I would like them to see a running back for fantasy, but I could just see them needing another defensive tackle. We got some holes there, or another edge rusher as well. So either way, I think they're going to do well here. So let's see what the pick is.
I was gonna say, Mike, you're a fortune teller, man. You got it.
Hey,
Well,
they got to win in the trenches. We talked about that, right? Copycat league. They get beat up, the Chiefs, by the Eagles. You got to go somewhere, and it's not sexy, but hey, that's why we have 7 rounds of this draft. We're just 2 in. Plenty of running backs out there to get in this deep class. Deep class, Mike. You like that deep class? Yeah, absolutely.
Omar, just to be official here, it is Omar Norman Lott, because no one actually wanted to mention the name apparently. But so
Hey, I wonder, any relation to Ronnie Lott? I mean, that's pretty cool.
let's just say yes, just to be fun.
Right, and I know for a fact all 4 years honor roll. So yeah, guy can play.
I like how you pay attention to the academics. That's a kudos by you. 'cause I
Shocker,
could
the
care
teacher
less.
does that.
But Orman Norman, he did have a very strong season, especially for a guy that we knew would be going later on in day 2. I had him more as a 3rd round grade, but this is a fine pick here. It's the back end of the 2nd round, 5 sacks, 9 hits, 13 hurries. He had 5 sacks each of the last 2 seasons. But what's more impressive, really, is his pass rush win rate. He was right at the top of the class for all the inside defensive tackles with an 18.9% pass rush win rate. Not as great as a run stopper, but you're getting this guy to be a penetrator, and pair him up with Chris Jones. And who better for him to learn those skill sets from than Chris Jones, who you need an heir apparent to anyway, and maybe 2 penetrators in the middle. So come on, Mike, how you feeling about this?
2
I think it's
penetrators
good.
in the middle. Let's go, Mike.
I think that it's not what I wanted, but I could see where they needed to go. I would have preferred to have some more protection for Mahomes, or go with the running back. But yeah, this is a good pick for them. I think he's going to get some pressure, like you said. Pair him up with Chris Jones on the edges there. I think it's going to be really good.
Well, I'm glad you're happy about it. You sound really enthused about it.
Yeah. I was way more enthused about Josh Simmons yesterday. Honestly, I was super ecstatic about that, and I was worried when they traded out, but to give the Eagles such a prized possession there. But it's going to be good. I like it.
It's going to be good. All right, so the pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. If I can get to the drop here. Andrew. What was that? Why am I getting feedback? I'm not the only one who heard that, right? I was like hearing myself like coming through. Okay, all right. Just make sure I'm not just like I've been streaming between yesterday and today. Like this is like my 8th hour now, so I could be just lucid and hallucinating.
Maybe a little both.
Andrew Mukuba, I wanted to try to get it right there. Defensive back out of Texas. He comes in here for the Philadelphia Eagles. Look, so they had Quinton Mitchell, they had Cooper DeJean. Guys, Darius Slay's now gone. They needed to get another backside cornerback. He is one of these kind of safety cornerback hybrids, I think is what he projects as. Is it a reach here? Yeah, this is somebody that was not expected to go to day 3. So if you're sitting there wondering to yourself, who is this guy? This is probably why. We weren't really expecting him to go here, but he has that good ball hawking athletic ability, which is something we know Howie Roseman and the Eagles treasure more so above anything else. And he's going to be a zone type player, which is perfect for Vic Fangio. So this does make some sense as far as a fit. And then clearly they like them a lot. And it's hard for me to argue with the Eagles, frankly, when they draft the way that they do most of the time. So anybody have a reaction to this pick?
We're tired of I'm already tired of the Eagles. Like I'm just tired of it. Like they've had the shortest run right now of a team that I'm just absolutely over. But good for you, Howie. When you're looking for a new team, Indy, we're looking for GM next year, buddy. Come on.
Okay, I got a question for you guys, because it's kind of slowing down a little bit. We had a couple big name guys, hit some interesting spots. So who is your favorite landing spot now, as far as the rookies go? Like what's a guy that
Quinton Judkins from Browns.
Yeah, that's well, we figured that one. Yeah, I knew that would be your guy. Anybody else? I could have told you that.
Well, Trey Harris going to the Chargers is a great one as well. Yeah. He was somebody we didn't know. Like some of us loved him, but we didn't know for sure if he was going to get the second round draft capital. And so with that, along with the landing spot, kind of solidifies where we had him. Yes, FF Mad Scientist, I agree. RJ Harvey to the Broncos is very sexy as well. I don't want to take everyone's pick though, so somebody else can chime in.
I mean, funny because I must have blacked out because I was thinking, okay, love Quinshon Judkins, love Trey Harris to the Chargers, and then just bricked up in the cement aisle for some RJ Harvey. So yeah, now that you bring that up, somebody else brought it up for me. I didn't bring it up. So this is just, it's a beautiful night, man. This is just a wonderful life.
Egbuka's probably one for me. Maybe not necessarily for him, but in the Baker Mayfield thing. You know, we kind of touched on this earlier when we were talking about that pick, but I mean, as far as somebody who's had an immense jump in value and his outlook for 2025, Egbuka is going to be great for that Tampa Bay offense.
Well, let's throw Jaden Hing is out there too, because again, a guy who wound up getting high-end second-round draft capital on a team where there's going to be plenty of targets outside of Nico Collins. Like he can still get 24%, 25% targets year one with the way that offense is setting up. And talk about a team that is going to have to play some offense, come back from behind. And well, Brian's gone now, but I was about to make fun of his crappy AFC South division as part of a good reason why I like the fantasy value there too. And we officially are on the third round now, guys. So it's a good time probably to bring up one of our sponsors here, the Digital Footprint Marketing. Attention business owners, are you buried in subscriptions for SEO tools, social media calendars, generating reviews, responding to reviews, inboxes, website builders, and social channel ads? It's time to stop overpaying and start simplifying. Digital Footprint Management gives you one subscription, one dedicated account manager, and one streamlined solution for your entire team. Save time, save money, and focus on what really matters, growing your business. Visit getfoundeverywhere.com today. That's getfoundeverywhere.com today.
Love it. Well, you know, Dan, as we're entering round 3, I just want to make sure we hit something that was dropped in the chat. You know, obviously the Shedeur falling is a narrative that just keeps going. 5 tight ends before Shedeur is crazy. And then, you know, ask, is this one of the biggest draft slides ever for a potential top 10 pick?
No, because he hasn't reached Malik Willis territory yet. And the point about that is that neither one of them should have been great in the first round to begin with. So that's why it was a slide. But nonetheless, quarterback who was talked about going into the top 10, sliding all the way potentially to, you know, day 3. So he's not quite there yet, but we got coach.
Well, could we also, we could probably categorize it in a sense of, is it necessarily, there's 2 things parallel. There's the issue with Deion Sanders where teams don't want to answer to what he may say. Let's just give that some credence that might be something. It's an elephant in the room. And then the other element is Shedeur Sanders has so much talent and he's falling. So there's 2 parts where maybe the talent is here, but because of all the things that come with it, that's pulling Shedeur Sanders. And that might be the biggest slide ever for a potential top 10 pick from that specific standpoint. We haven't had something specific like that where we're sitting there thinking about it. Are there some non-football things that are pulling Shedeur Sanders even further than he would? Let's say Shedeur Sanders wasn't a first round pick, but he get there early in the second round pick. You know, let's say the eval may not have been as keen or sharp versus what the public was putting out there. We could admit that possibly, right? But even then, this is still wild that there aren't any teams trying to jump on, well, we'll get them for second round draft capital. We'll jump all these other teams because how can a guy leave the first round? Sure, we'll scoop him up. Heck, even Green Bay. Green Bay is always a proponent of draft a quarterback when you don't need them. They are a wild card team that I would look out for as these rounds go on, where it's like, okay, well, we'll take Shedeur Sanders because we can develop and we could trade him off. Think of how many quarterbacks, Brunell, Hasselbeck. There were a couple different ones behind Favre over the years who ended up on other teams. Now, would that be a fit? That's a whole other story. You know, another bag of worms, right? So there's two things going on. It's the talent element, but I think there's also is Deion Sanders a problem somehow? Is there credence? And I guess I'll pivot to you, Dan, Tyler, and Greinberg. Do we think there's credence to the fact that aside from talent, you're just getting your GM who's waking up and thinking, I just don't want to deal with this, just from that angle of, am I going to have his father talk about something after a tough loss or something not going right?
Here's my thing. With it's a lot. It's not just the dad though. It's also him. Like, I mean, there was literally the video today, and he's like shopping for a Rolls Royce, and I'm like it's just like the person, the extra, and you're like, I don't know, like it seems like you're gonna, like, Deion, I think, does have a bit of that narrative, and then Shadur's put an exclamation point on that in how he's gone through the draft process, how he's done his interviews. It's been a very much, that type of mentality as he's approached it, and that's probably hit. So I'm going to shift it a little bit because we just had a question hit the chat talking about maybe Milroe over Sanders. So let's go Milroe, Will Howard, Sanders. If you're the Steelers and you're taking a quarterback, who do you think it is?
It's Milroe. Arthur Smith is more used to having that mobile type of quarterback he only has to make one read and launch it deep. They have DK Metcalf for that. That's all he wants. He doesn't want a guy like Shador Sanders who has to play by spreading it all around. That's not how they function. Sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, but I totally agree with you. And the other thing is too, like at this stage of the draft, it's worth to take the shot on the high upside play here. The guy that could, potentially be, rushing upside with like Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels. If a guy like that hits, he's got so much upside. What are the Steelers to lose at this stage? And so we're going to be round 3. I just think that, if they're going to roll the dice, they're going to roll the dice on somebody with the upside. And he fits, like you said, the Arthur Smith offense a little bit better. And he could huck the ball like crazy. And who's better to run underneath that than DK Metcalf and potentially George Pickens at this stage, because he hasn't been moved yet. And there was a lot of rumors floating around today that he'd be, gone before the draft even started today. And that's not happening. And we're seeing these quarterbacks slide. So this could be a reality here. And I'd like to see it.
Yeah. So let me get us caught up real quick. Because we had 2 picks go off the board in the 3rd round while we were talking. So Darius Alexander, the penetrating defensive tackle, went to the New York Giants. So they are looking for even more pass rushers from every single angle on that team. They're like, look, we have one game plan against the Eagles, and that is go get Jalen Hurts. This is, and the same thing with Jaden Daniels with the Commanders there. So I like that pick. It's a guy I thought would go in the 2nd round, so they get good value there. And then the Chiefs want to add their pass rushing chops with Ashton Gillott, defensive end there, with their 2nd pick in the 3rd round as well. So both teams going after penetrators. The Chiefs really trying to like, hey, you know what, Chris Jones, we're finally going to give you some help in the pass rushing. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I think it's exactly what they need to do, and they need to get some, win that line of scrimmage battle. They got manhandled in the Super Bowl on both sides of the ball, and they need to improve that. And I think they've made those moves with both their picks so far in the 1st and 2nd round here.
Now, I do think the fit is a little interesting because I have a few guys. I'm trying to look at my list here. I still have about 3 or 4 guys that I would have had ranked ahead of him, but regardless, he does fit that Spagnuolo type because he's a little bit of a bigger pass rushing kind of defensive end, which is typically what Spagnuolo likes to have on the edge there. So I understand why they would go in that direction out of Louisville with Ashton Gillott. So Yeah, so we get some picks here. Trench is building, and this is where the draft we knew was always going to be because there was so much depth along defensive lines, both defensive tackle and edge rushers. There still is. Like, there's still a lot of good value here. Like, I'm looking at a guy like Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. He's a nasty dude who's going to be an all-around 4-3 type of defensive end who can play all three downs, and he's still on the board here too. There's a couple of guys who I'm pretty excited about to see in these defensive line. Again, I know we're kind of getting away from fantasy a little bit, but all these things, get me going anyway. So whatever.
Well, to your point, if you build in the trenches, that could play into some of the game flow, why we get a 46 over under or a 42 over under versus a 51 over under in our betting lines. You end up having these slower paced games, which can impact part of our run back philosophy, which has come up tonight. It came up all last year in a beneficial way for the Bengals. Just run it back. And then we're hoping and seeing the Chicago Bears possibly being able to be a team that just, hey, they recycle, they just come back. You score, it gets erased. Oh, man, guess we got to go do it again. You want pace in your team. So sometimes you're seeing these teams make wise decisions that may not be sexy for fantasy football in a dual way. It's good for the NFL team, but it may not be as great for us. There could be some slower pace going for the Kansas City Chiefs. I would like Greinberg for the Chiefs to up their pace back to what they had, revert it back to some of their faster paced, fast break offense with Travis Kelce more in his prime, Tyreek Hill, of course. I would like them to get back to that. So I would enjoy some more bolstering, but at the same time, they got punched in the mouth. We saw it vividly in the Super Bowl. So great move here for your Kansas City Chiefs.
I'm with you on the pace thing, though, and they're going to have to address the offensive line for that have any chance of happening, because that's basically what's happening. Is like, look, we're trying to slow it down and keep the passes short because we're trying not to get Mahomes killed. That's essentially what that boils down to, and that's in turn has put Patrick Mahomes in a situation where he's not a top 5 fantasy quarterback anymore.
Correct, absolutely. He's not a top 5, and he's fallen down in dynasty ranks.
Yeah, and he'll slide. I mean, with their defense playing the way they have over the last couple of years, he hasn't had to be in those kind of shootout kind of situations. I think that's going to be a little bit more prevalent this year. I think they're, from what you could see, what they're building here, with their wide receiver core. I think they lost some guys here as well. They may be involved with some more shootout kind of play again. And, Mahomes might regain some value. Did the Browns just pick?
I'll get you caught up on two things. So the Browns just picked. We're going to announce that in a second, but also the Lions just traded up to get on the 70 for the Jacksonville Jaguars. But anyway, so to get back to you, yes, Browns just took Harold Fannin.
Oh, hey, love it. Hey, you guys go first.
Mike, go ahead, because you look like you had a face of like, what?
Yeah, it's kind of perplexing. I mean, I guess, he's a work in progress. He needs some help with his blocking. He's not a big tight end, so this could play, into a pass catching role for him, in a big slot role, maybe. That could evolve there. I mean, they don't have much options outside. Like I mentioned earlier, I know you guys are high on Cedric Tillman. No, you're not. But I mean, we just mentioned the name. But I mean, I'm just saying, when I mentioned Jerry Jeudy being a big winner, this actually comes down a little bit. This Harold Fannin could be a good situation there. But
it's funny because it's you have David Njoku already on the roster.
Exactly.
So obviously, it does one of two things. Either this is telling you they don't have future plans for David Njoku and they want the heir apparent, or it's having his fantasy sitting there like, look, I'm not going to bother playing with a slot receiver. I'm just going to have my 12 personnel. Stefanski, by the way, has a long history of doing that. So it's absolutely in play there. I'm going to play my 12 personnel, Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman, or whoever, if they bring in somebody else is going to play on the other side. And that's going to be our offense with Quinshon Judkins in the back. And, we'll figure out quarterback later.
Yeah, no, I the more I thought about it and the more I see the body type and everything like that, this is a really good fit for him. And I like it. I don't think it, deters Njoku's value very much either here. I think, if Njoku could stay healthy, he's a smash play. I think this hurts, Jerry Jeudy just a tad. But yeah, I think Carol Fannin here is a good situation, and I think he's going to get some run right away.
Well,
I love
Coach.
this for David Njoku. I've got the call out there on the forum a couple weeks ago. I said, David Njoku, Tyler, he had to squeeze like, hey, man, give me a hot take. I was like, okay, let me cook something up. And it was David Njoku is going to be a top 3 tight end in 2025. I don't have my watch on, but I'm looking. It was March maybe or early April when we had that show. I love David Njoku, 8.8 targets last year. You average it out to his 11 games played to 17 games. He has the same amount of targets as Brock Bowers. Not the same talent, but same opportunity out there to be had. I really love it. And hey, could it be Joe Flacco chucking the rock? I am absolutely excited for David Njoku in 2025. Seeing Harold Fannin Jr., it's like, okay, you get this developmental guy who's got to go there. Fine by me. That's actually more of an insulation of protection for David Njoku, who is, I think he's going to be 29. He's still in his super prime, aging like a fine wine, the tight end position. This is bullish. I like the spot for Fannin for development, but I love it for it's like, hey, we're marked safe from real competition in year 1 for David Njoku. So,
well, I'm going to throw this out there too, because I do think now you're building an offense that makes it really quarterback friendly, right? Safety blankets with the tight ends, running more power personnel with 12 personnel, and you have the running back now, and so a play that actually could be available. This is a team now where I think Shedeur Sanders could actually do something with this team, because he's an accurate, throw it around type of guy. So now if the Browns were to take him, I think you're starting to have an offense that he could actually excel in. So this is something I'm going to be able to watch. I just want to get you guys caught up. So the Raiders took defensive back Darian Porter out of Iowa State. He fits a Pete Carroll mode. He is a zone corner, 3 interceptions last year. He's a bigger physical guy who likes to jam guys and then drop back into cover 3 zone. That's pretty much what he did in college. He fits that bill, fits Pete Carroll really well. Not really surprised to see that pick. And then oh God, I'm losing my voice. Kyle Williams just went off the board to the New England Patriots. So this is a guy I was super big on. I had Kyle Williams ranked as my wide receiver 9 pre-draft combine. I was already big on him before he started to move up the board over the last couple of weeks. He's a great route runner, great yardage after the catch. Drake May needs weapons. I think this is one of the best weapons you could have actually drafted as a wide receiver. They need a Kyle Williams type. They need a route beater. And he fits that Josh McDaniels system pretty well, because he's going to ask him to run those slant routes, run those bubble screens, run those hitches. And that's what Kyle Williams really excels at. So I like the pick here, and I like the fact for fantasy purposes, he just got taken early in the 3rd round, because that's more draft capital than we necessarily knew he was definitively going to get, with an opportunity being that we have no wide receivers essentially in New England, that he could actually be the wide receiver 1 right away in his rookie year. Somebody I think will be a sleeper. Tyler, what do you think? If you're in your rookie drafts and you're looking at Kyle Williams, where do you think you're going to want to draft him at now?
Probably maybe around 3 rookie draft for me. And I like the potential there. We know Vrabel's going to commit to running the football. We do believe in Drake May, but it just that's probably where I'd be on him. I'm going to be somewhere in round 3 rookie drafts for him. There's still some other prospects talent wise and team landing spot wise that haven't been picked yet that I would probably want to look at over him.
What do you got, Coach?
Yeah, I'm in alignment. I'm trying to tell myself a story. It could be money laundering. It could just be delusion. But maybe we can creep into the late 2nd round. And, oh, man, something happened really good by Tyler's reaction there. But Kyle Williams, I'll let other people chase him, although he is steamed up the board. I like Drake May, Baker, Boutte, and Bourne, the 3 Bs. I've been trying to just stash in these dynasty startups, hoping that somebody beyond Stephon Diggs will matriculate up the board. But Kyle Williams going there could deter that some. So I'm very much neutral on it. I'm kind of like in Bed Bath or I'm thinking of Family Guy. Too many Family Guy references where they go to purgatory, not Bed Bath and Beyond. I got confused. Where they go to purgatory and they're like, "This isn't so good. It's not so bad. It's not so good, but it's not so bad." That's kind of where I kind of level on Kyle Williams. I'm not really moved yet. I think I'll have to see more off-season reports there. Tyler? What are you hyped about? Tell
Hold
us.
on, let me hit the drop. This is crazy. Go ahead, Tyler.
I thought the first Razorback off the board would be Landon Jackson, edge rusher, but it is not. It is somebody that I've been talking about as a sleeper in my for Dynasty, and it is Isaac Tesla to the Lions at pick 70, which is awesome. I mean, the Tim Patrick replacement. It's there. I think it's a great pick for them. I'm excited. I think that this means I'm probably going to have to pay a little more for him in my dynasty drafts than I want to. And the Razorback fan in me will probably do that. But I love the player, like the catch radius, like, even the big argument for Isaac Tesla is like, can he get separation, right? Like that's been the debate. But the issue is he hasn't had to need separation because even when it's tight, his catch radius has been so big and he's able to pull off these crazy catches. He's got great hands, great movement. He's great speed. Was it 4.42 at the 40?
4.43 at the combine, yeah.
At the combine, like he is a player that has been slept on, and it's because Arkansas didn't really start using him until the later part of the season, and they had a running quarterback. So you didn't get a ton of what he's capable of, and so I'm really excited about this pick.
So you taking? I'm going to add some fuel to this because the last pick there, Kyle Williams, you weren't so high on. So are you taking Tesla?
Yes.
Over, yeah, you are. Okay, just straight up, even in the situation where he's going to be,
he's from Arkansas. He's saying,
I know, but he's getting completely buried in a wide receiver room.
He's not though. He's not though. Like you think about it, like Jameson Williams is a totally different type of receiver.
Like he traded Tyler. They have talked about trading Jameson Williams, so they might not want to pay him. So just to kind of go to your point there.
They did pick up the 5th-year option today.
They did, but they're still talking about possibly trading because they might not want to pay him moving after that.
Maybe give him some other team a 5th year. Like, here you go.
I mean, Kyle Williams has got the opportunity right away where the situation's wide open there. And, like Dan had mentioned earlier, he's got that route running ability, the separating, and he's going to be a safety blanket for Drake May. I like Tesla because he definitely his relative athletic score, he just completely showed out at the combine, and this shows a lot of faith in him. 6'3", 214 pounds. Like he's got the prototypical size you're looking for in a wide receiver, and he's got that athleticism. Some of those catches he's been making is just great. So yeah, splitting hairs here. I like Williams as far as his landing spot goes, better as far as opportunity right away. But this Tesla move here is really shaking some heads here because guys like Jalen Noel still not been drafted, and they were guys that were really steaming up here. So awesome.
Hey, Mike, I would say with Isaac Tesla, since he's buried on the depth chart, in honor of Tyler, I say Mike, Dan, you, Mike, the three of us, we chip in on the tombstone for Isaac Tesla because he's about to be buried on that Lions depth chart. Guy's going nowhere.
Listen, Tyler will still hold a candle for Treylon Burks, so he'll definitely hold a candle for Isaac Tesla for forever.
No. I think that he's just a different type of receiver. I think that he helps them in some areas like Jameson is really a one trick pony, and then you have Amon-Ra, and then it's what after that? After those. Yeah, tight end, sure, but
you're a run first team. Keep going down the list again. Look, I like Isaac Tesla, but just to be clear here, he was a deep sleeper. I had him at wide receiver 16. And I like the overall physical traits. There's a lot to like there. But ultimately, this was a reach by Detroit. He had no business going in the top end of the third round when guys like Jalen Noel and a number of other guys still available if you're really going to go wide receiver. But what Detroit does covet is they covet those physical, speedy traits more so than anything, which is why I get a little bit curious. Like I know, like Coach pointed out, they picked up the 5th-year option where I'm like, they might have picked it up, but I don't know if they plan on keeping Jameson after that. That's what really it makes me question. I think they're wondering if they can find that kind of physical trait replacement who can pair up with Amon-Ra St. Brown's the guy who can stretch the field. And there's not too many guys who have his overall physical traits left in this draft, but there was definitely better prospects. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, could they not have gone and gotten like Jalen Noel or something? Something different.
Well, so I will say this for Detroit, Jalen Noel would have made no sense because he needs where St. Brown plays in order to succeed. So
what about Royals? What about Royals?
Royals is where I would have went at least over Tesla for them because he would be able to play more of the perimeter type of wide receiver. Now he's not the burner that Jameson Williams is, but he is a perimeter possession receiver who can move the ball with. And right now that's what they're missing. So he actually would fit that role better day one as a contributor on that team. So yeah, I'm with you on that one. Let's get you caught up, guys, on a couple of picks real quick. So defensive tackle Vernon Broughton got drafted by the New Orleans Saints here. And then also we have Landon Jackson, the other Arkansas guy, got drafted by the Buffalo Bills as well. So go ahead, Tyler, talk about your Landon Jackson boy.
Oh, no, Landon Jackson is an absolute physical monster size-wise. Like I think his getting off the block was something he really didn't start to do well until last season. So this is about where I had him. I had him in the 3rd round, even though they said he could creep up into the 2nd. I think that he still needs development. But I mean, he is massive. Like he's got the tools. Like he can get there. But he's going to need work. And but Buffalo, they're not desperate for a pass rusher. They got Rousseau, they've got Bosa, they got AJ Epinesa behind him. So it fits. Like they're not going to have to rush him in to be the dude immediately,
They're just really addressing the hell out of that defensive line. Like it's clear the Bills have just made a game plan. Like, look, we are getting as many pass rusher penetrators that we can possibly fit on this team. Like they're literally at the point now they're going to rotate this thing like a hockey team, like just lineup changes, like just throughout. And I think that's part of the game plan. And that's going to help guys like Joey Bosa stay healthy longer and get more out of him come playoff time. Like there's a real clear cut plan. The Bills are just like, look, we're coming after every quarterback out there. We are not going to lose to the Chiefs again. That's pretty much what's going on there. The Jets also just drafted defensive back Ezra Thomas out of there. So a good, he's actually reminds me a little bit. I don't think he's going to be ever as good, but he reminds me a little bit of a DJ Reed type that they lost. So this kind of makes a little bit of sense to me here too. And I think that gets us all caught up there. Vernon Broughton, by the way, I wanted to bring him back up again. So he goes to the Saints. He's more of a penetrating defensive tackle, a little bit undersized, had a decent season, 26 hurries last year, 4 sacks for Texas. And again, he goes to the New Orleans Saints, who just also need everything they need along the trenches. So they're building from the inside out as well.
Look, and Dan, not that I want to live on Tesla a little bit more, but the Lions, they moved up 30 picks.
I'm aware. They really like them a lot.
So that's like one of those moments where, okay, your evaluation may not be there. Our evaluations may not be there on that, but for the Lions to trade up 30 spots to take him there is like a draft. It's kind of like that whole narrative of draft capital, right? Like it's like investment. Like, hey, this is somebody that we want to go get. We're going to prioritize, go get. We don't want to risk to see if they'll potentially be there in 30 picks, because the reality is if you come into the draft, you're probably saying coming into this, he's there in 30 picks, right? Like, so
Absolutely.
Right.
Well,
so it does give you, if you're playing Dynasty, like things like that. And I'm not specifically talking about Tesla here. I'm saying, but things like that, when teams make moves like that, it can give you a little insight into some potential, potential production from that player. Like they're not going to do that for somebody that they don't have buy-in on. So if this is somebody that you've got late in your rookie drafts or that you've got on your board, somebody like a team that according to the narrative that we just said on the show, a team that didn't need him because he's so buried on the depth chart, a team that didn't need him was willing to trade up almost a full round to make sure that they got him.
Yeah, no, and that's fair. And now talk about reaches at wide receiver. Here's another one. So Pat Bryant, Illinois wide receivers, got drafted by the Denver Broncos. He ran a 4.61 at the combine. This is and I shouldn't be surprised. This is a Sean Payton type of guy. He likes bigger bodied. Pat Bryant 6'2", slow wide receivers. That's what he likes. If he could play 50 tight ends out there, he would. This is what he does. This does not make the wide receiving core of the Broncos any better, in my opinion. Sorry.
This is Mike Thomas, Marquez Colston.
Yeah.
I mean, a super knockoff version of that in his mind. Yeah, I think that's what we're going with here. I mean, he fell. I mean, there was somebody that some people liked. He was a decent route runner and, of course, had the size to be a perimeter wide receiver. But when he came out in that combine and he ran the 4.6 and he was slow and everything else, like he dropped like a rock. I mean, he was wide receiver 22 on my board coming into this, and the third round trade capital is not going to make me rise him up very much, to be honest with you. Mike, what's your reaction to this?
Yeah, I just don't think it's a smart move. I mean, there's some other wide receivers on the board that I would have liked to have seen there quite a bit. This is a huge reach to me, and it just kind of not where I thought the Broncos were going to be headed with it. Yeah, I mean, they got Evan Ingram. They have Courtland Sutton. They just brought in RJ Harvey, so I do like some of their core here. I thought they would do more to help Bo Nix out. Maybe there's some more to come, but this is kind of a weird one.
We like the running back. We like the running back at least, but not a fan. Yeah. This is not taking to another step here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Marvin Mims is going to be a lot more involved this year. He stepped in the last half of last year, getting a little bit more targets in the last 5 games. I think he averaged 5 catches or 5 targets near the end there, so not bad. But I mean, I thought they would do more with this pick.
This isn't a wide receiver who cuts into that role at all either. So from that standpoint, yeah, I mean, Marvin Mims, maybe there's finally that chance because we've been waiting for him. He was somebody I was big on when he first came out in the draft. Just saw no reason why he couldn't get on the field other than they just weren't playing him. And to your point, finally started to take off the second half of the season, but I was still always kind of concerned they were going to bring in somebody that would kind of just replace any chance that you would have of popping. This move doesn't do that because they don't play the same type of wide receiver position. So to your point, maybe Marvin Mims does become the permanent slot wide receiver, albeit on an offense that doesn't run a lot of 3 receiver sets, but still would give him some production there that you could at least turn over and trade in dynasty leagues. But the Pat Bryant pick, oof. There was a lot of guys who had a lot better grades on still available there for a team that needed wide receivers. That's just kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, it must just be a strictly scheme fit, a player that they see, playing a specific role on certain downs. And let's do it.
All right, so we got coming up. So now the 49ers are going to be on the clock soon. The Dallas Cowboys, New England Patriots, Arizona Cardinals. Those are the next 4 picks. Let's bring up the Steelers. They got the 19th pick in the 3rd round. Mike, Tyler, do you think that's going to be Shedeur?
Oh, Pittsburgh wants it. Like I watched lots of videos. They were all across social media today of when they did make their pick in the 1st round and it wasn't Shedeur. There was a lot of people that were like, oh, which tells me the fan base is bought in. I don't think that that's the move. I mean, the whole thing with Shedeur is sacks, right? Like he takes sacks. He takes too many sacks. Like, and you go like you look at Russell Wilson last year, right? Got sacked a ton, right? So somebody like, and they're not really bolstering that offensive line to make it any different. In fact, they lost from that position, So it's like, I think that I don't think it's a good fit. If if I'm them, I'm not bought on Shadur, but could they do it? Could they do it for the fan base? I think it's a cheap cost at this point. It doesn't show like, hey, this is going to be the pinnacle of our franchise for the next 10 years. I mean, I think we're starting to hit that realm, like, where they could take two. Like they could go and they could take a Will Howard and a Shadur or Jalen Milroe and let them battle it out, right? Like these guys
Jalen
are going
Milroe
to
I would have my eye on. Yeah,
right.
Jalen Milroe's the who I have my eye on.
Well, because
After
also
that, though, the Cleveland Browns 30th pick in the 3rd round, and that's the only other spot I see.
And here's the thing with Milroe is like Milroe has the ability to translate to other positions as well. Like Shadur, if he doesn't work out as quarterback, it's just a wasted pick. Like Milroe's an athlete. Like Milroe can easily do a position shift as we've seen so many players do previously, so he's still an athlete. He could still even come in and give you, like a Saints kind of scheme thing where you can just bring them in for special packages. Who knows? I think that there's just more upside with Milroe there.
Yeah, well, 49ers just had a pick, and it was Nick Martin. We have a string of reaches here the last few picks. So Nick Martin, Oklahoma State linebacker. I had this guy going in the 6th round. This is a complete overreach here. So it's a smaller linebacker. If you're going to go to a smaller linebacker, then take Chris Paul, who actually plays linebacker like Drake Greenlaw does, as a smart player and actually gets downhill constantly. This guy was terrible in missed tackles forced. This guy he wasn't even a good coverage. He was 236 in coverage stops. He was 97 in passer rating allowed. So he's a small linebacker who can't fill the run and can't cover, and he just got drafted in the 3rd round. This is a horrible pick by the 49ers. Absolutely awful.
I do like Chris Paul over him. But maybe 49ers are going to take a few. They've got to replace a big hole left by Dre Greenlaw. And so they're going to have to find somebody. I don't think McMartin's going to be the answer. I see them taking probably
game plans to take a few. You don't take a guy that I don't think anybody was taking until day 3 here with one of your 2 3rd round picks. There's no reason to do it. Much better players. I don't care what your evaluation tells you. I mean, this guy was 220.
Yeah.
So
here the Cowboys. Everybody's hoping they go wide receiver. Could this be Jalen Noel here?
It would make a lot of sense. No, so it's a little bit hard in the sense of CeeDee Lamb would probably have to bounce back out to being perimeter. Not that he can't do that. But this would be a nice little fit here because they need another wide receiver who can get separation. And Jalen Noel gets separation, I think, almost better than anybody else in this class, frankly. It's one of the reasons why I loved him so much. And I do think he can play inside, outside. This is not strictly just a slot wide receiver. He's got a big physical build. He can get off of press man coverage. The only thing about Jalen Noel that was weird was that for a guy who's kind of built like a running back, he doesn't break a lot of tackles. He doesn't get a lot of yards after catch. So it's a little bit strange, but he does profile as somebody who should be able to do that. So that's the only thing that was weird. But I had Jalen Noel in my top 5 in my graded wide receiver. So the fact that he's still not drafted at this point to me is strange. And I think he's going to be a great steal for whoever does wind up taking him.
Well,
what's your take on Jalen Noel? Where were you at on him?
I liked him.
Oh yeah, this is a good pick. So Siobhan Revel, cornerback out of East Carolina. This is somebody that people thought could potentially be in the bottom end of the 1st round, top end of the 2nd round. So this is actually a really good value pick and still a position of need. But go ahead, Tyler.
No, I Jalen Noel, I like him. He's fast, crisp. I thought he was a top. I'm surprised he's fallen so far in some of these other guys. Really, I had him above either of the last 3 wide receivers to go. So it's it's interesting, but no, I do. I do say this though. The pick here is fine with Dallas. I do think Dallas has to address wide receiver in this draft though. It can't be CeeDee Lamb alone, with snippets of players that have, either Brandon Cook. They've been trying to make it work with like Brandon Cooks. They bring in like they trade for Mingo. Like it just like they're just dancing around it. Get Dak another weapon. They also I think Javonte can create enough space for them not to really have to address running back this early in this draft, but they got to get Dak some weapons.
No, I agree. So we had. So the Panthers traded up and took Princely Yuman Milan out of Ole Miss here. He had a great year. He's an edge rusher. He had 11 sacks and 16 hits and 28 hurries back there at Ole Miss. This is a good value pick here for a team that desperately needs to get a pass rush going on that defensive side of the ball because they're just putrid in every capacity. So this is a good value pick here for the Carolina Panthers for a guy who showed a lot of promise. And it wasn't just last season either. 2023 also had 28 hurries. Then he just had a really great season in his pass rush win rate, which was 22.8% last year. And it was decent against the run. This isn't somebody they're bringing in here who's a total liability. He actually has some size with him. He's kind of around that 250-pound range, which is good enough to be able to set the edge. So a 3-down player, good value here. What's your reaction to the Panthers?
Yeah, I like the pick. I think it's good. I think it's something they have to address. Obviously they needed help there. It's a good pick. I'm with it. They need edge. Like that. They have not been since they let Brian Burns go. It's that they need help, and they've got to put that defense has got to be able to pressure. Their defensive backs are decent, so like they can cover, but they got to get the pass rush. Like those guys can't cover forever. And if you can get some pass rush, that's gonna help. I think that defense can be good. And then if Bryce Young takes that next step, and the offense, obviously they've invested in some weapons. Taking the top wide receiver in this draft class, like it's there. If Bryce Young can take the next step, all of a sudden offense is going to be in the game. So the defense just keeps them there. Right. And so this is definitely an area they had to address. So good one here for the Panthers.
Yeah, definitely. So some of the top guys, we talked about Shedeur, we talked about Jalen Hull, but Caleb Johnson's still on the board. And I know for me, in the combine process and the lack of burst I saw on tape for his initial burst anyway, he's somebody who fell down my board, but I still had him ranked as our running back 6 in a strong running back class. Tyler, are you surprised at all Caleb Johnson's still waiting for a team to draft him?
No, it's only the 3rd round. I mean, we see it. Running backs typically, the fact that we've had as many drafted this far or this like so far tells you how much of a good class this is. Like there's talent out there that people are like, I've got to have this person. So like I think that he's falling in line with like a typical mid-tier running back prospect draft. We're looking at 3rd or maybe 4th round pick probably for him.
Yeah, I agree with that. But also Cam Scatterbo. So let me ask you this. Who do you think is drafted first, Caleb Johnson or Cam Scatterbo?
Oh, if it's me, it would be Caleb Johnson. But Scatterbo is one of those prospects where it could just be weird. Somebody just could like the guy and they spend up for him. He is one of those players that can be a bit polarizing in like getting your team moving, right? Like maybe he's a good, locker room type guy, like, hey guys, let's go, let's fight, let's play, being able to kind of rally the troops. We've seen a couple games where he really toted the load, right? And so maybe a team looks at him and they say, this is what we want him for. We want him for a good locker room. I mean, he's not prolifically fast. He does have the ability to move sideways. You comped him to Austin Eckler, like it could be fine, but I don't know that anybody's investing in him to be the guy,
I just think it's really curious because he's got great contact balance. He's a great pass catcher out of the backfield. And he has everyone's talking about the long speed. he's right up there at the top of the class when it comes to that 10-yard split, when it comes to that initial burst. So I'm just going to be very curious, but he is somebody as of late we were expecting to kind of start the fall. We do have a pick in for the Arizona Cardinals. That's another linebacker edge type in Jordan Birch. So for the Arizona Cardinals. So again, they've been addressing the defense, especially the front seven, the past couple of picks. Well, I think they took a cornerback round before that, but the Cardinals have a lot of needs. So this is okay pick. Jordan Birch doesn't really jump off the tape at you. But he's somebody who's going to be valued somewhere between the rounds 3, rounds 5 here, coming out of Oregon. Jeffrey Bassett. Trying to find it here. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. That's why. But anyway, yeah. So with Jordan Birch, you get a Cardinals trying to find a way to get into the NFC West, and it's just been an issue here. Finally found it. So out of Oregon, I was ready. It was out of Oregon. Pass rush win rate of 15.7%. He had 20 hurries. He had 10 sacks. So he was uber productive in 2024. Really, it wasn't until last year he got the sacks going. Now his pressures had pretty much stayed about the same from 2022 all the way to 2024. Like he had 29, then 20 and 23, and then 20 again in 2024. But finally got the sacks to finish last year with 10 sacks. Awful run defender. Like this is purely a pass rusher only type of edge player. And I think early on, I think you'll be able to get him on the field on third downs, but you're not going to see him be playing much on first and second downs. At least I would be surprised if you did. And we'll see if he's able to kind of develop from there. But he is a bigger bodied guy. So you think he might have the potential to do that because he came in at 279, ran a 4.67. So he's a bigger body guy with a good athletic ability here. So a decent pick all the way around, but I think he's going to have to be a specialized player there.
Pick is in.
Yeah. So finally going to talk about, how about this? The Houston Texans just took both Iowa State wide receivers because they took Jaden Higgins in the second round. They come back in the third round, take Jalen Knoll now. So what's your reaction to this, Tyler?
Oh, I love it. Yeah. Well, I tell you what this does let you know. It does tell you that the Texans are not confident on Tank Dell being able to make it back anytime soon, so but I mean, they're definitely giving CJ Stroud the weapons. This is, I mean, think of Nico, Jalen. This is what we wanted for the Texans. This could be a game changer, and it's so interesting because this is not D'Amico Ryan's MO to go so much offense, but I mean, I'm excited. I mean, you're looking forward to some explosiveness out of that Texans, offense. And here's the thing, because of this, you're probably going to be able to get like this guy. You're probably going to be able to get him at a value. Like Jalen Knoll is going to come at a value now because he is going to be behind his teammate. He is going to be behind Nico, and you're thinking of him as wide receiver 3, but his talent, like the talent is there to, I mean, be a solid producer. So maybe it's a good draft day value.
Well, it's just funny because this does tank Knoll's value for 2025 because they still have Christian Kirk there. And while Christian Kirk's not, I have to imagine he's going to be the week 1 slot starter. And that's where you're going to play Knoll now with Nico and Jaden Higgins. So I don't think this affects Jaden Higgins' potential target share, but if you're drafting Jalen Knoll, I do think this affects him in rookie mock drafts where now he's going to be closer to that back end second round, maybe even early third. But I like him after 2025 because once Christian Kirk goes away, and it could be midway through the season, I think Jalen Knoll's hella talented, and I think he's going to be a better player than Christian Kirk. It could wind up happening even earlier, but playing with how D'Amico Ryan's, where he comes from, veterans usually typically get the benefit of the doubt. 2025 might not be where you see the value, but I could easily see Knoll starting to blow up in 2026. And then it fits perfect because you're going to be a 3. This is a guy who came from the McVay system, the OC now for the Houston Texans. So he's going to be a predominantly 3 receiver set team. So all these guys are going to be on the field together quite often. It's not a team that's going to play a lot of 2 receiver sets with either a fullback or an extra tight end on the field. It's not usually what they do. So playing time is not going to be an issue. Target share is not going to be an issue. And this is a great thing for CJ Stroud, because they're like, look, we're all in. We want you to bounce back after a sophomore slump. Now, I still question, how you're going to protect them, because you still have you need like 5 new offensive line starters. So I still question how they're going to protect them, but clearly they're going to make sure you at least has the weapons to throw to. And with guys like Noel, guys like Higgins, because the way they run their routes and in the areas of the field they get open, which is short intermediate, I think we're just going to see a lot more quick passes, and they know that.
Yeah. No, I love that. I love the take. I do hope they get busy here in the in day 3, in getting some offensive line. Maybe even this, pick 89. They can get some O-line. They do need to address that position, I think, pretty significantly.
No, I tend to agree with that too. So just to get you guys caught up, we had a couple picks come. So Justin Wally from Minnesota, cornerback, that he goes to the Indianapolis Colts, and then right after that, we saw the Bengals take Dylan Fairchild, the other offensive guard, opposite of Tate Ratledge, out of Georgia. Both teams facing up needs. Nothing really crazy here. Like Justin Wally, I had a 6th-round grade on him, so this is a bit of a reach for me, but he is a zone type cornerback, 5'10", 190. It just feels like a prototype type of Colts cornerback. Like, it's really what it feels like for me. Dalen Fairchild is a good fit. He played mostly a zone in Georgia. That's what you're going to get with Zach Taylor and the Cincinnati Bengals. They need to get better on that interior offensive line to protect Joe Burrow, to let him get a pocket. This goes a long way in being able to do that. So I like that kind of pick there. Any reaction to those last 2 picks from you?
No, I'm following. I'm also trying to kind of maneuver through the streams here just to make sure everything is pumping like it needs to be. But no, I like the pick. I mean, Bengals need offensive line, Colts, cornerback. Like these are good picks. They're nothing that I'm going, oh, this is wasted, or this is like, I'm interested to see here the next 2 picks, what Tennessee does and what the Steelers do. And I think the big question mark is on the Steelers as everybody awaits, will this be, because if it's not Shadur here at this pick, then it may be Cleveland at pick 94, or hear me out, it could be pick 34 or 35 to the Raiders to kind of be
a possibility. I do think that's a possibility.
To kind of sit behind Geno here for 2 years and get that development to be the guy. Now that's not going to sit very well with Pops, but it may be the hand that's dealt. And if you watch the movie Draft Day, the Ray Jennings' dad tells him, he says, look, it's draft day. Like, you're going to get drafted and you're going to play where they pick you, and you're going to play, like, that's it. Right. And so just kind of has to how it has to be. And hopefully it won't be a problem. Nobody wants to deal with a problem.
No, I agree with that.
Been a lot of why he's fallen so far, is everybody doesn't want to deal with the problem. Right.
Yeah, I'm getting confirmation on the Tennessee pick. It looks like it's going to be Kevin Winston Jr., edge player here for the Tennessee Titans coming up. So again, trying to address what? Go ahead. Oh, safety. I'm sorry. Yeah, safety. I was thinking of somebody else. Yes, safety for the Tennessee Titans. Go ahead. What's your reaction to your team taking Kevin Winston Jr. here?
So I must correct you on my team. It is not, I am not a Tennessee Titans fan. No, I'm not a Tennessee Titans fan. The only thing I like about the Titans, the only thing I like about the Titans is Treylon Burks. That's it. Yeah. If there was a team that I would say that I like more than others right now, it's going to be tied closely to my college fandom for Arkansas. And so it's going to be the Lions. The Lions love Arkansas players. Frank Ragnow is a Razorback. Tesla now there, Dan Skipper, the best, the biggest and best sixth man on the offensive line out of Arkansas, played with Ragnow there, is there. It just, they like Arkansas guys. And so I like the Lions. I'm psyched about the Tesla pick. I know you're not. That's okay. We can agree to disagree on that. I'm pumped about it. But yeah, no, for me, fantasy kind of ruined following teams. But yeah, not a big Titans fan. I am really interested. The pick is in for the Steelers here.
So just to give a quick background for Kevin Winston Jr. for everybody out there, he didn't get to play much last year. Had to deal with injury from Penn State. He had a great year in 2023 and would have been a guy who was taken in the second round had it not been for the injury this past year. Big box safety going to the Tennessee Titans to play and fits that physicality mold. But yes, let's go to the pick here because we got big fantasy implications. And this is a great fit. Caleb Johnson goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is something I thought that could potentially happen. I thought he would fit here pretty well with Arthur Smith because the thing with Caleb Johnson was he reminded me a lot of Najee Harris, where you're going to be a guy who's going to get a lot of ball carry work on first and second down, but not really necessarily give you much as a pass catcher. So pretty much you plug in Caleb Johnson and he just becomes a new Najee Harris in my book. I think it's going to be almost no different.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is I think Caleb Johnson understands he's not a lateral mover. So he's going to go do what he does, right? And he's going to run straight, which is what they wanted Najee to do. They wanted Najee to run like a power back. They wanted him to get north and south, but Najee likes to dance for some reason, and he's not a great dancer. So I like this pick. I like this pick for Pittsburgh. I like them addressing the running back position, and kudos that he's still there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good value for him here. He's a strong running back. He's a bigger back. He's got real nimble feet. He averaged 4.42 yards after contact, which is very, very impressive. Again, the 4.57 40, I think, tanked him a little bit in some people's minds. Arthur Smith runs a multi-scheme system between zone and gap. It's usually pretty balanced, so we'll see how Caleb does. I still have questions about his initial burst and his vision when it comes to gap scheme opportunities. We'll see how he does there, but he does land in the right situation where they like those bigger backs and feeding them as such. And because you have Jalen Warren, nothing changed for Jalen Warren now. He's just he's a low end RB3 flex play who catches the ball in the backfield. I don't think anything changes for him. And Caleb Johnson, somebody who could be a top 24 back. I comped him to Brian Robinson. It reminds me of that type of player. First, second down grind, red zone grind, and he could be a top 24 running back on the team. It's going to run the ball first.
The interesting thing about Caleb Johnson, though he is more of like a north and south guy, he has I think he's the highest breakaway yards percentage out of all the running backs in this class. Averaged 6.4 yards carry last year, 21 touchdowns, and he had 22 receptions for another 200 yards. So it's like, you got 1,700 plus all-purpose yards, and I like this. I really like this pick. You're not getting them, and the yards per route run are low. Like, you're not getting them for that. You know what you're getting. You're getting them for him to be dominant, run through the middle. And the crazy thing is, even though the 4.57 40 was, like you said, that kind of tanked him a little bit. The breakaway yards percentage tells you that it doesn't really matter that much. He gets out there. So I like the pick for the Steelers, and the Shedeur continues to fall.
Yeah, and Shedeur continues to fall. That's the storyline there. We do have the Kansas City Chiefs giving out a trade here. They just traded up to 85. So we'll see what the Chiefs just wanted to do here with this upcoming trade that they just pulled off with the New England Patriots. We also had a pick come in before that to get you guys caught up. The Buccaneers took cornerback Jacob Parrish out of Kansas State. So they continue to address the secondary back there. It's a fine pick. He was going to go in that 4th, 5th round territory. So if they liked him a lot, they kind of brought him up a little bit higher than that. But that's a fine pick for them. Again, a team desperate for secondary players. And there's not a lot of blue chip cornerbacks left in this draft anyway. The guy I would like a little bit more would be Kobe Bryant, but I'm fine with them not taking him because I really want the 49ers to take him in later rounds, maybe here in round 3, so that's fine with me. But there are, so keep addressing those issues, and we'll see. And the Chiefs pick just came in. They take cornerback Noel Williams out of Cal. This makes a lot of sense. He's very much a Spagnuolo type of player. He's kind of a ball hawking, chance taker, press man coverage type of guy. So this is not surprising to me. He's very much a Spagnuolo type. What's your reaction to any of these picks that we've had now?
Cornerback run, you got to go get your guy. I don't mind this pick. I think that, I love man defense. Like, I love corners that can get up, that can press, that can play that style. And, this is something I've liked. And see, the thing is, the great thing about that is, the Chiefs have continued to address the defensive line in this draft. So obviously they want to apply pressure, and they want to have some guys that can stick with some of these wide receivers in coverage, until they can get to the quarterback.
Yeah, 100% there. So, yep. And like I said, he's a bigger ball hawking type of cornerback that goes to the Kansas City Chiefs there. Just fits the mold of a Spagnuolo. So now the Chargers are on the clock as we get to the back half of this 3rd round here. So we have the Chargers up. And remember, the 3rd round extends a little bit longer. There's 38 picks in the 3rd round because we have compensatory picks. The Raiders have 2 of them. The 49ers have 1. The Falcons have 1. The Jaguars have 1 here, all towards this back end of the 3rd round. So we get some extra players going as we move through this thing. So the Chargers, we've loved their draft so far for fantasy purposes, right? Omarion Hampton, Trey Harris in the 2nd round.
I love the Trey Harris pick.
Like, let's see what do you think they're going to do next?
Probably defense is what it feels like at this point. Like, you gotta address a little bit of the defense. I mean, Joey Bosa's gone. Let's see here.
Yeah, I mean, a guy like a Joshua Farmer would make sense for me, the defensive tackle penetrator out of Florida State. Josiah Stewart, edge out of Michigan would make some sense to me. I'm with you, though. Like, we talked about that yesterday.
Jack Sawyer.
Yeah, so Jack Sawyer as well. We talked about this a little bit yesterday that, I thought maybe they wouldn't go running back or wouldn't go offense because they need to get back to that pass rushing situation. And both times they've gone offense. Credit to them. They're trying to make sure Justin Herbert reaches his full potential, and that's your future. That's fine. But they do have to get back to the other side of the ball. Their offensive line is set. I'm trying to think of what tight ends are available here still. There's Gunnar Helm. Yeah. There aren't really any game-changing tight ends available anymore. That's the only other position offensively I think that we could go that would be really, really interesting.
I would love to see them trade for Kmet.
Yeah, a trade for Kmet, or somebody brought it up earlier, trade for Mark Andrews, because there was talk about the Ravens maybe looking to trade Mark Andrews as a possibility. I wouldn't rule that out, that maybe they do something like that after the fact. Let's not forget too, and now they haven't addressed the position, so I don't know if they'd still be open to, but the Eagles had talked a lot about maybe trading Dallas Goedert at some point. That would be an interesting little move as well. But they haven't addressed that tight end position, so I don't know if they're still going to go in that direction or not.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to go. I really like the idea of Jack Sawyer here. I think that could be a good pick for them. I think that he's obviously undervalued. He's
not the athletic guy of some of the other Ohio State defensive linemen we saw go already, Talik Williams and JT Tuimoloau, but he got all the production. Like, he had just as many sacks. He had 14 sacks last season. He was really good against the run. He's a high motor guy. Like, he's a guy you're going to plug him on the 4-3 defensive end front and just let him play 3 downs. And he's not going to be superstar level production. Like, you're not going to get the Myles Garrett, the Nick Bosa type of production out of him, but he's going to be a solid 10-year starter. And I'm kind of surprised he's not higher on more people's boards here, knowing what you're getting out of a Jack Sawyer. So I'm kind of with you. And that kind of fits with the Jim Harbaugh mode. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the direction they want to go here. I think we're getting closer to the pick coming in. So Tyler, we're almost through, like, we're 3.5 rounds in now. What has excited you the most so far besides Tesla?
I mean, it being in fantasy football, like, obviously I've loved seeing all the offensive weapons that have just gone to good spots, good positions. And the pick for the Chargers, it is in, and
Jamari
it is
Caldwell, defensive tackle. So they do go with a penetrating defensive tackle. Didn't think he was going to go that high here either. This is another guy I had a day 3 grade on, but and whatever. I mean, I don't see with Jim Harbaugh, I don't question as much when it comes to defensive linemen. If the guys I feel like that was a little bit of a reach, but he's a big nose tackle. So you're going to be able to stop the run with him. He had a great run defense grade 2, great run stop. And for a bigger guy, was actually still had a decent pass rush win rate. Like, he only had 1 sack last year, but he had 22 hurries. And when you're talking about a guy who usually plays nose tackle, sometimes would play the B gap, that's pretty impressive for a guy of that size. So definitely a wrecker in the middle, kind of set the tone of the defensive line, and definitely a need that they had coming into this thing. It just wasn't the guy you wanted, right?
I like they needed, but they're not out yet. Like, we'll see. Like, I mean, Sawyer still. I really like the Jack Sawyer pick there, but interior was their main thing. That was their main position of need, and so they got it. Again, a reach. I'm surprised Sawyer's still there, honestly. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Jacksonville scoops him up with one of these, 3 picks they have, or 2 picks they have left in this round.
Well, the Jaguars just traded up to 89.
Right. They traded up from 38.
Back at 88. Yeah, they're going to pick him back to back at 88 and 89, it looks like. So we'll see what it looks like they're trying to target. They had picked up a few extra 3rd round picks, so they're trying to get in line to make sure they get 2 guys here back to back. But yeah, Caldwell, 332, 32-inch arms, ran a 5.16 40-yard dash for a guy who's that big is pretty good. A 1.86 10-yard split, that's also pretty good. So yeah, going back to it again, it just feels like a Chargers pick. Ultimately, that's what it feels like. It feels like a decent Chargers pick, although I still had him graded kind of in that 5th round territory. We'll have to see. We're waiting for the Packers pick to come in.
So back to what I was excited about in this draft is just, like I said, all the weapons that are being put out there. Some of the teams that are just, I mean, it's been interesting. Some of the teams that, are just really investing in their offense. It gets you excited about the league, gets you excited about fantasy. It feels like these teams are very interested in trying to make sure that they have big offenses. And speaking of that, the Packers make another.
At this point, we hit drops for picks we get excited about for fantasy. So go ahead, Tyler, announce it.
Savion Williams to the Packers. So the Packers are a giant conundrum for the wide receiver position. Like, that finally, for the first time in forever, they go wide receiver at the, in the 1st round, right? Which is not typical. Aaron Rodgers begged him to do it and they wouldn't do it for him, So they go 1st round wide receiver. And then here they are taking another wide receiver, which lets you know, Jaden Reed, Christian Watson, Tucker Kraft, even like, what do you make of this, Dan? Like, are they just like taking a bunch of shots hoping that somebody's going to hit, or what do we make of that for fantasy? Like, who's the guy? Who am I taking? Who am I drafting?
So I'm somebody who was a big Savion Williams fan, and there's only one comp to make, and it was Cordell Patterson. And my hope was that he'd get the opportunity to play running back or develop a little bit quicker than Patterson did as a wide receiver, one or the other. He's a better athlete or a more physical, I should say, toolsy athlete than Cordell Patterson was at 6'4", 222, 4'4", and a 4'48". This is a wasted pick for the Packers. Plain and simple. This is an absolute wasted pick with the Packers. You already have Jaden Reed who plays the same freaking role. He's not going to line up at X wide receiver. This is a project. So this is nothing. Savion's not even going to be on the radar 2025 for fantasy, period. Not even a little bit. So it's a complete wasted pick for the Packers. And it's just in Packer fashion. We're going to take a bunch of wide receivers. We're going to act like we have B+ wide receivers, but nobody's actually a perimeter guy. And now we're going to wait for Savion Williams to get completely wasted and never see the light of day because he's going to be 6th on the depth chart. And there you have Jaden Reed who runs in the backfield. And this is, LaFleur just wasting my time. So thank you for that. Joe, what's your reaction here as you come in?
All right. Well, where are we at? I'm literally just pulling up. So, what pick are you talking about?
Savion Williams just went to the Green Bay Packers.
Well, no. What is better than having 4 wide receiver twos that you don't know who's going to be the lead guy, and then
I think you got muted there, buddy.
Oh.
Or I couldn't hear you at all. At least.
Oh.
There you go. Now you're back.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't changed anything, but okay, that's cool. But yeah, I think it's just they are taking the option of, hey, we don't need to find the guy. We'll just pick everybody that's kind of this middling prospect with good outcomes, and maybe one of them will show themselves and become the alpha. It's an interesting strategy, but I feel like it's just who becomes the person in that group. It's just, you feel like even just looking at the advanced stats for Wicks, you would have thought that he was somebody that could have stepped up. You have Golden that they drafted taking another receiver. It just doesn't feel like it flies to the needs. It seems like they're going to be obvious trades that are going down for Green Bay from a wide receiver perspective. I don't see that they take everyone into the year. Christian Watson maybe is somebody that could be on his way out.
Well, yeah, I mean, Christian Watson might not play the first half of the season anyway, so that is an issue there, which is why I wasn't surprised when they took Matthew Golden to play that exact role. That made sense to me. But you can get away with not having a true alpha wide receiver if you have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes. I think Jordan Love's good. He ain't that good. He ain't that elite. He needs a go-to option. You keep playing this spread around football, you're going to keep falling short when you go play against those better teams. That's just my opinion. So just to get everybody caught up, Jaguars took Caleb Ransall, the defensive back there, with their third round. Well, not their first, but their 88th pick. They're still up again on the board here. We'll see which direction they're going to go with their second pick that they traded up for to make sure that they could pick back to back. Because I guess they had 2 guys there that they wanted to get to. But I mean, Tyler, what was your reaction to Savion? What do you think his fantasy value is?
He's a 5-year college player. I think he's deep roster. I don't know. I mean, there is this world where the Packers, anybody could have a shot, right? Because like we're taught, we had the conversation about, Wicks. Anybody could have a shot in that offense because they might get an opportunity, right? But I don't think that this is a game changer for them. I don't think that it shifts. I think they probably got wide receiver 3 or 4 there, maybe 4 probably.
I think the other thing that's interesting too is that if you look at kind of to Dan's point, what is the highest finish? I'm trying to look real quick since Jordan Love has taken over as the starting quarterback. What's the highest finish that a receiver's had there?
I think it was Jaden Reed, not this past year, but the year before, finished in the top 15. That's been about it, though.
Right, but it feels like there's something to be said about a quarterback that's willing to force feed a little bit, and especially in a PPR format. Jordan Love is, I'm throwing to whoever's open, and I don't really care what happens. I don't care what guy it's going to be. From a fantasy perspective, even if that's good football, it's not good for fantasy. So unless so to me, it's can he sustain someone that's going to be a high-end player in a fantasy situation? I don't know if I have that confidence because even the Jaden Reed stuff, a lot of it had to do with him running the ball exceptionally well. It wasn't necessarily from passing plays all the time. It was kind of the Deebo Samuel dual threat. I'm passing, I'm catching, I'm running the ball. And then that's kind of where he was making that money. And that's why people were so excited about him last year. And then you saw a regression in the way that he was able to score. And then he plummeted when it counted in the playoffs.
Sure. So the Jaguars, with their second, third round pick, took Wyatt Millam. He played tackle in West Virginia, but he's going to probably be a guard at the next level of the NFL.
Yeah.
I do like that pick a hell of a lot more than their Caleb Ransaw pick. I don't know why they felt like they needed the reach on the safety there out of Tulane. Somebody had a very clearly day 3 value moving into this thing. But Wyatt Millam, definitely a guy who, especially if he winds up being a guard, is a very good all-around player. Both run grades and pass blocking grades are through the roof. He did play left tackle, so if you kind of get in a pinch, he's one of those guys that you can move him outside. If you've got injury issues, with Jacksonville always seems to have along the offensive line, did not let up a sack at any point in his entire collegiate career, and only gave up 6 hurries, 6 pressures last season. So a really solid pick there for them in the third round, something they desperately need along that offensive line. So I want to give a shout out at least for that pick, even though I don't love the Caleb Ransaw pick. Joe, we got you. Caleb Johnson went to the Steelers back. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, it's interesting. I thought that Mike Tomlin might get a little itchy. You had Milroe, you had Sanders sitting there. I think he's infatuated with both of those players, but we continue to see those guys fall. I do like the Caleb Johnson pick. I think he's a great fit for the Steelers offense. He slides pretty much seamlessly into that Najee Harris role. So basically what you're looking at is they're just said, all right, Najee, go do your thing. And then I think it's going to limit what Jaylen Warren needs to do. Will he be the de facto starter potentially based off of what we see in like the starting lineup of the game? But I do think that Caleb Johnson can be an immediate contributor. He's somebody that I really liked going into the pre-draft process. He was my running back 4. I think it's a good landing spot for him. They've invested a lot in the offensive line, even though we haven't seen it yet. It's going to be really interesting to see with Fatanu and Jones paired up together on the outside, what they have to tinker with on the inside. It should be good, but I think it's a pretty solid landing spot, if you ask me. And as a fan of the team, I'm definitely happy with the pick. I didn't want them to take either of the quarterbacks. I could have seen them maybe double dipping with the depth at the defensive tackle position, but he was somebody that they met with multiple times throughout the process. So it seemed like it didn't feel like a surprise when I heard his name get called.
I feel like it's just like a copy, cut, paste from Najee Harris. And I'm not saying they're the same running back, but as far as what their role is going to be within that offense. And ultimately, Jaylen Warren moves not at all, which makes me laugh because I was so sick and tired of this dynasty community trying to tell me that Jaylen Warren was some sleeper value. I'm like, dude, they're going to draft another running back. He's never going to take over that backfield, especially Arthur Smith.
No, for sure. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how quick they bring him in. I imagine as a third-round pick, he should get some tread. I mean, even if you just look historically, granted, Najee was a first-round pick, so you expected him to kind of jump into that role. Lev Bell, when he came in as a second-rounder, he pretty much immediately took the reins. So I do think that he's going to get quite a bit of tread, and he's going to get it quite a bit often, especially if you're going under the assumption that Mason Rudolph is going to be your starting quarterback. They're going to be running the ball as often as they can. I think what's going to be interesting for Caleb Johnson, though, you say, like he has that similar mold and you can see what he can do as far as that Najee Harris, like archetype in that offense. I do think he provides a little bit more breakaway run capabilities that you didn't see from Najee. Najee was kind of the consistency. I don't get hurt, but you never really saw the big plays from him. Granted that some of that may have had to do with the Steelers line, but I do think that Caleb's a little bit more willing to get vertical up the field faster than Najee was. He liked to dance a little bit, and the way that the offensive line was for the majority of his tenure, there just wasn't time for him to do that. So when you saw Jaylen Warren come in, it looked like he was playing in double time speed compared to what Najee was doing. So I think Caleb will be a little bit better at getting upfield faster. So I'm definitely excited to see what he does. And I hope that they let him go single digits, but maybe we'll have to buy number 2 off of Mason Rudolph.
Oh, man, it's going to be interesting. So the Rams go Josiah Stewart, edge rusher out of Michigan here, 6'1", 249. Had some pretty good production there in Michigan, and now you pair him up you kind of put him on the other side of Jared Verse. I think he's kind of the knockoff version of that. He had 9 sacks, 8 hits, 20 pressures last year. His best pressure year was actually his first year in 2022, but he was able to finish more with the sacks. And his pass rush win rate was 27.7. So it puts him right up at the top of the class here. I think it's a really good pairing, especially with the value given here to Jared Verse on the other side of it as far as the edges are concerned. Of course, we all know we have Braden Fisk still in the middle. So this is a nice little duo you get here in the third round. What's your guys' reaction?
Yeah, it's interesting. He was really productive at Coastal Carolina. He transferred to Michigan, and then he still was. So I think it's always impressive when you can see these like college athletes move around, especially like in the NIL era. But he's a really bendy player. He's one of those guys that's like a high motor, high effort. Don't see him like giving up on plays a lot, which I always really appreciate. I think that mentality that you need to have. And just based on the way that the Rams transformed their defense last year in a single draft, I have a lot of confidence when they go up to the podium and say, hey, like, we're going to take this kind of player. Like, to me, that kind of perks my ears up a little bit. So I don't know too much about him, but from what I do know, what I've seen from both like the earlier days of Coastal and from what he did at Michigan, I think it's a really slam dunk pick.
Yeah, and the Ravens just went up and they took offensive tackle out of LSU, Emory Jones Jr. I don't think he's a day one starter for this team, and he's another one where let's see if is he gonna play tackle, is he gonna play guard? We'll have to kind of find out. But he goes to the Ravens here, who are always kind of looking for those bigger players that they can draft and put them on the depth later on. I mean, look, the Ravens ultimately at the end of the day are a team that don't need a lot of things, but they keep building out the trenches every single day anyway.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate having the Ravens in the Steelers division. Like, I always feel like whenever they draft, I'm just like, okay, like, I know you're going to get players at times that, like, is unfair, and it's just like, how does this always happen to y'all? But, yeah, what I'm looking at right now is what is the age of their offensive line. They're really good about, like, replenishing the stock there, but I do feel like their line, for the most part, is relatively young, so I do think it's a nice, like, depth kind of add.
No, it absolutely is. And it's a guy who comes in, he's 6'6". He didn't have a great season as a run blocker in particular, did only give up 1 sack, but gave up 23 pressures playing predominantly right tackle throughout his career. And if you're going to be a guy who's not great at pass protecting and you're a right tackle, I like you to be better at run blocking. So we'll see what he's able to develop into. But he's that bigger body type that the Ravens typically like. So we'll see what he winds up developing into here with their third round pick. Just a very Ravens type of pick. Yeah. We're moving through the third round now at the end of it here. So the Seahawks are about to make their selection. Go ahead.
This is really trying to replace Patrick McCarry. Like Patrick McCarry was, obviously is not there anymore. He was a very versatile offensive lineman, but he was able to jump in at guard. He was able to jump in at tackle, and mostly right tackle if he played tackle, but he was able to kind of spread the line. And that was a big loss for them because he started a lot of games for them last season. But they are young. Flail, Voorhees, Rosengarten.
How about this pick? Jalen Milroe goes to the Seattle Seahawks. So Shedeur Sanders, were we now up to 4 quarterbacks ahead? Woo hoo 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 hoo. And Jalen Milroe going to go back up Sam Darnold now. Obviously, we all know Milroe's a developmental project who wasn't going to be a factor this year anyway. I mean, the only outside chance he had was maybe going to the Steelers. But now he's going to go to Seattle, sit behind with Kubiak, really learn how to play the position. I kind of like the fit. Like, he needed to go to a true offensive coordinator who could teach him how to play quarterback for him to ever have a chance to reach his potential. I don't know. I like this. Like, Milroe might be a sleeper, like 4th round rookie pick for me, maybe even back end 3rd round here where we're talking super flex leagues. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Sam Darnold contract, he has a potential out in 2027 that only leaves them with a $19 million dead cap hit. So if that experiment fails, you immediately have like a different option now that you're able to use. So I feel like having like the assurance of what you are planning to use for the next couple of years with Darnold, but you pair like a high upside guy and just can say, hey, like, we're going to work on mechanics. We're going to do this, like, no pressure. It makes a lot of sense. I think it's a good move by Seattle. I didn't expect them to do it here, but knowing that you have New Orleans and Cleveland right behind you, they probably felt the pressure that he probably wasn't going to be there in the fourth.
Well, Cleveland maybe. I don't think the Saints would have taken Jalen Miller after they took Tyler Shuck in the second round.
True. Although you never know. I mean, we had the RG3 Kirk Cousins. These teams get like crazy.
I brought that up earlier this show. How about that? We got two references to RG3 Kirk Cousins. What do you got, Tyler?
I'm curious what they do with Milroe, because I say that this is like they have everything that says I'm not 100% sure on our situation. Like, they signed Sam Darnold. They also brought in Drew Lock. They also traded for Sam Howell. And then now they bring in Jalen Milroe. Like, it's kind of
away. I don't know who's going to make that trade, but they are trying to do that.
So it just like it is one of those things where I'm like, man, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me unless they do trade away, Sam Howell. And maybe Milroe's just worth the flyer here. Maybe it's late in the third round. He's probably not going to be there. The athletic build, like the athletic score there, is significant. So maybe it's a flyer. And like I said, there's always a realm where somebody plays him in like a Taysom Hill-esque style role, or somebody tries to do something crazy like they did with Fields packages with when him and Russ are swapping back and forth. I don't know. It's weird to me. That pick, that's not a pick that I saw or would have guessed happened based on that roster build. But it'll be interesting to see what they decide to use him for, or how they use him. If he's maybe he's development. Maybe that's what it is.
The tricky thing about things like this is if you're going to take a guy like Jalen Monroe, you really need to commit and build the offense around that guy. So it's like, if let's say like something happens with Sam Darnold, like they're going to have to either just have to try to like force the square peg into the round hole, or you're going to have to basically in the middle of the year rip that offense apart and kind of just put them in a position to be successful. If you look at
the other two quarterbacks fit like Darnold, like
I don't think
Drew
Lock
Lock
going to be the quarterback 2 heading into the season. I don't think there's any intention behind it. I think this is purely you're going to be the quarterback 3. You're here to develop for a couple of seasons. Even if Sam Darnold goes down, I don't think Milroe comes in.
Yeah, I think the fans will be pretty rowdy about that. But yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that I see. Like if it's going to work for him, you have to commit to him and say, hey, like we're building this offense around you, and it's either going to work or it's not.
Yeah, and in the meantime, you can use packages for Jalen Milroe in the red zone and stuff like that. Like you can do little gimmicky things, kind of what your Arthur Smith guy did with Justin Fields at times when Russell Wilson was already starting. By the way, the Saints take Jonas Sanker, safety out of Virginia. It's a nice little value pick. I actually like Jonas Sanker a lot. He's a good all-around safety who I knew was going to go later on. Really good in coverage. Was 11th in coverage stops, 15.4% incompletion, forced incompletion rate. If I could actually talk as we get towards the end of the stream here, it'd be great. So I like this pick here quite a bit for the Saints, just the value. But I want to get back to Jalen Milroe because he, like, fantasy wise, like he has the rushing ability, he has the big arm. Like I'm going to take it. I mean, he's going to want him on my taxi squad for a couple of years. Yeah, sure. I don't really care because it's somebody that I can take on. And if Sam Darnold does work, he doesn't leave after this season. I don't think Seattle is necessarily going to need to draft a quarterback next year, which we're all kind of waiting for that big quarterback class we're expecting in 2026. So I'm intrigued.
Yeah, he's definitely like the whole purpose of having like a taxi squad is for situations like this. I do think it's going to crush his draft ability or like where his draft stock is going into drafts next week. But I'm totally fine with that because even if you look at Justin Fields, I mean, he's been up and down, but even when he struggled as a passer, he's been a great fantasy asset.
No, no, please tell me this is not true. I'm trying to get confirmation, but I have it from a pretty reliable source that the Browns just took quarterback Dillon Gabriel. Look, that's what I'm getting right now, and I'm pretty sure that's correct. So Dillon Gabriel off the board.
Oh my gosh!
Kenny Pickett is in shambles right now.
Yeah, look. First of all, let me just say this about Dillon Gabriel. I'm not a Dillon Gabriel fan, so for him to even go in the third round to begin with is crap in my mind anyway. I don't think he's very good, and I think Joe Flacco's going to actually wind up being the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns this year, believe it or not. And which I'm okay fantasy-wise for guys like David Njoku and even Jerry Jeudy to some degree. Like, he'll get the ball out to those guys. That's what he's going to do. It's not always going to be the most efficient thing, but it's not bad for those pass catchers. But Dylan Gabriel, not Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Cleveland Browns. That's the young guy they go with. Like, I was worried about Sanders going to the Browns because you're dealing with Cleveland weather and he's not a strong arm quarterback. Now you take a guy who doesn't have a strong arm and he's like not even 6 feet tall.
Yeah, and he's not like I'm basically 6 feet. Like, Dylan Gabriel is like probably 5'9", 5'10". So it's like lacking the arm strength, having that, being in a system where he was more or less like the game manager, just like in the style of offense that he played. Obviously, it worked out okay with Bo Nix, but Bo Nix had a lot more of those physical traits that you would want to see. I don't know.
I just got the confirmation on it, so it is definitely Dylan Gabriel. I was just waiting for the confirmation.
Oh my goodness.
The only thing that I can think of is it's like, hey, like, he was pretty low as far as like turnover worthy plays. And,
Yeah, because he played in Oregon. They all are.
right. It's just like, I don't know. That maybe they like the fact that he was an older prospect. He's 24, but I think like from a fantasy perspective, this does nothing for me. It's like, even if he becomes a guy in Cleveland, I don't see him being able to crack like the top 20.
No, never. Dude, like this, I don't even know what to say. Like, this is insane. Let's talk about the Shedeur Sanders of it all. So this dude's going to fall in the 4th round now, and it might be farther because
maybe not
him. Unless
he has one shot. Raiders. That's the only shot. It's either if the Raiders. That's it.
This is nuts.
The funny thing is, we had a conversation earlier, and we were like, okay, Jalen Milroe, Will Howard, Shedeur Sanders, like, who's going to go first? And like, here we are.
We weren't
Dylan Gabriel. This is going to be all over Sports Center and everything else tomorrow. They're going to be like,
I got to see Brown fans' reactions. They must be losing their mind.
Oh yeah, like
I'm not a big
Joe. After this,
you mean Dylan?
Joe, after this, you need to make a short where you're sitting there going like this, that they're going to take Shedeur and then they take Dylan Gabriel and just like lose your mind. It will probably get 1 million views.
I mean,
if you're watching the show right now, make the short.
Like one family in the crowd that was actually cheering when they took Dylan Gabriel. That was a Browns fan.
If they had him in the green room.
I thought he was.
No.
Not today, right?
No, I think he did like his own thing overall.
Oh, you're right. He did, yeah.
Because he had like the legendary, like all this stuff like built out in his house. He had like that custom room and everything. So yeah, I mean, legendary fall from like draft stock, maybe. But yeah, this is wild. This is far beyond what I thought it was going to be. Like, I didn't see him necessarily as a first round guy, but I didn't see him potentially being a day 3 guy either. I thought somebody would have taken a swing at him at some point.
Well, I had him as a 3rd round grade, but now we're getting out of that. So now we're reaching a territory where even I actually feel like he's falling. And I feel like I've been the opposite end of these arguments for so long. I'm like, okay, well, now you're falling. Yeah, now you're falling. Dylan Gabriel goes ahead of you. Now you're falling. Like, this is crazy.
Like, I can only imagine what Chev is doing right now. Probably losing his absolute mind. Much better, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah. And just to go back to the whole, like, okay, so Dylan Gabriel is what Cleveland took here. You guys on the same board with me that, this is well, you know what?
So
Why should we be surprised?
Flacco
It's the Browns and a crappy quarterback. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
No, I was saying, is this like it's gonna be Joe Flacco?
Oh yeah. Which I'm okay with for everybody else.
I mean, it makes me excited about David Njoku next year.
Yeah, dude, he might be getting David Njoku might be the tight end 1. Move aside Brock Bowers because here comes 14 targets a game. If it's Joe Flacco is going to be, because that's what we see. Like, that's what he does.
Yeah.
That's what he did when they went on their playoff run.
It's just,
that's insanity. I mean, it's insanity. Dylan Gabriel. Holy crap.
That's great. But I'm glad you brought up David Njoku because that is somebody who wins. Because I don't see how it's not Joe Flacco now. I really don't.
Yeah, Kenny is probably like working on requesting a trade right now.
No, Kenny knew he was going to be the backup regardless. I don't try to tell me that Kenny went there thinking he was actually going to be the starter. If he did, he's delusional to begin with.
I mean, he asked for a trade when he had to battle out Russ, so he can't hack it against these old guys.
Texans just traded up with the Eagles, by the way. Oh, nice pick. The New England Patriots took Jared Wilson, center out of Georgia. That is a good value pick. And they took Will Campbell yesterday. Now they're taking Jared Wilson. They are doing a good job trying to make that nucleus, that pocket around Drake May here. I love this pick there for New England. Actually, a really good one.
Mike Vrabel MO, I'm telling you, he's getting ready. And then we've got, we had a premier running back land there. He's building his team. If Josh McDaniels can just not screw it up, the Patriots might approach relevance again. I really like Drake May. I think Drake May actually has the potential to be a solid NFL quarterback. And that's going to, and it really becomes a lot of who they put around him, right?
The Falcons traded up and they took safety Xavier Watts, just to give you guys a quick update on that. But we still got to talk more about this whole Cleveland Browns Dylan Gabriel situation. And Joe, so I don't think you were here for this. You jumped on afterwards. I was actually putting it out there before we were talking about like, okay, Shador and what would it take for us to care about him dynasty fantasy wise, like what was his position? And I brought your team up. I was like, because it's the one place he could start pretty early on. That's the Steelers. If anybody doesn't know, and they have some weapons in place. But then I was also starting to talk about the Browns. I was like, now that the Browns they gotten Quinshon Judkins, they took Harold Fannin. Like it was pretty clear you were making it a very easy dink and dunk power type of football scheme. I was like, that's something Shador Sanders I think could actually do. Now they go Dylan Gabriel is not going to be a thing anymore. But I do think getting back to the point I want to make first is that the Browns are shaping up to be a place where they can make it really easy on a young quarterback at some point. And they could be a competitive team because that defense is a lot better than what it showed last year. So they could be competitive from that standpoint. I know Tyler, you're shaking your head no, but elite defense and Joe Flacco is what got them in the playoffs 2 years ago. But I think this is mostly a move to put themselves in a position to take one of the quarterbacks coming in next year. I don't know. What do you think?
They need some wide receiver help. They need some wide receiver help. I mean, Flacco can still stretch the field a bit, as far as like getting the ball out. I do agree it's more of a dink and dunk. I think Njoku's value goes crazy. I think they even maybe run some double tight end. They run the ball. They got their running back. I think that in a defense and run heavy scheme, like you control the time, you control the ball, you convert when you need to, and maintain possession. Yes, they could be competitive, but I don't think that they'll be competitive.
I do think that this is a big vote of confidence of Cedric Tillman, though. I mean, they're basically saying we're comfortable with him being the number 2 behind Judy.
Which, by the way, I'm all for because I have a lot of Cedric Tillman dynasty shares. I took him in a lot of third-round rookie drafts a few years ago, so I'm all about that.
Yeah.
So right now we're in the third round. Dan, who is your Cedric Tillman for this draft class so far? Who's your third round potential grab that you think could pan out?
Oh, and rookie drafts. So the guy I'm still kind of waiting to be drafted. And that's Jalen Royals out of Utah State. This guy is a really good possession type receiver. Always found a way to get open. Had to go through, a military school his first 2 years before he transferred out to Utah State, and then was just uber productive there. And I know he's not playing against the greatest competition, but he also doesn't have the greatest quarterback throwing the ball either that he had to kind of combat. I never saw the guy really be able to be covered. He went up against guys who have been drafted as NFL corners, and he was still able to produce at a really high level. He reminds me of a Robert Woods plus type of player. So that's a guy who's going to be, I think, especially now that he's falling a little bit, could be there in your third round, your rookie mock drafts, maybe even early fourth. And he's going to be able to put up starter-like numbers, I believe, at some point in his career. So Jalen Royals would be my guy for that. What about you, Joe?
Yeah, I think for me, despite the whole like 40-yard dash like debacle that they had, where it was like, I think that he's hurt, we're not really sure. Then he came out and said that he was hurt. I really like Xavier Estrepo out of Miami. Just the level of production that he had. I think as he continues to slide, it's going to drop his like draft stock as well. So I think he's going to be like a late third kind of guy once this all shakes. But I do think that he has the opportunity. It's really just going to be a matter of where he lands and what kind of fit that he does have. But he's somebody that I'm pretty interested in on like at least like the wide receiver front.
So just to get you guys up to date, the Texans took Jalen Smith, the cornerback out of USC, more of a press man coverage type of guy. Actually, a decent tackler, does help out in the running game. So it's interesting because D'Amico Mara is usually typically running more of a zone scheme, but he does kind of fit that mold of like, I want a tough corner, press corner who can actually come up and tackle. He's a guy who takes a lot of chances. And sometimes that bites him in the butt because he doesn't have the greatest of force incompletions and average depth of target is 312. But he is somebody who can play that type of style, will be a backup cornerback. It's a pretty good secondary they have in the Texans there. So it's kind of just looking for depth there, just kind of get you guys caught up as we wait for the Raiders. Could the Raiders be the team that decides like, hey, all right, fine, we'll take Shedeur Sanders and back him up, and we'll have to find out.
I do think that Shedeur going to the Raiders is just as far as like being able to slot in behind Geno. I think that it does like he seems like a more like, hey, you're going to be the backup, and if something happens, we'll see what happens kind of thing. Where it's like where I don't think you would be looking to develop him as much as you would with like a Milroe. But I think that he can kind of play that, jump in and play that prototypical like quarterback like role.
And I think he has a lot of similar skill sets to Geno Smith too.
That was the player comp that they were talking about all day today when they were comparing them. It was Geno, because Geno's not super athletic. He's not a big time runner. He can throw the ball, like he does have some accuracy, and that Shedeur can be accurate. He holds the ball too long, and he needs development time. So I mean, it makes sense. I think it fits. I think that if they make that move and something happens and Geno gets hurt, if Shedeur takes the field, they don't have to reinvent their offense. Like they can just plug and play, right? So it makes sense. The narrative is there for it. The question is, I mean, do they even have to worry about it? Because they've also got an early pick in the 4th round, and nobody really looking
at picks right now. Like they have back to back. So the first pick was already Caleb Rogers, offensive lineman, but they have back-to-back picks right now too.
Right. And then what I'm saying is they have an early pick in the 4th. So really they don't even have to address it here because there's nobody left that's really going to fight them over Shedeur.
No, you're absolutely. I mean, that ship sailed. Like you can still make the.
Well,
I'm trying to figure it out because you can still make the argument. I guess the Steelers could still be in on it.
I think that the Steelers will draft a quarterback at some point this like draft. I think that they're going to take someone in day 3. They have to at least throw the dart. I do think that the Steelers are positioning themselves to jump up into the draft next year, but I think a lot of teams are also doing that. So it's like they're not going to be the only ones that have more. I think when you look at trades next year at the draft, like Tyler, you always talk about from a fantasy perspective how people get like charged up like when you're in the middle of like a rookie draft for like us. I think the GMs are going to do some like wild, like let's trade the whole draft for Ricky Williams type stuff next year for these quarterbacks that are potentially coming out.
I want to go back to Cleveland real quick because the quarterback that I had, Tyler Shough was one of my sleepers, but the other guy that I thought would be a better NFL prospect who still hasn't been taken is Kyle McCord. And Kyle McCord would have been a hell of a lot better pick than Dylan Gabriel, especially for a guy like Kevin Stefanski. Because McCord reminds me of Kirk Cousins. Like that's who Stefanski really was able to get his shine with when he was in Minnesota. So I just wanted to double back to that and mention Kyle McCord because I think he's actually a good passing quarterback who would fit well in a scheme like that. And yeah, just to dump on the Dylan Gabriel thing just a little bit more. That's all.
Yeah, I probably would. I don't think it's necessarily going to pan out this way, but I think I would have taken Will Howard over Gabriel as well.
Sure. Yeah, I would. I mean, I hate Will Howard, but I think he's still better than Gabriel. So yeah, I'm with you.
Oh man, it's crazy. It's crazy. I think we are definitely in backup territory. I do think though, like you said, Joe, I think the Steelers could just grab a couple of late round guys, and let them compete, right? Like, you don't really, it's not like you really care that you want to be competitive, but I mean, you can get Will Howard, you can get Quinn Ewers, you can get Kyle McCord, you can get these guys probably late in day 3 and let them compete, and you still have a shot. It's not like Will Howard was didn't win. He won,
Right.
And he had really good throws at times. But yeah, his combine wasn't great. His combine, the throwing portion was not great, and it tanked him. But I mean, he's shown he can win. And when in the receivers, not so much DK, but the receivers in Pittsburgh can help make a inaccurate quarterback still be okay,
Sure. Yeah, most definitely.
So Raiders went offensive line back to back. So they took Caleb Rogers, who played tackle in college, but probably will be a guard. And they took Charles Grant, who does actually project to be a tackle here. So they're going with offensive line back to back for the Las Vegas Raiders. Yeah. So that was the kind of the thing. So yeah, he's highly productive, but you didn't play anybody. He did hold up okay in the Senior Bowl. We'll have to see, but at the very least, the Raiders need offensive line, and Pete Carroll is a guy who he creates training camp battles. That was always his MO. That's something he's going to be able to do with the Raiders here too. So that's what we're going to probably wait to see exactly who's going to be our starting offensive line. But yeah.
I don't think it obviously changes anything from Genty being the 101, but seeing how they're investing in this line so early and so often, it does make you feel good about his prospects, just from a redraft scenario of, hey, he's probably going to be a back end of the first round, early second kind of guy going into the.
So Joe, let me ask you this: who's some of your top fantasy relevant players still on your board as we go into possibly day 3 here soon with only a couple picks left?
Let's see. I think for me, Dylan Sampson, somebody I like a lot. Devin Neal. Now, obviously, the running backs are pretty solid there. Alec Ayomanar. I think that I'm surprised that he's still on the board. I thought that he was going to be a second, third round guy. I think those are definitely some big ones. On the more sleeper part, I would say a Damian Martinez. I think that he has a shot. But other than that, I think those are probably the big ones remaining. I said it on the show a week or two ago, and everybody said that I was crazy, but I said that Scattaboo was not going to get drafted until day 3 and was never going to be relevant. It's coming true. So just a little pat on the back.
Don't hit a nerve over there. You're gonna have Dan's veins.
Running backs go off all the time, bud.
Yeah. But I think those are the big ones for me. But yeah, we'll see. And then like you've already said, Sanders, I mean, he's currently sitting at around 15 right now. That's going to plummet to, I don't even know where he's going to get drafted at this point. So,
well, Raiders have pick 6. The Jets could also go quarterback. They're not set by any means, and they're pick 8. And then Miami could go quarterback, trying to get somebody to be able to plug and play if Tua goes out. There are some people pretty early that have a shot. Pittsburgh comes back in at 21 in round 4 is a possibility. They still wait to draft their guy. And I think San Francisco could also take one. I don't know that they're completely.
No, they're not taking one. They signed Mac Jones to be the backup, and you have Brock Purdy there. They already have their guy that they like, their third string clip holder, Kyle Shanahan guy, and Tanner Mordecai. I don't think they're gonna. I'd be shocked if they bothered taking it. Was at least not till the 7th round if there were somebody that they liked, but they're pretty big on Mac Jones being the backup.
Yeah, I like Mac Jones as the backup. The other people, also with Mac Jones leaving, Jaguars need a backup quarterback. But I think that they're going to take somebody prototype like Trevor Lawrence, like a like a Will Howard could go there, or
I wonder if they would take a flyer on someone like Quinn Hughes, who everybody thinks has like this raw and top potential, and then he just sits and.
So I was hearing leading into the draft that there are a lot of teams who are like, yeah, no, we think Quinn Hughes sucks. So, like there was like that part is not. I'm not surprised. I'm like he probably would get drafted day 3 at some point, but it was pretty clear. Like NFL GMs were like not hiding the fact they were like, yeah, we're not a fan.
Is this like the new? Like you have like the Madden curse for NFL players. Is this like the college football 25 curse? Like you get the cover and then you just like fall off.
Yeah, quite
okay for Hunter though.
We did have a trade. The Broncos traded with the Eagles. So the Broncos traded the 111, the 130, the 191 to move up to the 101 and the 134. So just to keep you guys up to date on that. So Broncos looking to make moves here, but the 49ers are on the board. We'll see exactly what direction they decide to go. I'm already disgusted with their draft, so I'm probably not the best person to talk about.
It's crazy, though. It's crazy. If it wasn't for Brock Purdy, would John Lynch still have a job?
No, Kyle Shanahan nor John Lynch would still have a job. They're a package deal, first and foremost. Second of all, no, because nobody survives Trey Lance unless you struck gold with Brock Purdy. Like you would not have survived that trade. No other organization would have. So you struck gold, Brock Purdy, you made it to the playoffs, and everything's okay and everything's forgiven. And you have your first rounders back again. But no, you're absolutely, they would not have a job. Which is why Purdy has to be their franchise guy because he saved their job.
I don't have a lot of confidence in those two's ability to draft. Like I've seen a lot of stuff like the 49ers are going to be like a top 10 team this year. I don't see it. I think this fall off is coming, and I don't see like their reinforcements that they have. I don't think it's going to get any better. And so I think Brock Purdy's decent at QB, but I don't think he's enough to carry that team once he gets paid.
They have to replace Dre Greenlaw. Like you saw it in that playoff game when Dre Greenlaw went out, like it completely changed their defense. Like they have to replace him. And I don't think they've done that yet.
No, that is the key to their defense is replace. And they just took Upton Stout, Western Kentucky cornerback for absolutely no freaking reason. Like another reach. Thank you guys for that.
As a 49ers fan, he's over there writhing.
He would be more of like a slot guy for them, right?
Well, that's the problem. They have nothing but slot guys. They look for perimeter guys, so Lenore can play the slot, who's supposed to be their top corner. Renardo Green is more of a slot guy who can kind of play perimeter physicality wise. Trey Brown, who's a bum from Seattle, is the only true perimeter corner that they have.
In their defense, if you look at the NFC West, all of the best receivers play the slot as well.
Guys. Yeah, no. Look, I love Lenore and I love Renardo Green. Like, don't get it twisted, but they are the same type of player. I wanted to get back to your point though, as far as I think people are really forgetting that you didn't have Trent Williams, you have Chris McCaffrey. They come back. Everyone showed up at OTAs. They're all healthy and good to go. So that's big key pieces. This 49ers team is a top 15 talented team. And then when you add in the fact that they have the easiest NFL schedule upcoming this season, that's where they get into the top 10. That's where honestly, I think they wind up winning the division because I don't think the Rams are as good as they played last year. Like everyone loves their young defensive rookies, and it worked out great with Jared Verse and Braden Fisk. Oh, great, wonderful. They still overachieved on that defensive side of the ball last season. Offensively, they'll be fine. They'll be the Rams. Nothing changes there. But the 49ers having those big cogs back and having an easy NFL schedule, I do think gives them a good shot of winning that NFC West. I think that's why they're favored to win the NFC West right now on the sportsbook odds. So I think it'll be a little bit surprising. Most people are going to agree with you, Joe, on the narrative part of it because everybody keeps looking at what they lost. And to Tyler's point, yes, the Trey Greenlaw thing has to get figured out. I don't think D. Winters is the answer, but since they drafted Nick Wright, he's going to have to be.
Yeah, by the way, so the Eagles, the Broncos trade must have fell apart because they shifted it back to the Eagles here at 101.
Well, the Broncos just drafted Savion Jones.
Yeah, the Broncos took Savion Jones.
Okay.
So defensive end out of LSU. And a good one too. So he's somebody who's going to fall for character issues, but this is somebody that a lot of people thought had first round talent. So this is kind of a good value if you can get the off the field stuff under control. Just to kind of put that out there. So the Minnesota Vikings, haven't talked much about the Vikings. They had a good first round pick. They only had 4 picks. This is what comes. So the Minnesota Vikings are finally back here on the clock after a long hiatus. We weren't going to see them that very often here anyway. They're probably going to address the offensive, continue addressing the trenches in general. They need depth there. They have good starters, but a lot of them are older, especially at defensive line, because they sign guys like Javon Hargrave and Allen, and they're good players when they're healthy, but they're older players who are injury prone. So I'll be kind of curious to see if they go there. I don't think we're going to get a great fantasy pick here out of the Minnesota Vikings. I don't know. You guys think I'm wrong?
No, I think you're right. This is going to be a dull pick right here.
This is the last pick of the round, by the way. This is just going to close out day 3 for us. So let's look back and recap real quick. So let's go back round 2. You know, we had the big highlights of Texans taking both Iowa State wide receivers, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, later on in the 3rd round. We all got a reaction out of Trey Harris going to the Chargers.
You got a fantasy pick.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Ty Felton, Maryland wide receiver. How about them apples? Look at that. We did get a fantasy pick. Now, I think he's a special teams returner for this team, starting off with Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson there. But he could be a field stretching seam vertical type slot receiver when they do go through receiver sets. How do you guys feel about this pick?
I mean, I like the wide receiver. Like they you know, it's they're still searching for that 3, I think. I'm interested. You know, we've still got some wide receivers on the board that I thought would be picked earlier. Like, I mean, like you said, Jalen Royals, right? Like, it's still sitting there.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, if you look at his combine, he's definitely probably like a RAS superstar. He had a 4.38 40, 39.5 vertical jump, 10-foot, 10-inch broad jump. So we'll see what can happen, but I don't know. Like, I would take a shot at him, just seeing like how he's leapfrogged over these guys. From everything that I've at least read about him, he's a very high character guy. Could even, like, if maybe it doesn't work out from a fantasy perspective, I think being someone that's like in the back end of day 2, like he could definitely be like a special teams gunner that gets him to make the team. And then if he blossoms over time, like, it keeps him on the roster and keeps him relevant, at least in the team's mind. But
I think he could definitely make the team. I mean, you got Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, then you got Jalen Naylor and Rondell Moore, and then after that, it's nobody, just Juwan Jones, Tim Jones, Thayer Thomas, Lucky Jackson. Like, he easily, I think, sits in there at wide receiver 4 to 5. And I mean, if he could potentially push Naylor, you know.
No, he absolutely could, because he's going to have the offense is going to be circled around Jefferson, Addison, and TJ Hawkinson, the passing game. So you bring on Felton, who has this very specific skill set, where you're going to use him to stretch out the field, because you don't have that burner. You don't have the burner type. That's what he can come in and do and give you stuff on special teams. So I kind of like, for a team who doesn't have a lot of picks, so they're trying to fill very specific needs, I kind of like the move here from that perspective. Maybe I would have liked a better, from an NFL standpoint, and a bench, and more depth along a defensive line. Safeties is needed too, but it's a fine pick there. I think Ty Felton has, with the draft capital now of the back end 3rd round, is somebody we will keep an eye on later on as a sleeper pick, maybe in your rookie drafts upcoming this week. But that does
he wasn't on anybody's radar. Like, I'm like scrolling through Keep Trade Cut, and he's not on the first 80 names of players.
Yeah. No, he wasn't. I think I had him ranked at wide receiver 14. I was one of the few people actually had him in the top 15 of wide receivers. So, like, even though I wasn't crazy on him, I was still a little bit higher mostly than consensus. So they boost that. But I mean, yeah, this isn't ever going to be an alpha guy or anything. But Shedeur Sanders, so the headlines here, Shedeur Sanders makes it all the way to the 4th round. That's going to be the number 1 headline heading into tomorrow's day 3 draft.
It's going to be massive. I mean, already we had people touting some disrespect on TV today towards Shadur. And I mean, I think tomorrow it probably changes from disrespect to like, man, like,
Well, yeah, 'cause at
can you
that point, you
believe
can't
it? Like, I
hammer
feel
him.
bad for the guy. Like, can you believe it? You know?
Mel Kiper actually might have a heart attack on air if he's not drafted in the 4th round.
If he's not drafted in the 4th round, then something we don't know about happened.
Oh yeah, like some like crazy thing. Yeah.
I would agree with you on that because again, we've now reached a territory. I'm like, all right, he's a value pick. Like, come on,
for sure. Which is crazy because if you look at last year's with all the quarterbacks that were being talked about, he was in that McCarthy Knicks kind of like grouping of like if he declares, he's probably going to end up with these guys. And it's like maybe that was just us projecting what we thought. And now that there's another year tape on him, he didn't really have like the crazy production outside of like his accuracy. That maybe that's why he went back to school, because these teams have already identified like, hey, like we don't want a part of this. So you either need to like step up or I don't know. There just seems something off, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be too much drama, LeVar Ball. Like it seems like there's a lot more substance to it, and whether that's like performance, something else that we're not seeing, I don't think it would be a medical thing, but I really don't know. I'm at a loss at this point.
You know what it was? Nobody went to his birthday party. That's what it was. Nobody went to his birthday party.
You quote that draft day movie way too much, man. It is
such a good movie.
A whole other level. Like,
hey, you know what? No one came to my 16th birthday, and y'all still let me be on the stream. So anything's possible, Shador. You just gotta believe in yourself a little bit. We'll do a wellness check on Chev later to make sure he's all right. Like between him and Mel Kiper, like it might get real bad.
So before we get out of here, I just want to give you guys some of my top players. So outside of Shador, again, Jalen Royals, big on him. I'm big on Scam Catable. Screw you, Joe. I also like Torrey Horton a lot, Devin Neal a lot. DJ Giddens is somebody I really have my eye on. I think he could be a steal now somewhere at this point. And even Jordan James later on. But those are some of my top fantasy guys I'll be looking for in the 4th round. Anybody you guys want to close out with?
I mean, I'm with you on Jalen Royals. I think that's a good one. I think Joe's already mentioned Alec. I butcher his last name, Ayumanor. Like
Ayo Manor.
Yeah. However you say it. These names, and then I'm interested to see, that's how some of these quarterbacks pan out still. Like, I think there's still jobs out there to be earned. So like, even though they're not going till day 4, you still got shots, right? Like, I think that, I'm interested to see how that. And then we've still got a slew of running backs. Dylan Sampson, somebody also I'm really interested to see kind of where he lands.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be at this point, when you get to these day 3 running backs, like the hit rate on those guys is going to be pretty tough. It's interesting. We talked a lot about what happens to guys like Chase Brown or Tyrone Tracy if their teams come in and just draft running backs, and we haven't really seen that. So there was a lot of like discounting that's been happening out of fear for what might happen for those dudes who are also these like day 3 picks and then kind of emerged. It'll be interesting to see like how that shakes out for those kind of players that had the Tyler Algier rookie season, and then when they brought in Bijan, it was like, oh well, that didn't matter. But now that they kind of have the even playing field with their competition, like that pole position is going to be sitting a lot more strong. So it'll be interesting with these day 3 guys, especially with the depth in the running back class, how I'm probably going to be attacking the players in that range is who I'm not a landing spot guy typically, but I think that's going to shift my rankings for those day 3 players a lot more. So I'll be interested to see where they end up.
Yeah, that's the fun part, is when this is all over, seeing how much our rankings have changed. That's going to be the fun part. We are working on the rookie guide, by the way, as part of that. So that's something we're going to try to get out to you guys pretty soon. So look forward to that. Subscribe. Love the show. Fantasy from the Forum, day 2. I ran Tyler's show for him today, but it's okay.
Hey, it's fun. Sometimes I just want to be a co-host, Dan.
Yeah, it works out. I understand. We had a great time in the last 2 days, and now we're at almost 4 hours and 45 minutes today. We did 4 hours yesterday, so we did nearly 9 hours of draft coverage the first 2 days, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to talk for the next couple of days. So you guys not see me until next Thursday.
Yeah. I'm going to get some sleep tonight is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to wake up tomorrow excited. The draft starts much earlier. It's going to be a long day. Lots of exciting picks to be had. So I'm pumped. Day 3, and then we hit the other side of it, right? Like it's been waiting on the draft. And then now we have the questions. We've got all these landing spots. We're going to have completely shift our rankings and stuff, like you said, and start talking about who we want, who's our people. Like, in the fantasy world, it's not just like the talent of players, right? Like there's also those pieces, like who's going to be the guys that could be big for us for the next 4 to 5 years, in Dynasty, or even in redraft. Like, who are you targeting? Because for me, one of my I like to go running back heavy, and then I'll typically grab later rookie young wide receivers to fill those holes, which is a weird way to do it. But it's won me a lot of championships, because you hit on some of those young wide receivers that were 11th, like Brian Thomas Jr., Lad McConkey. In redrafts, you're getting them in 7, 8, 9, last season, and you win in championships.
100%.
Yeah.
We'll close.
Only one other thing I did want to say before we jumped off, there's been a lot of behind the scenes work from the people on the team. Just give a shout out to like Dev, Amber. We know Mike's done like 1 million videos and shorts and all that stuff. Brian's done a whole lot too. So shout out to all the people that are making all this stuff happen. Obviously, kudos to you for talking for 9 hours in 2 days. Like that's just absurd to me. But yeah, there's been a lot of hands that have been making it. I haven't been able to jump in until the end here, so it's been really fun just kind of like watching y'all work, and everybody's been doing a great job. So shout out to the team for kind of making things happen. So great work, everybody.
Make sure you subscribe to the Fantasy Sports Advice Network and download the app. We'll see you guys soon. We are here. FantasySportsAdvice.com, offering the best fantasy sports social media platform. Why join endless Discord communities or the trolls of Reddit? Fantasy Sports Advice is a community designed to help you win with 24/7 support. Go to FantasySportsAdvice.com and become a pro member for unlimited access. Again, go to FantasySportsAdvice.com today. Oh, wait, it's still not ended.